Welcome to the live broadcast of the season 4 of Mighty MERP. We're doing it for the holidays, and this is episodes 1 through 6, starting with MERP's podcast producer, Tom Ritter, with Evan Levo and Daphne Eakin for episode number 2 about New Jersey's Lawyer Assistance Program. Episode 3 is Linda Laskowski-Jones, and the discussion is about criminalizing healthcare mistakes. Episode 4, we allow New Jersey attorney Rich Lemuro to take the host chair and put MERP on the spot. Episode 5 is Dr. Dawn Hughes. And rounding out the year so far is Kristen Liss Esquire with episode number 6. This is a live playback of season 4 of the Mighty MERP Podcast. Happy New Year from Melissa. I'm Tom, the producer. Please enjoy.
So we're starting season 4 of Mighty MERP. I definitely vacillate between wanting to look extremely professional while I'm in court to wanting to be extremely comfortable while I'm in court. And these two ideas do conflict with each other on a daily basis, if you can imagine.
I'm sure. I've been to court a few times, and I wanted to look good.
Join us at MightyMERP.com. Host Melissa Rosenblum is one of only a few women certified by the Supreme Court of New Jersey as a criminal trial attorney. When you add kids, a booming law business, and a little black book full of subject matter experts, you've got the Mighty MERP Podcast. This podcast is not a source of legal advice. No two legal cases are the same. Contact an attorney if you require legal assistance.
People are going to start thinking I've represented you. I have never represented my producer in court.
Our relationship is young, counselor. Our relationship is young.
Go.
Plus, don't I have to slip you $5 across the table before we even have attorney-client privilege, or was that just from Better Call Saul?
Well, I think consultations really, even though there's no money exchange, there's still a sense of privacy.
Oh, that's really interesting. But the way you just described it as a complete gray area, the language you just used.
So if somebody's calling for a consultation and they're providing me information so I can determine the difficulty of the case and sort of my fees and how it's going to proceed, I say there's attorney-client privilege. I think that the relationship has begun, and I think that whatever they say to their attorney in that consultation is protected, which is why, so with that being said, if they don't retain me, it can still create conflicts if co-defendants want to reach out to me, right? So if I meet with a client and they say, it's not me, but it's Thomas Ritter who's guilty. That's why in family, for attorneys that handle divorce, I've heard that people sometimes will make appointments with 5 local divorce attorneys and do the initial consultation, and then those attorneys are conflicted out of the case. So I would say even for the consultation, it creates an attorney-client privilege.
That's probably just cleaner, too, to do it that way. A cleaner line in the sand for everybody involved, even if it does become inconvenient because somebody's running around town speaking with every freaking lawyer in the phone book.
Yeah, all's fair in love and war, right? Don't they say that?
Yeah, no lies.
Yeah. So we're starting season 4 of Mighty MERP.
Yeah, I'm excited to be back in the saddle. What's your feeling and what's your projection for where we want to go and what we want to do?
Well, I'm excited about the guests and ideas that we have lined up. We've already taped one, which is continuing the theme of mental health and lawyer wellness. And I think that's always going to be conversations that we have, especially because I love talking to attorneys. And I think that the reality is we have really tough jobs. We're dealing with other people's problems. And so I think lawyer wellness and well-being will always be there. But I also think we're going to focus a lot on individual type cases, complex cases, sort of talking to experts in different areas. I have an expert on domestic violence, intimate partner violence, who has testified as an expert in New Jersey numerous times. We're going to focus on what people considered battered woman syndrome and battered woman defense and sort of how that plays out in the courts. I have another expert who is involved and has handled cases where nurses and medical professionals have been charged criminally. Have a podcast coming up where we're going to talk with Rich Lamora, and I are going to have a great conversation about resolving cases, whether it's in civil or criminal court, kind of the factors that weigh in on why cases don't go to trial, why cases do go to trial. I think that what's always printed in the newspaper about cases is not really, it's such a small sliver of the reality of what's going on. And it's sort of a behind the scenes look with lawyers of how we resolve and why we resolve cases. And I think it'll give some insight to kind of the general public who are interested in law, criminal matters. You know, there seems to be a high volume of people that are really interested in criminal cases and kind of their input about why they're either, in every case, I'm going to say it like this. I know you know what I'm talking about. In every case, if you look at a news story and then a sentence is written about what the individual was sentenced as, and usually those clips that are reported in papers are coming from a prosecutor's office or the attorney general's office. It's their news release. But if you look at the comments, there will be as many people saying that person should have been sentenced to a greater sentence, and just as many people saying that sentence is too high and that person shouldn't have been sentenced that way. So we're going to kind of delve into sort of the nuances of that.
My God. I will say this. Nobody has any business saying anything. I way over comment. I way over speak, and I guarantee I spend no less than 10 hours a week outside of recording, outside of my clients, reading case law, listening to lawyers. I do more homework than anybody I know who isn't a lawyer, and I've got no freaking business opening my mouth.
Right.
It's like my learning about the Kennedy assassination for me. I used to think I knew stuff about it. Now I've read 30 books in 2.5 years, and now I think I know this much. It's the same thing with legal. And if you're, and I'm mostly looking at criminal. Mostly. I really like some intellectual property stuff too. Some of that's really fascinating. But to your point, it's what people get interested in tends to be criminal. But to them, it's just the same. It's true crime. True crime is the number one media intake other than music, maybe. And it's podcasts, it's movies, it's YouTube, but true crime. So they're not drawing a line between these true crime stories and talking about that and a real legal conversation. And those are two different ball games.
They're two different. And when people look at, so what I always say is that when I read an article and there's a resolution to the case, I'm always, whatever the sentence is, there is, so many different factors, strength of the case, and also the jurisdiction. Each jurisdiction, New Jersey has a lot of mandatory penalties on certain offenses that people don't understand. And so, they might think a plea is a high sentence on a case, and it's usually lower than the mandatory. There's nuances on that. And so I'm going to talk to Rich about those nuances. And we're also going to talk about the civil side as well, because I don't handle civil cases at all. And it is interesting. People call me, I don't know if you have this, and they ask me about whether they have a civil case or not. And my response is, I have no idea, and I always say, it sounds like you might have something, but I have to refer out. And then what civil cases really go to trial? And it's the same idea of me not understanding those nuances. But, I think, I've had some high profile cases, and they've resolved in the last, they've resolved in the last year. And I think hearing it from the personal standpoint, I think will be intriguing and interesting to people, a sort of the behind the scenes conversation. But I am going to segue into something else you said. You said you're interested in intellectual property.
Yeah, I find it pretty fascinating.
So my segue into that is the exciting news that Mighty MERP logo has been trademarked. We're trademarked. And
that's awesome.
We're growing. We're like the little engine that could. We think we can. So, so I'm really excited about that episode. I have one or two people lined up for some crazy courtroom stories, maybe some stories of lawyers fighting in the courtroom. It's always fun when the lawyers start behaving badly, right?
It's fun for me.
So, and then, I know you mentioned that we haven't recorded in a while. It was usually at the end of my seasons. I think I've always done either a recap or sort of a year in review or just even a nice conversation with Meg as our season finale, right? Has that been the case?
Yeah, you did that last time too, that was like February or you wrapped up after the new year this time, I think.
Yeah, I think it was a little abrupt. I had a few people. I think we kind of recorded into February and we didn't have that final episode. And talking about lawyer well-being, I personally had lost my mom in March unexpectedly, who I'd been caring for. I think she had dementia, but she should not have passed away. She ended up having an infection that unfortunately caused her to pass. And I, after that, just didn't do anything with the podcast and was kind of on triage mode with everything. So took the summer to recoup. And that is why we are ready to return.
Yeah, we're back with
new season.
A trademark and a vengeance.
A trademark and a vengeance. There you go. So
that'd be a good title for an intellectual property podcast. I'll write that down.
There you go. Maybe I'll see if I can find someone who can educate us. But funny story with the Mighty MERP Podcast trademark. I have one of the twins, one of my boys is at Rochester Institute of Technology. He's a computer science major, gaming app, some computer fancy title. He helps me with my logo and my Photoshop stuff a lot because there's lots I can do. I can't do that. And so I sent him the Mighty MERP logo, and I also sent him, I have it connected to my law office logo as well, and said, hey, Daniel, can you, when you have time, put the trademark, the R circle after MERP on the Mighty MERP podcast, because it's been trademarked. And he said, yeah, sure. And then an hour later, he said, I'll do it later. And then he texted me and he said, are you federally registered as a trademark? Which I thought was so funny that my kid was like checking to make sure that I legally had the trademark done correctly before he was willing to actually put the trademark logo signature on my logo. And I had to send it to him, which I'm going to, let's see if it's like right here that I can show you. Hold on. I had taken a picture of it to say, yes, I am officially, according to the United States of America, there's the seal, trademark.
That is funny.
Yes, that my son wanted to check with me to make sure that I did it legally correct before he did it. So, yeah.
And we're recording on Friday again, right? We've got something?
Yes.
All right, cool.
Yes, we are going to be talking about the case I handled where I had a nurse accused of manslaughter for accidentally hanging the wrong IV bag.
Ooh. Oh,
You're talking to the expert that was used in that case.
Well, that's ugly story, but I mean, that's like people make mistakes. Like that's just a terrible thing to hear because you have to imagine no nurse ever wants to hang the wrong IV bag. I just kind of cringe because I'm thinking, good Lord, I've made mistakes way sillier than that in my life. Way sillier. With way less repercussions.
Right. And it is interesting if you do the research. I've listened to other podcasts on this when other nurses similarly situated in other states were accused, and sort of it's never a one-person problem. It is a systems failure on so many levels, and that's what happened in this case. And it's usually, in the end, it's easy to blame the last person who touched the item in question, but it is usually a systems error of multiple failures that occur prior to the last act occurring.
Even when you watch those stories on TV, when it's medical, it's funny, when you mention that, the first thing that popped into my head was somebody's got bad handwriting.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first, and I don't know if that has anything to do with your case, but the first thing, you're like, she hung the wrong IV bag. I'm like, somebody's got bad handwriting.
Right.
And I'm probably wrong in this instance, but I feel like I've heard so many stories about accidental death in hospitals that multiple times it went back to somebody's handwriting that wasn't the last person in the chain.
Right. And then who do you charge? Is it the last person? Is it the hospital? Is it the facility? Is it the fact that, in this case, there was a nurse who put an IV bag in a main refrigerator that should have been in a locked refrigerator. Was that person charged? No. And then New Jersey's different again from other states because other states have negligent homicide and New Jersey doesn't. So it's a higher legal standard. It's a reckless is the lowest standard, so that reckless is, a conscious disregard. And the best example I always give is a vehicular homicide when someone consumed alcohol, because we all know what happens when you consume alcohol and get behind the wheel of a car. So it's a conscious disregard of a substantial risk,
Yeah, the difference being you didn't know there was a bag that didn't belong in that fridge to begin with.
Right, because you didn't put it there. Somebody else put it there.
Yeah, your failure to recognize it may be a failure, but it's not like a willful disregard category of failure.
Right. And it's interesting because where the medical staff and the nursing organizations fall on this is obviously to protect their staff and also to ensure that there's not a chilling effect in reporting. So I'm going to talk about this in more detail, but there's a case in Tennessee where a nurse was prosecuted for administering the wrong medicine, and she was prosecuted under a negligent homicide statute. And when the woman died, who was an elder woman, and they didn't know the cause of death, it could have been initially just cardiac arrest while she was waiting to get an MRI. And the nurse actually self-reported it. She said, "Oh my goodness, I think I might have, now that I'm thinking about it, I might have given the wrong medicine was dispensed, and I gave her that medicine instead of the medicine that was prescribed." And so she self-reported, so there could have been an inquiry in the hospital to see where the mistake is, which is what normally happens, so the mistake doesn't occur again. And based on her being honest about what occurred and alerting the staff that it might have been a medicine accident, then she was prosecuted for it. And again, that's a case in Tennessee that I think the woman was convicted in 2022.
Ooh, convicted.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, it comes down to details. I'm not judging. Could be a perfectly fine conviction based on the facts.
No, I think it's a really, again, I don't know all the facts, but when I listen to all the other mistakes and errors that occurred, and you're thinking, why was the hospital not prosecuted? Why wasn't the supervisor not prosecuted? Why wasn't, it's really that last person. That's really,
Yeah, that's what I get. Well, I didn't think in this instance was they're coming out and self-reporting, probably feeling like, oh, well, I'm just a part of this process and something went wrong. We should talk about it. Versus I'm the very last person, so they're 100% going to blame me. Like that probably isn't the mindset. It's like, oh, I'm part of this chain of command and this chain of process, and it went wrong. Versus, oh no, I'm the last one to touch the ball, so they're going to put it all on me no matter what.
And we're talking about situations where it's a true accident. It's a true mistake that occurred. We're all on the same page that if there's like a crazy psychotic medical person, doctor, nurse, or so forth, that's hurting patients, they're going to, nobody has a problem about prosecuting that and about those individuals being convicted. We're not talking about those cases. We're really going to have the conversation of an accident, a mistake, which occurs and, which will, as much as we try in each field to make sure that those mistakes don't occur, in medical fields, we don't want the mistake of wrong medicine or anyone to be injured because of a mistake. In the criminal world, we don't want anyone convicted that really is not guilty. We don't want anyone sentenced who is innocent, right? I mean, we want those mistakes removed. But at the same time, we don't really prosecute people for those mistakes, usually.
Yeah, what's funny is if you then dig into the other side of the coin a little bit and you look up the nefarious actors who are nurses, like the serial killer nurses, what you find inevitably is that it was the hospital who didn't want to report, because those types of people, the people around them, start reporting like bananas, and hospital administration tends to sweep it under the rug, send them to the next hospital to continue their diabolical
I can think
schemes.
of other organizations that have done similar of like just moving people, but I'm not an expert in that area, so I'm not gonna.
I can think of a couple different types of organizations that do just that very type thing. Yeah. One of them is, I was just reading this morning about a guy who's not allowed to be a police officer in state X, but it doesn't say he can't be a sheriff.
So I would say to you, New Jersey has closed that loophole, because if, at least in a criminal realm, if you have lost your ability to hold a position of public office, and it lists like all the areas, you can't have a job in public office,
Yeah, this wasn't Jersey.
Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine. So all very interesting. But I'm looking forward to a great season 4. And, as always, still looking for those crazy courtroom stories. Now, I posted on LinkedIn, but you should share my post about the crazy courtroom stories on LinkedIn.
Which post about crazy courtroom stories?
I posted recently, like a week or two ago, about looking for crazy courtroom stories still.
I'll repost that. Yeah, 100%. I'll find that and repost it.
Okay. It was maybe 2 weeks ago.
Oh, you don't post like a maniac. I can find it.
I don't. I go in ebbs and flows. You know what? I think I'm going to try to start recording or posting something every day. And I might start trying to record and post TikToks every day. Like 1 to 2 minute, like, what do you do if you get stopped by the police driving? How do you answer their questions? What do you not say to the police? I can't tell you how many people just admit what they did wrong. Don't admit what you did wrong.
Oh, that makes me so angry.
When the officer says, do you know why I pulled you over? Don't say, yes, I ran that late. The answer is, no, officer, I have no idea why you pulled me over. Actually, the answer is no, and then zip it. But, I'm going to say it like this. The police have a lot of power, and you can be respectful and you can be polite without giving up your constitutional rights. they're not the same exact thing. They have a job to do, and I get that. And in the scheme of things, sometimes a speeding ticket isn't a big deal. But, even basic, where my client says I was doing 79 and they wrote me a ticket for 93, it's a big difference in a ticket,
I'll fight that, sure.
But I have a client who was like, are you sure you clocked me? I was doing 79. And I'm like, well, you just admitted you were doing 79. You know what I mean? And they think they're helping themselves, and I don't necessarily think it's helping,
Well, to your point, in bringing up constitutional rights, it's funny, if you've got me dead to rights for something, it's like I have no problem admitting to what I've done wrong. But to your point, only if I've done something wrong. Otherwise, I'm not going to produce ID. I'm not going to answer your questions. If somebody's fishing,
you have to in a car, give them your license, your ID, your insurance. Okay, you have to do that in the car.
Fair. Okay, say it's a DUI stop in Florida. I'm not even going to roll my window down, MERP. I'm going to hang my shit out the window in a plastic bag with a note pointing to the statute that says they have no effing right to anything because there's no probable cause. There's nada. These unconstitutional...
They don't need probable cause to stop you. They need reasonable suspicion. You mean DUI?
Either or.
Stops,
I'm talking about checkpoints. I'm talking about unconstitutional checkpoints of any kind. I don't think the courts have ruled those checkpoints are unconstitutional, Tom. Oh, no, they haven't. No, of course they haven't.
So you can't take the position, I'm just saying, you can't take the position that you know the law more than the courts or the police. Because I would say to you, it's not the fight to have it on the street. I would say if you want to challenge the constitutionality of a DUI checkpoint, which I think you're going to lose anyway, but if you want to fight it and you want to pay an attorney to fight it, then I want you to be the choir boy of stops and compliance and cooperation.
Sure.
I want you to be the ideal defendant and not the, defendant who gave the police such a hard time that nobody wants to rule in your favor because, for 100%. Lack of a better way of saying it, you were just an asshole. And I have clients that when they come in and they have 10 tickets and not the usual 2 to 4 tickets, I gently say to them, so you gave the police a hard time, and if I have a good rapport with them, I might be like, this is called an asshole tax. You were an asshole, so they kept adding tickets to your case. So my point is that as much as you're like, I'm not going to comply and cooperate, I would say to you, no, I want you to comply and cooperate and hand your license, registration, insurance. I don't want you to say anything. I just want you to hand it over. I want you to do what you have to do for us to fight it in court. It's like, I'm going to give a different example than DUI. Okay. When my kids got their driver's license, and I say this to all young people, especially kids that, they have kids coming in and out of their car, backpacks in and out. You know what I'm saying? Like they're carpooling. And so I said to them, at the time, my marijuana was still illegal in New Jersey. And I said, if the police stop you for any reason, you are polite. You don't say anything other than, here's my license, insurance, and registration. If they say, do you know why we pulled you over? The answer is no. And if they ever ask to search your car for any reason that they can give you or no reason at all, the answer is no. And it's not a no, you don't have probable cause. No, you don't have a reason to search my car. No, you can't because I said so. It is just no. And their follow-up question is always, well, what happens when the police say why? And I said, your answer is, I don't know why, but my mom told me the answer is no.
Perfect.
That is it. And then they are going to say to you, we will tow your car. And you say, if that's what you have to do. If they say, we're going to get a warrant, if that's what you have to do. And they'll say, well, if you just let us search your car, you won't have to get a warrant. You won't have to have the car towed. And the answer is, no, I will not consent. And again, you keep putting it back on me. Don't say I'm a lawyer. Don't say I'm a criminal defense. Don't say anything other than, no, my mom told me to say no. I don't know why. And that is it. And the answer for that is, you have people coming into your car. You don't know what they left in your car. I know you. None of you are cleaning this car out. You guys are all sloths. You don't know what's under the seats of the car. And God forbid someone left drugs in your car or they left something else that's illegal. You will be responsible and you will have ownership to that, whether you like it or not. So if they have probable cause, they have probable cause and they'll get a warrant. If they don't have probable cause, they're not going to get a warrant. And we're fighting it in court no matter what. Either way, if something is found in your car, the only place for us to win is in a courtroom. So I would rather you be, again, the poster child of a defendant, right? Who was cooperative, who was kind, respectful, but still honored your constitutional rights.
That's perfect advice. There's so many people just, no matter what, no. No matter what, as soon as you say yes, you just open the gates of hell on yourself in terms of them fishing now. I don't know, I find it offensive to not protect your constitutional rights. There's a lot of dead people in Arlington right now who gave their life for your constitutional rights. I find that when people say things like, oh, I don't care if the government does surveillance on my phone calls, I don't do anything wrong. You might as well go desecrate half the graves in Arlington if you have that opinion. You might as well take a shit on the tomb of the unknown soldier. That's how offensive it is to me that you don't care about those rights. It creates a visceral contempt within me that people say things about giving away their rights.
Right. And do you know how many clients say to me, I didn't think I had anything to hide. And that's why I talked to the police or I answered those questions. And unfortunately, when I get the reports of the conversations, I only get the parts of the conversation that hurts my clients, so that's unfortunately in the report until I listen to the important part, the part that supports the state's narrative, not the actual full story. The other thing is, the officers are supposed to tell you that you have a right to refuse on a consent search, but they don't tell you that until you're signing the paperwork. So they're saying we're going to tow your car. We're going to be able to search it anyway. We're going to, what they're not saying normally until you actually sign the consent is you have a right to refuse. And if they said it initially, which is what you're supposed to be telling an individual, I'm asking consent to search the car. You do have a right to refuse. That's not how it's never coming out like that. Because if you heard that from the beginning, you would say, oh, I'm going to take my right to refuse. Thank you. Right?
Yeah, it's almost like the reverse. Essentially, those are very, very low level threats is what they are, to keep you.
They are.
Yeah. So that's.
But if you can't afford to get your car out, if it's towed, if you can't, those are the things you have to pay for the towing. If it's in an impound lot for 2 days or 3 days, you're paying those bills. So those are real fears for some people, it might
100%.
not seem like a lot of money for some people, but for for a 19, 20-year-old kid that might, and also oh my goodness, my parents are going to kill me, sort of.
The vast majority of this country doesn't have $500 for an emergency right now.
Right. So those are real fears as well, Tom, things that people don't really think about on a daily basis, when they're most people say, if you don't have anything to hide, why wouldn't you talk to the police? And, I don't have the statistics in front of me, but I can tell you about either false confessions. I can tell you, about, people being under so much pressure that they admit to things just to be able to end the interview. I can, talk to you about how even innocent things where the officers have, during an interview said, well, if this happened, blah, 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 blah. And clients say, well, if that did occur, then, and then they answer the rest of the sentence and the report says defendant admitted, and like, I had one, I think I've talked about the case with Meg. I had one case where the detective said to my client, who else has keys to the car? And my client said, well, I have keys to the car. And he said, and my sister, and as he says, my sister, the officer says, so you're the only one with the keys to the car. And the report, the handwritten report says, defendant admitted he's the only person with keys to the car. Now, the car, we know from reading all the reports, is definitely involved in a shooting. Okay? So the narrative is my client has to be driving the car because he's the only one with the keys to the car. And it took us almost a year to get the actual recordings of the interview. And then we're like, oh, that's not what he said at all. He didn't say he was the only, that's what the report says. But the actual interview, he said, I have keys to the car and my sister, and it wasn't included in the report.
Yeah, that's just kindergarten coppery. Like, that's not. And then how much more are they spending between day 1 and day 365 for your body cam request? Like, that's what offends me, is we could have nipped this in the bud pretty quick if we simply had the facts, Like,
and the interview. And then,
yeah.
But here's the thing. In the end, that client spent all that time in jail. And I say this regularly. I call Meg up and have this conversation. The video in criminal cases, the amount of videos has exploded over the years because everyone has body cam, which is good. I am happy that everyone has body cam. But each case I have has hours and hours of body cam. And I cannot tell you how many times we find things on the body cam that's inconsistent with what's in the written report. And I have an associate. I have 2 paralegals that are college-educated criminal justice degrees. And then I usually have 1 to 2 interns every semester from the local college. And they're all watching these videos. And I think to myself, how does an individual who has no support staff or limited support staff get through these videos? Because they're hours and hours. One case could have 20 hours of video between 5 cops. And most of it isn't relevant, but you got to watch it all because you don't know what is relevant and what isn't relevant.
You just gave me an idea for an app.
There you go. Make the money, Tom. Make the money.
Upload all your body cam to the app, and I'll send it out to people who like to watch body cam. I don't know what their credentials would need to be, but hell, I'd watch body cam for an hourly rate.
I mean,
that
listen,
would fascinate me. That would, if somebody sent me it, if there was an app and it was like, Uber, you've got the time this week for 6 hours of this. Here's the documentation. Here's a set of facts. Drive around listening to this like it was a podcast. And
I know, but here's the thing.
That's terrifying
to
you. That's got to be terrifying.
Yeah. Well, I don't want someone who's not in my office. Maybe I'm too much of a control freak, Tom, but I want to be able to review the discovery. I want to see what's on the body cam. Sometimes I'm able to say to them, I want you to see if the defendant invoked Miranda. I want to know how long my client was in the interview room before he was interviewed. I want to know, the DUI cases, they have all these field sobrieties on body cam. I want you to watch it. I want you to give me a play-by-play of each of the field sobriety tests and the interaction. I want you to tell me if the paperwork is consistent fair and consistent. I just had a DUI case where one of the field sobriety tests, my client completed perfectly. And on the body cam, the officer said, "You did that perfectly." Do you think that was in the paper discovery? It was not. It was not. The paper discovery had her doing the field sobriety test that she didn't complete as they determined successfully, and they left out the one that she completed perfectly. And then the end of it is I want them to say to me, in a layperson's opinion, watching it, this person appeared intoxicated based on, or this person did not appear intoxicated, because we all know what someone looks like if they're intoxicated, right? Like, you don't need an expert opinion on that. So,
no, and it's probably, dispassionate eyes aren't going to have any trouble arriving at a conclusion of, oh, yeah, they look drunk, or, oh, no, they don't look drunk. There's no impetus to feed you any crap in that conversation. And
right.
Yeah, I see the value in that. And I do recognize the preposterous nature of what I was proposing.
Yeah. No, but I will tell you that the reason why I have college students, undergrad students do this is that one of my kids was working for me during the summer, and he's an excellent writer. He's like a very common sense kid, and he likes watching TV. I was like, Jar, watch the body cam, every day, and
that's what I'm saying.
He was great.
I think that would be a really interesting job.
Yes, but the truth is that I want to pay a college kid to do that, because I don't want to pay, I don't need to pay someone I'm going to pay them a good hourly wage and rate, but it's not going to be the same as what I would pay, someone with an expertise or a specialty.
No, really. And I get that. It's not an expertise thing. It's a sober, dispassionate observation. That's all you're looking for.
Exactly. But sometimes I read it and I say to my staff, I'm like, can you answer these questions for me? Because what it is they're streamlining the cases for me, because I don't have 8 hours. I need to look at the memo and be able to say, oh, I'm looking at everything. Did, whatever my questions are, they have to be able to answer those questions. And if they can't, then they have to go back and watch the videos again to find the answers to the questions, which, but yeah. I like it. I like the interaction with the college students doing it. I think it's really interesting to watch them look at the videos and look at the police reports and see that they're not always matching up. They do sometimes. There are police that do a really good job. I'm going to say that. There are police that, are fair, and they're including all the good, the bad, you know what I mean? But, I always can find cases and give examples where that's not the case.
Well, in
probably, I would
business.
say too many for the power that they have. That's what I would say. That it should be almost zero, right?
Well, but looking at just in the business world, the number of people who really dot their I's. I've worked with a bunch of different mechanics on my truck, and I'll tell you, some of them are uber professional and organized. So I can see where, and it's going to be the same sort of percentage amongst police. And my guess would be that's not a high percentage, because it's not a high percentage with mechanics or podcast producers or whatever. So my guess would be that the really organized, detail-oriented, dot your I's and cross your T's type aren't doing traffic stops very long. Wouldn't that be the detective track without question? Yeah, I mean, hopefully, actually, I'm hoping that's the detective track.
Yeah, I don't know. I also think that I will also say this, is that sometimes the mistakes I don't necessarily think are done with malice or any end goal. I think some of it is so I'll give you the example. The part where my client did the field sobriety test perfectly, I can make both arguments. I could say, the fact that he didn't put it in there, when I cross-examine him, he's going to look foolish, and he's going to look like he was trying to hide exculpatory evidence, right? But I can also say that it could be as simple as he didn't know he needed to put it in the report because it didn't support his conclusion that my client was intoxicated. And that could be an education issue and not poor policing because they were trying to hide the ball from me.
Oh, I can see that. They don't think necessarily in that their job in that report is to provide a universe of information. Maybe they think it's to provide just the information about arrest circumstances and guilt. Like, oh, isn't that what I'm supposed to be doing?
So that's my point. Yeah. Right. So my point is a lot of times when the reports and the videos are not consistent with each other, I don't know if it's an education issue or an end goal of, convict at all costs or something in between,
Well, maybe they just don't love to write, so they're only writing what they think they have to write about the crime committed kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah, I get it. I can see that.
Yeah. And again, I'd say I understand that their job is not, it's easy to critique it. It's like when I'm reviewing another attorney's trial for appeal issues. It's much easier being the, to have the hindsight afterwards to be like, you didn't do this, you didn't do this, you didn't so I know that police have a hard job and I don't think that it's nefarious most of the time. I think sometimes it might be what you say, that they're not confident about their writing or they're not good at writing or they don't know that they needed to include it. They're looking at only, and I've had this conversation with when Mike Fedorko was on, we talked a lot about this idea of police seem to be writing reports now that support a narrative that they're invested in versus having a more objective, where are the facts taking us, And maybe I'm wrong about that. That might have been my 2 cents, not Mike Fedorko's 2 cents. He talked about policing has changed dramatically during each, generation.
Well, he grew up watching fewer cop shows than cops who police today.
Oh, yeah.
He grew up with 3 channels on TV. There's more versions of CSI than that.
There is.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a whole different, you're dealing with a different species of human being in terms of what they've been exposed to if you're comparing Mike Fedorko to somebody who just put on a badge.
Correct. But shout out to Mike Fedorko.
Yeah, how about it? We get to tag him on LinkedIn now. We're talking about him behind his back. Yeah. You should get some of your old school guests back on when we weren't doing video. You got a couple fun guests that we didn't get on camera that we could bring back now that we're doing.
I should try to get, I think Judge Sanson would return. I'm not sure if Mike would return. Mike was I was pretty impressed I got him to agree to the first one. And he totally, didn't he say it on the podcast? He's like, every secret I know, it's here and it's going to die with me. He's very old school.
Man, that just makes me want to get him on a podcast.
I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think you're getting Mike Fedorko talking. But the idea of it is a great story in and of itself. Actually could be the beginning of a good book, right?
I find it fascinating. If you brought anybody in to talk about, anybody with his pedigree, I'll listen to all day long, is what I'm saying. I mean, that he's really one of the more impressive law enforcement people I've had the honor to edit on anybody's podcast.
There you go.
Yeah, I remember the guy's resume.
Out to Mike.
Yeah, how many people do you think I can spit out jobs they've had? He's maybe one of the only people from however many podcasts I've produced. He was Port Authority, right?
Port Authority. He was state police, head of New Jersey State Police. He was Port Authority. He was, he was detailed for the governor. He was, yeah. So,
man, he'd make a great co-host too.
Do you think?
Oh, that perspective, an old school law enforcement perspective on, maybe that's just a true crime lover in me, but
that's probably that.
Anything
Mike
to round
really
out the conversation.
Much. Yeah. I don't know if he'd do it. He's still working. He works at the county now.
Oh, then he definitely wouldn't do it.
No. I'm lucky I got him on it.
Yeah.
I'm lucky I got him on it on season 1.
Yeah, that was good stuff. Well, let me know if you can get any of the old guard back that we can get on camera that we didn't before. Anything else we should enlighten your fans about?
No, I think that's it at this point. I think we're got a lot of good stuff, and I don't know. Do you have anything else?
Oh, not off the top of my head. I'll keep my eye out.
So what I would tell you, I think the fascination of the true crime sort of focus point of why people really are interested and like it. And it's morbid because there's always a victim, right?
Yeah.
In true crime. There's always someone hurt. We're not investigating a type of crime where there isn't a victim, and there are crimes where there aren't actual victims. Not every crime is a murder, homicide, robbery case, but those are the crimes. Those are the type of cases that people are interested. And I think it's a few reasons why. I think it is a real life puzzle of trying to figure out what happened. Okay. And then I think there's a psychology of people wanting to know why it happened. So what happened and why it happened. And I think when you do it on a podcast or a TV show, you have the ability to do that because all the information and evidence that you find is able to be utilized. That is not true in a court of law.
Oh, good point.
And in a court of law, there is not a truth that comes out. It is not like a Matlock episode. It will never be wrapped up so neatly because there is not a truth. There's not a movie that goes back and replays exactly what happens. There's a version of the truth. There's a version of the truth that might come from a victim or a witness. And there might be that the state is presenting. And there might be a version of the truth that defense is presenting. And then the jury gets to decide what version that they believe in order to determine if someone is guilty or not guilty. But that is not necessarily the truth. We're on a podcast or a TV show. You can look at everything. Everything comes in. There's no evidence that's suppressed or excluded or not heard. And you have, in some ways, a better chance of figuring it out and solving the puzzle and answering those two questions.
That's a brilliant analysis. Yeah.
And why? And you don't get that in a court of law. And that's what people don't ever understand. My clients don't understand that when I say to them, I have concerns about the trial for these reasons. And they say, I just want the truth to come out. And I say, whose truth though? Which truth is coming? And they don't like it. They really, and they think, and I'm going to finish with this. People think that when I say these things, it has to do with me being concerned about losing a trial. And I win most of my trials. I'm not concerned about losing the trial for me, though. I'm not going to jail and I'm not going to prison. Like, my job is for me to try to explain this crazy system that is not what you see on TV, that you will only experience if you're accused of a crime, of someone saying that you did something really bad. And in the end, there's not really a truth that comes out. I can't guarantee, even in the best of cases, of what happens in the jury room deliberating and what they choose to believe. I just can't control it,
That's a great way to explain it.
And then they decide the truth.
And then what you said about which truth, because you're right. The other team's walking up this courtroom steps with their truth in a bag right now. It's not just your story that's going to be presented. That's a really, you're acting on their behalf by enlightening them for sure.
I try.
All right.
I hope that when they realize that what I'm telling them, that's coming from almost 30 years of experience, that it's coming from genuine, what I tell clients, even the best cases, there's not a guarantee. And even the worst cases, there aren't. I mean, I've tried cases where I'm like, there's no way I'm winning this one. And, there's a hung jury or and so there's just, trials are difficult. But the point about the true crime podcasts or shows, it's not as much of a chess game of who knows evidence better and what gets in and what stays out. It has more of a possibility of learning what the truth is than I think in a court of law.
Yeah, it's almost more about the info than the process, where a court of law is very much about the process.
It is. I know you do you do a lot of municipal court, and you do.
I just do DWI. Yeah,
yep.
And I actually I changed the name of my firm instead of just Laveau and Associates or whatever it was over the years to Laveau DWI Law, and I did that for a very specific reason, so that people would not call and say, "Hey, can you handle this will?" Or I could say to my friend, "Well, I'm sorry, I'm going to help you, but I just can't, because that's not what I do."
I can unless you get a DWI. If you get a DWI, I can assist you.
It's not the best, representing your friends, but it does happen. So, I wanted. It was a risk, obviously, to pigeonhole into just such a tight genre, as it were. But as it turns out, there's plenty of work to go around.
So let's talk about New Jersey LAP, which is the New Jersey Lawyers Assistance Program.
This podcast is not a source of legal advice. No two legal cases are the same. Contact an attorney if you require legal assistance.
I'm excited today to speak to Dr. Daphne Aiken and lawyer Evan Laveau. We are starting the season off with jumping into discussing lawyer wellness, which is sort of where we ended last year. Daphne Aiken is a clinician for the New Jersey Lawyers Assistance Program, and Evan is a DWI attorney, and I would say expert in DWIs in New Jersey. Definitely someone that I would call and ask my questions if I needed some insight. So welcome, both of you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to just start with, if you've ever listened to any of the Mighty MERP podcasts, I always like to ask individuals' origin stories and sort of how you ended up where you are. So, Daphne, I'm going to ask your origin story, which is always sort of where you came from, where you were born. Did you always know that you wanted to be a doctor? Did you always know that you wanted to be working with attorneys, and sort of how you ended up where you're at right now?
Well, thank you. Listening to your podcast, that actually is one of my favorite questions, because I am always surprised at the twists and turns people's careers have taken and where they've come from. Origin story for me is I am originally from Turkey, and I graduated from college there. Did I always know I wanted to be a psychologist? I always say that I've been very lucky to figure out what direction I needed to get in. And I always say that it was my desire to try and figure out, like, what should I major in? And the college system in Turkey's, at least at that time, was different, where you had to rank order a bunch of different disciplines and colleges, and whatever you got in, that was it. And I was actually hoping that my parents would tell me like what I should do so that I didn't have the decision fatigue. But I'm very lucky because they never did. And my mom said, well, I mean, I guess think about what you like. And that was a pretty easy answer for me. I said, people. And I proceeded to rank order a bunch of psychology, sociology, and anthropology departments because they were like the social sciences that had to do directly with people. I am so glad I landed in psychology because I've taken sociology and anthropology courses. As much as I like them, I don't think I would have had as much of a passion. So when I finished college, it was pretty clear to me that I wanted to specialize in something because that's sort of what you need to do after studying psychology. It's such a broad field. And I knew that I wanted to come to the States and get educated here for a master's at first. And I had this great interest in working with people, their relationships with work, motivation, burnout. And I was like, okay, organizational psychology, that's it. I did enjoy clinical psych kind of things while I was in undergrad, but I knew that I wanted to work with people in their sort of daily lives and sort of deal with the psychology of that. So it seemed like a easy next step, and I came to New York to study at Teachers College, Columbia, for a master's in organizational psychology, and it was a disaster because I sat down and I was like, oh gosh, I landed up in like some business school kind of thing. And it just like a lot of people from the business school were also taking classes from organizational psychology. And granted, the first class I had to take, the first lecture was a particularly businessy kind of class. It was like functions of organizations or something. So I was terrified. I said, like, I made the worst choice. This is it. What am I going to do? But I said, okay, like, give it a chance, take a deep breath. And I realized that because I was in the Department of Social, Organizational, and Counseling Psychology, I was like, okay, I will take the minimum number of courses from organizational psychology. And then, they have these department-wide courses, right? So I ended up taking a lot of counseling courses, and I just loved it. Most people don't know the difference between clinical and counseling psychology. And the long and short of it is we deal with people across the lifespan as counseling psychologists, and we are very proudly focusing not just on what's going wrong, but also, and perhaps even more so, on what's going well. And we're very attentive to resilience and sort of making things work. And you do not have to be like dealing with some major psychopathology. So I loved that.
Right.
Like it combined this part about like, I wanted to work with people who weren't dealing with major psychiatric crises. I found that, but that wasn't what I wanted to specialize in. So fast forward, I went to NYU. I got a PhD in counseling psychology, where I really just faced another identity crisis because once I graduated, I was like, I really like academic stuff, but I also love working actually with people. So for a very long time, I would say, for about 10 years, for about 20 years, math becomes harder after a point,
Time, it's weird the way it works
really
out,
So I somehow managed to straddle both worlds. I had like an academic life and I had a practice life. And somewhere in all of my practical training, I ended up developing this great connection to working in the field of addiction. And that was completely accidental as well. Typical rounds go in a facility where, they're new clients and they say like, oh, so we have like 3 new people, who's going to take them? And anytime there was someone with like an alcohol or drug issue, it was dead silent. None of the interns wanted to touch it. And I was like, I'll take it. And then next thing I know, I was just like, this is a great therapy population. There was like so much motivation to get well, so much confusion about like, how did I even get here? So that's how I developed my desire to work more and more with addiction. And so post PhD, I have done a lot in addictions. And I realized, addiction just does not affect the person alone. There's the family and everybody else around them. So that led me to get a postgraduate degree for 2 years at the Ackerman Institute for the Family. It was a wonderful experience. So I eventually went through hospitals, private clinics, and then landed, and all in the meantime doing academic work. I was faculty at Adelphi, and then I went back to Columbia as a faculty member, which was a real fun thing to do. And so after a while, it really felt like I just wanted to get back into research, working with people on finding ways of figuring out relapse prevention. So I went to Mount Sinai and I started working on research with brain research on addiction. And I also ended up being asked to cover a maternity leave position for physician health, which was a very interesting combination of, like, if you think about the origin story, I wanted to work with people, their work issues, burnout, and there I was, like, years later, totally randomly back in that. And I loved it. It was just really nice to work with these, like, physicians and dealing with their stresses of that kind of work. And then next thing I know, that was a limited term thing. And I went back to my private practice a little bit. My career has ebbed and flowed based on what I thought my kids needed, a little bit more of the mom side, a little bit more of the academic. I had a lot of flexibility, which I appreciate. So one day I actually, this is the funny part, where I was looking for an internship for my oldest daughter, trying to be like, let's see what's out there. And I saw this position at New Jersey Lawyers Assistants. I'm like, what is that? And
that's funny, because my question is, like, wondering in my mind is, how did we get to New Jersey Lab?
Right.
How did you...
It was one of those things where I was like, I'm only going to go back to another organizational setting if I feel I'm really drawn to the purpose. And I saw this posting, and I was like, something about it really spoke to me. And I was like, I'm just going to click it and see. And there it was. I totally forgotten I even applied to that position. I get a call. We hit it off. It's a wonderful team. It's a great purpose. And over a year and a half later, I'm here loving it, coming up with new programming.
Right. And you told your daughter that she couldn't apply to this job. You said, this one's mine.
Well, right? This wouldn't have been like for her anyways, but, why was I even on LinkedIn? I was just like trying to see, like, what kind of things are out there for these kids? Because really, people finding where their passion is and settling somewhere is harder and harder, it seems.
No, I actually, before Evan, you've had some time to think about your origin story. I'm going to ask you about yours in a second. But as you were talking, Daphne, I was thinking that when you said you wanted your parents to just tell you, I thought, oh, my goodness. I mean, I have 4 kids, in college and post-college and in graduate school, and none of them want me to tell them anything. They want to, like, figure it out all on their own, which I thought was interesting. But it's funny that you took so many different turns and you ended up sort of where you thought you wanted to be to begin with. So
exactly.
That's great.
Exactly.
So Evan, did little Evan on the playground at 10 say, I am going to be not only a lawyer, but a DWI expert?
I probably was known for arguing with my mother and siblings, and but I don't know it. In fact, I didn't decide to go to law school until last minute, last semester. I love to travel, so I was taking comparative literature courses in England, and I figured I would just be an English professor. But I decided to go to law school, and pretty much right away I was interested in mostly just criminal law, constitutional. So I graduated from Rutgers in Camden, and ironically, I just taught a class there on New Jersey municipal court. So, I clerked for a judge in Camden County. I got out of the clerkship a little early to start my criminal defense career with another lawyer who was doing a capital murder case, and I hooked up. Pretty bad word. I associated with a civil attorney as well, so I got both sides of it. I was trying personal injury cases and was bored silly, and just really liked the criminal side and liked the municipal court side. Getting into more specialty stuff, and kind of I don't know if it's a funny story or bizarre. I ended up doing DWI because so a lot of lawyers, and I don't want to trash my fellow brethren and sistren. A lot of lawyers dabble in different things, don't necessarily specialize, and then don't necessarily do the right thing to take something to the nth degree, which is really what should be done in every single situation. So I was one of those people. I admit, early in my career, I took a case or several cases and didn't really know the science of DWI. And that also wasn't even a phrase at the time. And so I remember coming out of court one day with a client who was wearing heels during her arrest and had a .10 breath test at the time, and that was the limit. Now, of course, it's 08, and pled guilty. And on the way out, she said, couldn't we have done better than that? And I thought, probably, right? So that's when I decided to become, to study it. I loved law school. Figured, I didn't become a lawyer to be a scientist or a mathematician, but I figured I could handle some forensic science classes, and I learned the science behind DWI, and it's significant. I think there are countless lawyers do not really know even how these machines work, or what the basis of the estimate of the breath testing is, how to defend a blood case, hundreds and hundreds of issues. And so I studied it, and 33 years later, I've been in some really fortunate situations, representing the defendant that set the standard for breath testing in New Jersey back in 2008 in a case called State versus Chun. And now currently there's a new machine that they're pushing out in a case called State versus Cunningham, and that's my case too. So that's now just starting to percolate in the system. In fact, my weekend is going to be doing a motion on that to try and get some funds for experts in the case, because my client is the sole defendant in the case, and she's carrying the burden for everybody to sort of ratify this machine. So I also, one other thing, or just sort of interesting, I also got fortunate to get involved at a time where the internet, when Al Gore invented the internet, way back then.
Thank goodness for Al.
Thank you. Not being political, I'm just saying, because I thought that was a funny thing. DWI is people don't like to talk about it, but it happens to, everybody. Fortunately, I have not been the subject of that, but that also is a discussion for the Mighty MERP today. Anyway, it was great advertising opportunity with the internet because people could really search on the internet for things that you don't necessarily want to talk about. Bankruptcy, DWI. Look, everybody that knows a personal injury lawyer or now a family law attorney, but these are the things that you don't really talk about. So I've been very fortunate to be in the right place at the right time, to work hard and to really love what I do.
Right.
And when you first asked me the question about my background story, I thought, what is she referring to? Because we're here certainly for a very interesting topic that I'm sure you'll outline here. But my background with regard to, you want to get into that now?
I mean, you can do it. I was going to, before we kind of jump into the topic while we're here, and we're here to talk about the New Jersey Lawyers Assistance Program and detail the, sort of its origin story and where the services it provides. And also, I know, Evan, you're going to share your personal story and sort of how you, I'm going to say, had the New Jersey Lawyers Assistance Program, had someone work with you. I'm not sure if that was where you turned your personal story around. I think it was a part of your story. But I did want to talk about the whole idea of specializing in an area of law. And I thought it was interesting with your point that you decided that this was an area that you could do better. Couldn't I have done better? Couldn't you have done better? And you thought, I could have. And, as a business owner, I have a lot of people talk to me about expanding my practice to different areas than I handle. And I handle DUIs, but I say that I'm a criminal trial attorney. I'm a certified criminal trial attorney. And I'm done that for 27 years. That's all I've ever done. And so when people ask me to expand into divorce, into custody, into areas, I like to say I'm an expert in my area of law. And I have put all that time into becoming an expert. And I've also gone back and taught at my alma mater, Delaware Law School, and I've also taught at Rowan. And I like that expertise. I do not want to be a jack of all trades. I like being an expert in my area of law and having people call me to ask me about how I was able to resolve a case a certain way that they think they have similar matters and things like that, and putting the pieces together for my clients. So I think it's important that it's okay to be once, I know you do you do a lot of municipal court, and you do.
I just do DWI. Yeah.
Yep.
And I actually, I changed the name of my firm instead of just, LeVeaux and Associates or whatever it was over the years to LeVeaux DWI Law. And I did that for the very specific reason so that people would not call and say, hey, can you handle this will? Or, I could say to my friend, well, I'm sorry, I'm going to help you. But I just can't, because that's not what I do.
I can unless you get a DWI. If you get a DWI, I can assist you.
It's not the best, representing your friends, but it does happen. So, I wanted, it was a risk, obviously, to pigeonhole into just such a tight genre, as it were. But as it turns out, there's plenty of work to go around.
So let's talk about New Jersey LAP, which is the New Jersey Lawyers Assistance Program. I'm going to start with, when I used to hear New Jersey LAP, I really just thought about it as individuals who had alcohol issues or drug issues. That's really, and that usually if you were involved in New Jersey LAP, then, your professional career probably was that there was a problem, that there was going to be a major problem. So, Daphne, do you want to kind of break some of those myths and what is New Jersey LAP and sort of, what the myths are and what the reality of the program is now?
Of course. I think that's an excellent way to introduce NJ LAP, because in some ways those myths go to the origin story of NJ LAP. Speaking of origin stories, and although I've been with New Jersey Lawyers Assistance for a little over a year and a half at this point, that's one of the first things that I wanted to learn about, like, how did it even come to be? Because until seeing that position on LinkedIn, I'd never heard of a lawyer's assistance program. I'd worked with physicians' health programs. I'd worked with nurses helping nurses. I'd worked with programs with dentists. But I'd never heard that lawyers had a program that they could turn to. So the fact is I can hopefully don't count on dates too much, but what I understand is that it goes all the way back to 1979 when the founder of New Jersey LAP, William Bill Kane, I believe he was 8-9 months out of rehab, and he was joined with 16, 17 other attorneys to my knowledge. And they basically all agreed that there needed to be some kind of support system for people who had difficulties with alcohol or other substances and wanted to not lose their ability to work in the field, but it was also clear to them that they needed certain kind of support, lawyers helping each other. And I understand they approached the then Supreme Court Chief Justice, Justice Valence, and tried to get a program started, a confidential program where lawyers helped others. And it appears like about 13, 14 years of, trying one thing or another. And NJ LAP, by the time 1993 rolled around, I believe was one of the first programs in the country to actually be sort of fully formed. So New Jersey was seen as the model. So when you look at that kind of origin story and the length of time before NJ LAP was formalized, that lawyers concerned for lawyers worked behind the scenes, not necessarily under an umbrella of a confidential organization that was supported by the court, it's not surprising that people think, oh, this is the place where people with alcohol and drug problems go. However, back certainly end of 70s, 80s, 90s, the predominant thinking about why people develop addiction was it started with it's a moral shortcoming. It's there was a lot of it's a personal choice. It was understood from that lens. But as we became able to do more research, and as addiction as an illness, addiction and how it affects the brain, and what are some of the aspects of addiction that make it so difficult to treat? As we learned more and more about it, psychologists and medicine, all of us, the moral aspect of seeing addiction as a moral issue, a character issue, fortunately started getting redefined. And we also understood that addiction just wasn't a standalone thing. It was related to social, biological, psychological, environmental exposures. And because we know that the environment in which attorneys exist, the stress, the type of it's not okay to show any vulnerability type of belief makes it so much harder for people to come forth about addiction. we realized that you can't really even make a connection with people who want help from other lawyers, from other clinicians around their addiction, unless you address some of the systemic issues, some of the psychological comorbidities with it. You see a lot of depression and anxiety. You see other mood disorders. You see other addictive issues together. So it only made sense that NJ Lab and many other labs that were modeled after NJ Lab started moving towards more of a broad brush program, as we call them. So today we're very much about, if you needed help with substance use disorders, we're there. But we're also there for the entire domain of an attorney's well-being, whether it's social, emotional, occupational, spiritual, or physical.
Right. So I think following up on that, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I like the way you said, it used to be a character issue or a moral deficiency or some sort of issue. And I saw Evan's piece on that. And so I'm going to ask Evan, when you heard that, what was your reaction to it? I mean, I saw the smirk or the reaction to it regarding addiction. Because I think we know now, we're all wise enough to know now that, that the idea that you could deal with addiction without mental health is impossible, that they're so wrapped up together. Evan?
So many ways to address them. It's, you probably can't see this. That is was
a Zoom
wall
call?
hanging.
No?
It was a wall hanging. I was up in Wayne Municipal Court this morning.
Mm-hmm.
And all these people are people that have died from overdose.
I grew up in Wayne, that. So
right.
Now I'm like, send me the picture.
Yeah, I will. And then on the outside, it was overdose awareness. I have to do my Facebook post later today. But it's so multifaceted. I know we're talking about professional, but getting caught up in drugs or alcohol and letting it rule how you do things it's very personal. All the stories are different, of course. But to answer what you're saying, look, especially with a professional, to have an issue with alcohol or drugs that is problematic in their life in any way, not necessarily just professionally or professionally at all, but affecting relationships and everything about somebody's life, physically, emotionally, mentally, etc. It is a stigma, or was a stigma, or is a stigma. And I'll answer it this way as well. You and I have talked about today and things in general. We've done some other work together on this, and I had an issue, and that's why I'm here today. And we'll talk about that as we go. But I was on a Zoom a couple months ago, and I came out and said, "Hi, my name's Evan. I'm an addict." And that was it. I talked about, and we'll talk about today. But somebody must have gotten back or gotten around to somebody, and that's fine. I don't care. I'm fine. I am comfortable with my situation from the past and certainly the present. But somebody said, somebody else, "Hey, did you know that I was an addict?" Well, I mean, I guess I am. I mean, I'm an addict for a whole bunch of different things, but I was or am a drug addict. I'm 100% sober. I've been sober for years. But I did have an issue. So it's, once an addict, always an addict. Like to eat, all kind of different things. But, the point being, somebody heard about, and I'm here today, with FNF and with you to try and help people sort of come to the center of it and to know that it's okay to admit that there are issues and to address the issues and know that it's going to be okay. But somebody said when I was doing the CLE for attorney wellness, oh, he's currently using. Well, I mean, that's just ridiculous. And regardless, but people are afraid. People are jealous. I don't know. People are ignorant about these sort of things, and so even currently, there's an issue. I'm certainly taking a risk by being here today.
So, Evan, do you want to share your story and the real story so that any of the rumors or whispers that people are saying that are false can be corrected, and you can sort of share your experience and not only your experience, but maybe connect it to New Jersey LAP if you can?
Sure. So I'm not sure where I got cut off, but or we had a little technical glitch. This is honestly, of course, the first time I'm really talking about this in a forum directly related to this. I've certainly presented at meetings. I've done the CLE. I did a CLE in San Diego for the DUI Defense Lawyers Association a few years ago on the subject. So, but telling my story now is pretty big, but it's important, and it's important because I'm hopeful that it can help others that are facing what I faced and facing the issue of coming out, so to speak. I don't know if that's certainly the right term, but of
No, I think it's coming out. It's sort of acknowledging it. You have an amazingly you have a professional career and also a professional image, and the Mighty MERP Podcast is focused in New Jersey. We're talking about New Jersey well-being, and I understand that it's hard in some ways to share it. It's almost sharing an intimacy or something very personal. And maybe California was easy because how many New Jersey lawyers were there?
Well, I was presenting in front of some of very close friends, and it got very emotional. I didn't make it through the first 5 minutes without crying. But there's a lot of space between my use and now. So I feel comfortable and confident to be able to talk about it. It is an emotional thing at any point in time. But it's so hard for a professional or a lawyer, a doctor, anybody, to have an issue and then worry about coming out, about coming clean and accepting help. And that's the biggest issue of all, to surrender and accept help from family, friends, strangers in AA or NA. So I had an issue with narcotics, with cocaine. I certainly liked other things as well. No other kind of drugs, but marijuana. I love a good Scotch. Wine. But I originally started with the cocaine a long time ago, really for energy purposes. We are running around the clock, us lawyers. Go to the office, go to court, do the paperwork, meet with clients, deal with anything. And it's certainly not limited to lawyers, but that's sort of how it started. I needed a couple extra hours in the day. Look, I'm not advocating this. I'm certainly not proud of it. I'm very proud of where I am now. Multiple years clean and sober. I do nothing. I don't smoke. I don't drink. I certainly don't do any drugs. anything prescriptive is non-narcotic. So I'm very comfortable and super grateful. We were just away at another seminar this past weekend where the lawyers were drinking heavily, and I was so glad not to be part of that, not to be part of it, but not to be doing the drinking, saying the things that they were saying or doing, and then waking up the next day and feeling the effects. So, anyway, it was recreational. And then it got worse. It got all consuming. And, look, that stuff changes your everything. Metabolism, changes your brain. And, I needed, intervention. And, it was becoming clear to, my family and to some friends that I had a problem. I was able to mask it very well, which most addicts are very good at, because you got to be. You don't want people to know about this stuff. You don't want the help. So I had a friend who, another lawyer, who said, "Look, let's go. Let's go to New Jersey Lawyers Assistance Program." I'm like, "What is that?" I don't want to go.
Did you think you had a problem at the time?
You know, by that point in time, yes, I knew that it was running my life, essentially. And, you know, you don't want to admit that. You say, what kind of person in our profession? I'm sure definitely you're it's all type A person. Right? It's all these people that are always in control, and, you know, business owners, and, you know, with good reputations that the rest of the world would have no idea what's going on. And I, being a DWI lawyer, there's an extra added irony, just with the intoxication issues. You know, people didn't know. There's nobody in the profession that knew I had an issue except for my close friend, who was another lawyer. I'm good friends with my wife, and he came in. There was an intervention, which did not go well. But so I did come to Lawyers Assistance Program voluntarily. My friend said, "Come on, let's just hear what they have to say," and that's kind of all I needed. I couldn't. Nobody could take me anywhere. I wasn't going to go into rehab at that time. I wasn't going to admit that I really even had an issue or a problem, because wow, what's that going to do to my reputation, to my practice, to my life, to my clients, to my. Just keep filling in the blank. And it was terrifying, absolutely terrifying, debilitating, to the extent that I didn't want help. I can handle this. I got it. It's one of my favorite phrases all the time is from Cat in the Hat. It's fun to have fun, but you have to know how. I figured I was knowing how, right? I can manage my stuff, and but then I couldn't, and it became a problem at home. And look, I was and am so good at what I do. I'm not sound arrogant. I'm not trying. I know my stuff.
There's a fine line between confidence and arrogance, and you can be confident in your skill and proud of the skill of the work, and not be arrogant. Although I'm going to say confidence. Be confident.
Thank you. I'm good at what I do. I know my stuff. I literally had no problems with any ethical issues with clients. I never had a problem with the bar. I never messed up a case, because I can do this like the back of my hand. I know this stuff.
You could do it with a broken heart. Sorry. Well, I had to throw a little Taylor Swift in there. Do you think that the only people that really knew were the people so close to you that sort of knew you in a way that you could put the act on in front of your clients or in front of judges, and you could play?
100%. 100%. There's a fine line here about what to share and what not to share. But I can tell you there were instances that I'm not proud of. But again, I didn't f up. I didn't mess up a case. I didn't screw anything up for a client. I wasn't disrespectful or inappropriate with anything in court. Fortunately, right? I mean, that's not the case for everybody in that situation. So,
but it did affect your marriage, right? And it affected your personal relationships,
and it did affect my business, right? So yes, 100% affected my relationships everywhere in the office, and certainly probably with clients. Maybe I was not as patient as I should have been. Any number of things, but I because I've done a deep dive into the sort of ethics of what I experienced, and I was very concerned about that. And that's one of the issues that LAP, Lawyers Assistance Program, addresses for you or with you. If you go in voluntarily, and definitely you can tell us the parameters. If you go in voluntarily and you start to address the issues directly, it's a very positive step if there are any ethical issues. Well, that was kind of one of the things that did not marry me to LAP at the time, because I didn't have any ethical issues. And I wasn't willing to take the risk of outing myself at that point in time and get into a program and address my issues.
So let me stop you here, Evan, because now I'm going to go to and ask you about the confidentiality concerns if you go to New Jersey LAP, because, the goal of the podcast is for people to sort of be inspired by you, Evan, in some ways, to see that it's, if you have issues or problems, it's not the end of your career, but also to open up, our community and lawyers in New Jersey to know that New Jersey LAP has this availability. And my understanding is there is confidentiality to a point with New Jersey LAP. There is confidentiality. I would ask you to kind of expand on that.
Absolutely. There is complete confidentiality, not to a point. It's like confidentiality no matter what. We do not report to anyone, anybody, period.
It's a huge, because, Evan, you mentioned it about the ethics, it's such a concern for those who listen that are not attorneys. There is an Office of Attorney Ethics. Lawyers can lose their job lose their license to practice for different reasons, not usually for substance issues, but substance or gambling issues that lead to embezzling of your client's money, you're going to be disbarred for that. So, but there's a huge concern of for all of us to have an ethics violation against us.
Right. So I was very comfortable going to LAP initially with my friend and meeting with somebody. It was very understanding. It was very relaxed. You come in, you're all nervous, and I was all nervous and worried about everything, but they made me feel extremely comfortable, knowing that it is totally confidential. That wasn't really my concern. My concern, but that's why I went, because I knew it was confidential. Mm-hmm. My concern was just admitting that I had a real problem, and then ultimately addressing it, because then I had to address it, and I did it. But it took. I'd have to think back on the timing, but it was not shortly afterward when I did start to address the issue. But I started the action with LAP, and it was extremely positive. And look, if I had the ability and the wherewithal to do it at that point in time, to really follow up with LAP, I wish I did. But that's not necessarily in the makeup of either an addict or a professional, and a professional addict.
Right.
Because it's the denial, it's not an issue type of thing. I can manage my fun, which
right. I'm handling it. I'm good. Yeah. I'm okay. I got it.
Right. It took a breakdown emotionally, physically, and almost mentally to say, I give up. Okay, take me. And that is not easy. And so hopefully from what we're doing here and what I would love to talk to anybody about these issues, one-on-one, of course, whatever, is to make somebody comfortable and aware that it doesn't have to get to a point of no return or a point of, almost no return. You can address these things and be fine, be 100% fine.
Right.
Get the help that you need, therapy, medication if necessary, abstinence, ultimately. But it's so doable. I used the word before, surrender. That is such a concept that I wish I had just surrendered when my friend took me to LAP and said, you know what? Yeah, I've got an issue. I couldn't say at that point in time, hi, my name's Evan. That was not a definition I was willing to accept. It took a long time to do that. But had I done it then, and had I had maybe somebody like Defna or me talking and you moderating this to say it's okay and you can do it. And it's actually not the worst thing in the world for you to come and say, hey, my name is, and I've got a problem, because LAP is the organization that can help you through it totally confidentially and not be something that's going to ruin your life, your practice, your everything.
Right. And as we all said, it's confidential, but more importantly, there's no reporting relationship. There's no, because I think that's one of the myths. Like, as you said, Evan, you had the belief that people went to NJ Lab because they were having ethics issues and they were going there to save their career or their license. And I think it's, the language is so important that it's confidential and there's no reporting relationship. So there really isn't a connection between the Office of Attorney Ethics. There's no relationship between NJ Lab and the Office of Attorney Ethics is the best way to say it.
You don't necessarily trust that initially, but I can tell you from going there, being there, having that experience, and then having the alternate experience of really having to do it on my own. Wow. I wish I would have taken the benefits of the lawyer assistance program to help guide me through all these issues. It would have been much easier, but I had to figure it out for myself.
You wanted the long, hard road.
Yeah. Somebody told me, my therapist told me, when I wasn't ready to admit these things, I was in therapy. And he said, look, I need you to do a 12-step program to address this, or I can't work with you anymore. And I said, 12-step program? First of all, it's not a problem. Second of all, I don't talk to my best friend about this issue. I try not to talk to my wife about it. Why am I going to talk to a bunch of strangers? Well, no, you need to learn the skills and such. And I'm like, can I use the gesture? I was like, no. You can cut that on if you want. I was like, I'm not going to do it. And I literally got fired by my therapist.
Which is hard to do,
Well, I was pretty good at the process there. In doing it, I was, so it's those things that if that doesn't tell you that you've got an issue or a problem, ain't nothing with it. When the entire world starts to say X and you're saying Y, there's a reason they're saying X. Not political issues, of course, but you're upside down and you need the help. So I wish I had somebody like this to be able to confide in and see that it's okay to do and that it is totally confident.
Right. So let me ask Defna, do you think these are the same concerns with people reaching out? I mean, today, for New Jersey LAP? Or do you think, I mean, I feel like New Jersey LAP has expanded so much beyond just addiction and alcohol issues. I think that you've reached out to law school students like right at the beginning. So lawyers coming out, young lawyers who really are struggling the most, I think. And I say they're struggling. It's not just me saying it. The Putting Lawyers First task force has said
Right.
young lawyers have the highest level of stress, highest level of anxiety, maybe they're more likely to report than lawyers that have been around for a significant amount of time. But yeah. But with that being said, my question to you is, what Evan is saying, does that resonate with the people that are reaching out to New Jersey LAP?
Well, there's several layers to look at to be able to answer that question completely. One, I think this is the most important message for people to hear. Ambivalence is part and parcel of addiction. So you have ambivalence no matter what. When you think you have a problem, when you've admitted it, when you admitted it yesterday, but like maybe not so much today. And really, we know from treatment research, that every different phase of one's working on their addiction is what I prefer to call it, because it's ongoing work. A lot of work goes into understanding the problem, surrendering, getting whatever kind of support you need. Then you get the first kind of support, and then maybe you need the other things like Evan was talking about. Sometimes you may make it to a therapist, but then you're resistant to 12-step. There's ambivalence, every part of it, right? So if anybody's thinking that like there's somehow going to be someone who says, oh, yes, oh, thanks for bringing it up to me, I now see it in entire clarity. Yes, I have a problem and I'm going to get some help and stay on that path. It just cannot happen. It's not in the nature of the illness. Nature of the illness is, but this is so good. I mean, there's obviously real chemical reasons why our brain just says, but why can't we have that? But why can't I keep on doing this? Right? So that's why when it was not understood that this is something that changes your entire brain, then affects your behavior, then affects everything else in your life, and then, the cycle goes on, but rather seen as like a character defect. Like if you're strong enough, like you can just say, okay, I have a problem and I'll stop. Like if you believe that that's why people get addicted, then of course you're going to believe that, well, like obviously you weren't strong enough, that you didn't stop. So getting back to your question, fortunately, because now there is a lot of research, we have the capabilities of like seeing inside your brain and seeing what happens when you actually quit substances, seeing why cravings happen, seeing what needs to happen for brain to repair certain connections that it has lost because of long-term use of substances. Because we now understand the phenomena of addiction better, hopefully there is some lightening of that stigma. But unfortunately, when you're dealing with professionals who are generally pretty good at setting goals and attaining them, the idea that like they cannot figure out how to fix this issue, that even if they're accepting that it's an issue, it's very difficult to admit. It's difficult to admit that you have an addiction, but it's almost more difficult to admit that like, but I have actually accomplished everything I have set my mind to. And this happens not just with substances. Years ago, when I worked at a weight management division of a large hospital, I had a client who was an incredibly successful professional, not an attorney, some other field. Let's just leave it at that. he had awards and accolades, and he had like made like really a lot of money. And he was suffering from very debilitating obesity, had a lot of health impacts, and he had incredible shame around this. He refused to go to award ceremonies to get an award that he was given as like a star of his field, because he said, I feel like if I stand on stage looking like someone who couldn't take care of himself, no one's gonna like think that I am worthy of this award. So I've seen this everywhere, right? When you're a professional, when you're very successful, it's this sort of false belief that like, what do you mean I can't manage something else? So getting back to your question, today we know that someone could be, a very strong-willed person and in so many other things in their life, but it has nothing to do with a strong will. This is an illness that affects your body, your brain in every kind of way. So with that understanding, I think there is definitely more openness. This generation going into the practice of law, I always say when I go to law schools, they're definitely very fortunate with regards to going into this field where there is someone at your orientation speaking to you. I was at law schools this whole last month. A lot of us from NJLAP and LAPs around the country, we were at law schools telling students, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. You will have a moment across the career that you'll have a hard time, not just with addiction, but any other kind of issue. So yes, there is more help seeking, but anyone who comes in to seek help for addiction, they're going to have ambivalence. That's the first thing that you need to understand.
But I also I know we've been focusing on addiction. New Jersey Lab handles mental health issues, suicidal ideation, depression, anxiety. And you mentioned the lawyers coming in or starting law school. I think this whole generation of new lawyers is going to be able to put better words and acknowledgement. And I say this as a parent of, I have still 3 kids in college and 1 in grad, but my college students talk to me about how they talk about mental health so openly in college regarding wellness and what they need to feel well mentally, not just physically, in a way that I think people of my generation just are not comfortable doing. I mean, I think we're comfortable in joking of like my therapist and Evan, I do the same thing. I'm like, my therapist has said that I'm allowed to feel these feels. Like I needed a therapist to tell me at 53 that it's okay to feel things that should obviously be okay to feel, right? And
sometimes you need permission.
You just need permission. But I do think it's part of I think there's something unique about lawyers. We take care of other people. Problems. We are fixers. We are helping people. Usually, it doesn't really matter what area of law you think about it. When you're representing someone, they have a problem that they're coming to you to fix. And I say, like, I can fix things. I get things done. And there's a lot of power and energy to that. And yet there's also a draining of it, an emotional draining for lawyers when everyone is, I guess, pulling from us or taking from us, which is why I think lawyers' wellness and this idea of having the resources is so important, because you said it as you said it to the law students. Like, it might not be addiction, but there's going to come a time in everyone's life where there is going to be an emotional toll. It does not mean that it's clinical to the point that you need medicine or, but life is hard,
Absolutely.
and there's going to come a time where you're going to be overwhelmed or anxious or, depressed, or going through a life cycle, which, I've talked about briefly, but, I took care of my mom for 2 years who had dementia while having 4 kids that I'm still helping guide into adulthood. Who knew? Nobody told me. Did anyone tell us that, it's hard being a caregiver to everyone?
Absolutely. I have a great story actually that happened last week where I was connected last year to a law student, and the person who facilitated that connection was actually one of their professors. So, that tells you the importance of the whole community addressing this, right? So she was a student who was not from the state and had, obviously, along with the first year of law school, she also was away from family supports, but just sort of like she was fish out of water in every which way, right? And she needed, it seems to the professor that she might need some additional support. So she connected us. So we had a few sessions. We talked about, a few meetings around, how to socialize, how to deal with stressors of law school while trying to establish a new life. Just a few meetings. Then things got busy for the student, and we did occasionally, hi, how are things going? Kind of, it becomes a relationship, right? It's not an ongoing therapy per se. That's not what we provide, but it's a place that you can reach out to. So just last week, I get this phone call, like really stressed out phone call. And this student says, I started a law clinic and I'm like really, really overwhelmed. I just feel like I'm going to mess up everything, just the usual, right? Like we all went through that in our first like big, like real experience. And I was just like fascinated by the fact that she actually had like the ability to remember to call. She reached out. We just had a 20-minute phone call. I was like, okay, let's just take a deep breath first. Tell me what's going on. She had all the resources she needed anyways. And I said, I'm so glad you called. She said, me too. Because I would have completely spiraled out. And that was it. I don't know if I'll hear from her anytime soon. I don't need to. But that's the idea. We all get overwhelmed. And to know that there's someone you can pick up the call instead of saying like, oh, that's it. I'm an imposter. I shouldn't have even been here. I mean, everybody knows that we say these things when we're younger and getting into the field. So that's what I love about working with Angela, because you really can not only touch people's lives individually, whether it's about addiction or just, what was I even thinking getting into law school? Like, I don't think I can survive this. And then ultimately, like improving the community on every domain.
Well said. Well said. It's funny. So I'm going to ask Evan my lawyer question. I have interns every semester. They go into court, and I say these are my Stockton University interns for the semester. And then I say now to the lawyers, don't discourage. They want to go to law school, so only positive, because I have so many.
Why would you think about
Exactly. I have so many lawyers that are saying, you're not in law school yet, don't go. And I think, I don't know, I think there's so much positive about being a lawyer. And for the most part, I would say I love being a lawyer. I don't know if I could do it for 20 more years at this point. I've done it, about 28. So 20 more years seems like a lot, but I love it. What would you say to a young person, even through everything you've been through, about attending or going to law school?
I love what I do. I love where I am right now. I mean, sitting here with you, but just in life and having the experiences that I've had. I love everything about what I do. I have one associate. I've got 4 people that work with me. In addition, so I'm a small business. That can be have a lot of issues and have its own headaches and practice law and practice research and family and just everything. Love all of it. So I'm 58. I will do this. I can't imagine not to. Yeah, I want to, relax a little bit, and I don't play golf. I don't do drugs anymore. But I love what I do. So I will keep it. So going to law school was great. Learning the profession was great. So yeah, I'm not maybe I am the right person to talk to about something like this because I just think it's fun and every aspect about it is cool. So I love helping people. I love being in court. It's almost not fair. I mean, but that's the best thing because if you love what you do, if you thrive on what you do, you're going to do it well and you're going to excel at it. To not enjoy, I mean, if we're talking directly about lawyers or anything, any type of profession, pick the area that you're really interested in, and you will thrive. If you don't, you might not.
Right. What I say to my students or my law interns now is it's a great education. You learn to think in a way that no other degree will teach you to analyze and think the way lawyers think. If you're not sure if that's what you want to do, it's a lot of money to spend on something that you're not sure of. But if you're sure, then I say it's great. And I think I'm fortunate too, because I really do like what I do and I like my clients. I just think 20 years, I'll be almost 75, and that might just be too long, So that's when I say I don't want to do it 20 years, just because I think it's a little bit of a young person's game, what you and I do. You're just young at heart.
Listen, the experience is great. It's a great leg up. Obviously, we're not here to talk about that, but as long as you love what you do, you're going to presumably or hopefully do it well, but you're going to enjoy doing it. And that's what matters. If you enjoy what you're doing, keep doing it. And I don't see retirement anytime soon. Plus, I've got a couple weddings for kids in the future. So,
Never ends. So let me ask both of you the final question of our conversation that I really enjoyed with both of you. Any final words? I'm going to start with Daphne. Do you have any final words about New Jersey LAP that if you could, share and have, everyone here, what would you want to end with regards to New Jersey LAP and lawyers' wellness, I would say?
Well, I think I'm going to go back to what Evan said about going into NJ LAP, but not really, I believe you said like being married to it or sticking with it. I'd like to believe that even that one meeting, that one place to start, your best friends knew that there was a place to start, and we're not the place to end. We're really a place to start the conversation about if something is not working out, whether it's about why am I feeling sad all the time? Why am I feeling like I just don't any longer have a day that I actually feel like going to? I'm feeling burnt out. I'm feeling like I'm constantly overwhelmed. Whatever the issue is, NJ Lab is a great place to start thinking it through. It's sort of like we're part of the field of law. We understand all of the concerns that attorneys have. And we also serve judges. I mean, just to also make sure to mention that we understand what's at stake. We're really good at figuring out what's next. So if anything, I hope that people could take away that if we're not for you, then all you have done is waste a phone call. But give it a shot, right? And to actually say, what do do you know people who suffer with these things? What can I do? We're really good at providing resources. We're really good at approaching everything from a place of compassion. And that, among all of the other things that any kind of therapeutic environment provides for either addiction or mental health issues, is being able to connect with someone who's compassionate about what you're going through. Research tells us that's one of the main reasons why people stay in treatment. It may not be the same place, but we have a good understanding of what attorneys and judges and law students go through. I hope that people will allow us to just be part of your support system. We don't have to be the end-all, be-all, but we are confidential, we're free, we're there, and we get what you're going through. So what's there to lose? I mean, you can just say, I'm going to give it a shot, I'm going to give it a call, and if at the end of 10 minutes you don't feel like, we're going to be a good resource for you, no hard feelings.
Thank you. Evan, did you, anything that you want to, final words?
Oh, so just to follow up directly on what Daphne said, I went to LAP with my friend, and I think there was a follow-up phone call, I recall, but there was no tracking, there was no mail, it was up to me to decide. And I'm sitting here thinking about it, the conversation was, hey, just checking in with you. If there's anything we can do, we're here for you. And that was it. And that was very comforting because I was not being tracked. I was not, my bar number wasn't out there. It was very personal and not, it wasn't scary at all. And, so it's such a great resource, which is why I'm here now.
Thank you.
And frankly,
it means so much that you're actually endorsing us, and especially from someone who said, and I figured out another way of taking care of myself.
Well, and I wish I had taken, not advantage of, but taken advantage of
Right.
Of LAP, but I was so scared. I was terrified of being out there and being seen by anybody, much less even the LAP, totally confidential. But I guess what I want to say, in conjunction with LAP and just overall, it's like, relax, don't worry about it, don't be scared. Look, don't be scared. The hardest thing I did was resist. The hardest thing that I did was kept fighting, hiding, trying to maintain control of what was not controllable. I literally shouldn't be here right now. I can't tell you how grateful that I am. And it's because I was able to finally say, okay, I can't do this on my own. And there's no reason that you should have to do it on your own. It's not going to happen. You don't want to do it on your own. You're doing something else. But the help is out there, and it's safe. And that's the best. And there are people that do understand. And the hardest thing was just fighting it. The anxiety and the stress of being in the midst of the problem is debilitating. And that's ultimately what led to why I finally gave in. I couldn't do it anymore. Couldn't do the emotional part, the physical part, or the mental part. And I was just like, take me. I called my friend and he took me somewhere else. I went into a rehab and it worked.
Thank you, because very powerful words, Evan. The hardest part was the fighting. I really do appreciate you sharing. I know we've talked about this personally, and I think what you're doing is so brave. And I also think that it's so necessary for us to be able to know that there's help and that, I think, as you said, once you surrender, that's really in the end when I could see you breathe.
Right.
I'm telling you, it's a palpable relief when you finally say, okay, I can't I can't do this on my own. I need the help. I'm willing to accept it because the alternative, it ain't good.
Thank you both for joining me on Mighty MERP. Thank you for helping me kick off season 4. And I look forward to connecting with you guys soon.
Thank you for introducing us. It was very, very powerful to hear your story, Evan. And I agree with Melissa. It's so hard to share your story outside of rooms, outside of treatment settings. Thank you. Thank you for doing that.
We hope you enjoyed this episode of the Mighty MERP Podcast. This podcast is not a source of legal advice. No two legal cases are the same. Contact an attorney if you require legal assistance. This podcast is not a source of legal advice. No two legal cases are the same. Contact an attorney if you require legal assistance.
Welcome back to the Mighty MERP Podcast. Today, my guest is Linda Laskowski-Jones. How did I do on that?
You did great.
Thank you. Linda is a registered nurse, has had a career in nursing, and we are going to talk today about the idea of criminalizing medical mistakes. And before we jump into that, Linda, could you just tell me a little bit about your background, or at least tell my guests, not my guests, my viewers?
Sure. I've had a long nursing career history. Let's just say it's more than 3 decades, and I'll leave it at that. I have a bachelor's and a master's degree in nursing. I am a advanced practice nurse and a clinical nurse specialist. I'm also a certified emergency nurse, and I have my NEABC, which is a Nurse Executive Advanced certification. I'm a fellow of the American Academy of Nursing, and also an EMT. So I've had a long history in emergency and trauma, going back from college all the way really to the present. That's the practice area I've specialized in. I love with all my heart, and I feel very, very fortunate to have been in it that long. So I teach, I write. Currently, I'm the editor-in-chief of a very large nursing journal and do some work in trauma quality and trauma center accreditation.
Okay. Fair to say that you're an expert in this area of law, correct? I mean, this area of practice. I always say law, but expertise in nursing.
Yes. I've had a long history as well as in nursing leadership roles. So I've certainly dealt with medical error.
So I'm going to just jump right into this. Let's talk about medical errors. I mean, I think it's fair to say that everyone wants to make sure there are no medical errors in, when you're having surgery, when you're seeing a doctor. It's fair to say, though, that this would be almost an impossible feat to get it to a 0% errors.
The idea of going into a healthcare setting scares most people. I mean, it can scare me, right? So like anyone else from that perspective. And you want care to be perfect. I mean, that is the goal. And that is the goal of nurses and of other healthcare professionals, right? Doctors. Everyone goes into the business because they want to take care of people to the best degree that they possibly can. But at the end of the day, everyone is also human. And, there was obviously a lot of work done around the concept to err as human. So that is, it's a book, and it kind of is the basis of our whole response, our current response to errors in healthcare.
So there seems to be a trend over the last few years to attempt to criminalize mistakes that occur in a medical setting. I think you're familiar with the case in Tennessee where there was a nurse who was convicted of negligent homicide for medical error that we can talk about. And I also handled a case, I think now it's been almost 2 years ago, where I had a client that was charged with manslaughter in New Jersey, also for a medical error. And that's how you and I met, because you educated me regarding this issue and sort of, the problems with attempting to criminalize these medical mistakes. From the perspective of those in the medical field, could you tell me what the position is generally regarding the idea of criminalizing or trying to prosecute cases where there are medical errors?
Absolutely. So the whole concept of criminalizing medical error is terrifying. And it's terrifying for a lot of different reasons. One is we place a very high value on integrity in healthcare. We want nurses, we want other healthcare professionals to be able to come forward and be able to say, I just made a mistake, because we want to do something about it in the moment. And if people feel that their errors are now being held against them, and that error could potentially result in criminal charges that could land them in prison, there is a very real risk that some may not necessarily come forward because they're afraid of what will happen to them, their family, their future. So, this is kind of a new realm. This is not how errors were handled in healthcare previously. The case that you referenced in Tennessee was the nurse Redonda Vaught, who made a medication error that was fatal. And there were a whole lot of factors that probably ultimately led to that error. But, this was the first case that at least received a lot of national attention about criminalizing medical error.
Right. And in her case, when you talk about a chilling effect of self-reporting of a mistake, and my understanding of those facts from reading and doing research is that she is the one that came forward to say, oh my goodness, I might have made a medicine mistake.
Yes.
And without her coming forward with that acknowledgement afterwards, they would never have known, because the woman who passed away, and it is tragic. I mean, I'm not minimizing that, was an older woman who I think they could have perceived had a cardiac arrest issue, but for Redonda Vaught coming forward and saying what she said, the rest of it wouldn't have occurred. The case that I had, which we can talk about, and I'm happy to discuss it in more detail, is that I had a nurse who hung the wrong IV bag, and she thought she was giving a bag for an antibiotic, and in the end it was a narcotic, and the patient unfortunately passed away as a result of it. What I thought was interesting between the two cases is that there were so many systems failures. And it seems like these two nurses, it really was just that their hands were on it last.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's such an important point that you make about the system failures, because most of these errors are not made kind of in isolation. It's where it is only the nurse who ultimately, failed in actually administering the medication, incorrectly, or the wrong medication, or, whatever the case may be. But when you really start to look into root causes of why did this happen, those root causes can reveal a whole host of problems that an organization may have that set the nurse up perfectly for that failure. And those things could be malfunctioning equipment. So, for example, barcode scanning. A lot of institutions have implemented barcode scanning so that the idea is that you scan a medication, you scan that ultimately validates that indeed, this is a medication prescribed for this patient, and then it can be documented electronically. But sometimes these barcode scanners aren't functional, right? So you're unable to scan. Or maybe there's particular medications that come from a different supplier, and those don't have a barcode scan that can be scanned in your current system. With all the drug shortages today, sometimes hospitals have to go to alternative suppliers. So you may not have the typical med that you normally get in. You could also have a situation where an IV bag may not be able to be scanned, but maybe another type of medication can be. So there's lots of different factors that go into that. The patient could also have distracted the nurse, or another staff member could have distracted the nurse, or the nurse could have had a ton of patients to take care of. So when you look at situations in nursing homes or long-term care facilities in particular, those nurses could be handling over 25 patients in a given shift. And so now, you have a lot of medications to be given. You're trying to get through, and maybe a patient condition changes or something happens you don't expect, and now you're behind the 8 ball and you're rushing. And maybe now you have an equipment or supply issue. And then you have other staff pulling at you to go do something else. And it just becomes like this huge recipe for failure.
Right. And it seemed like that in both cases. The case that I represented my client for in New Jersey, they had barcode machines that were not being utilized.
Mm-hmm.
So that was one of the errors. There were only 2 nurses, each having 25 or more patients in the area that they were in. Another error was that a narcotic was put in an unlocked refrigerator, and it should have been in a locked refrigerator. And the nurse who put it in the unlocked refrigerator didn't tell anyone. A lot of, again, systems errors. I also read about system fatigue. So you're able to override. So the barcode is a really good example that it doesn't always work, the barcode, because it's coming from a different pharmacy, or it's just not, the machine's not working. And so, in the Tennessee case, Redonda Vaught was able to override, and that it was something so common to hit the override, like to skip it, that it almost became rote, like not even fully reading the screens because of what you said, the volume of patients, the trying to be efficient, the, just it's not working. So you're just trying to get to the next,
Yes. And I think it depends on how the systems are built. So usually there's a formulary, which is sort of the list of all the medications that are in a hospital or on a nursing unit. And, one of the issues that can come up is that, like a ICU, for example, is going to have a formulary that has much more, high-risk drugs because of the nature of what you do in the ICU. So these drugs may be paralytics. They may be medications that, you have to have all the monitoring that would be available to you in an ICU to be able to safely give them, whereas you don't have that type of monitoring, the devices, on an inpatient unit that would be, the regular medical surgical floor type environment. So there are times when there might be a medication where, for whatever reason, you have to give it, and that medication is not in the formulary on your unit, requiring that you have to bypass. This goes back years, way back when barcode scanning was really getting its start. We were implementing it in the emergency department, and what was happening was that, unbeknownst to me, the formulary that was built in the emergency department was based on the usual formulary for the hospital. Now, in the inpatient unit, for example, if you're ordered, I'm just giving a fictitious example, Motrin, 800 milligrams as a patient. Mm-hmm. What the pharmacy would send you would be Motrin, 800 milligram tablet, right? And you take it. In the emergency department, for example, that ED may only be supplied with 2 400 milligram Motrin. So in order to give the 800 milligrams, you give 2 tablets of 400. Well, when they go to barcode scan it, the barcode scan is not going to tell you that you're giving an accurate dose. It's expecting an 800 milligram tablet, which you don't have. So you immediately get an error, right? And you have to override to get past that. So these formularies for the individual units have to be built based on what is supplied in those medication dispensing cabinets in order to be able to have an accurate barcode system. The other situation where it's really problematic is in an emergency, where you need to very quickly get medications in. And when you start to get errors popping up for whatever reason, even it could be an IT failure, that's where either overriding or just reverting to paper, which has been our longstanding go-to, that becomes the way things are documented. So all of these things can introduce, potential error in the system.
Right. And prior to the idea of criminalizing these mistakes, because I do think that it's a pretty new idea. I saw that the Redonda Vaught case started in 2017. And ironically, the incident that I represented my client on started in 2017, although she wasn't ever told she was being investigated criminally. She wasn't notified. They did a direct presentment to the grand jury, and it wasn't until 2022 that she even knew that there was anything going to come of the incident in 2017. So I'm going to say prior to the idea that nurses or medical staff, doctors as well, it's not just nurses. I mean, it's anyone in the medical field.
Yes.
Prior to this idea of criminalizing what we really do know, mistakes, what would normally happen if someone came forward and said, administered the wrong medicine, or whether it was able to be corrected and the person survived, or if it wasn't able to be corrected and a patient was lost? What is normally happened in a medical field at that point?
Okay, so I'm going to give you sort of the nursing history lesson here.
Good. I want that lesson.
Yeah. So early on, I would say that when the nurse came forward, and the nurse was always expected to come forward. It was never, okay to not be honest, right? That's part of your licensure. So nurse would come forward, and clearly the patient's needs were first and foremost to make sure the patient was managed, through that medication error and is okay. And then typically what would happen in the early days when you had, and I hate to even kind of phrase it this way, but the supervisors or head nurses who were just these feared figures in healthcare, right? They were feared. So they would typically discipline the nurse in some way. And that could be anything from, being written up to, going through a human resource chain and, being put on some sort of a probationary status. But there were some consequences, right, on the inpatient or outpatient units, wherever the nurse happened to practice. What happened then after that, I think in nursing and in other aspects of healthcare delivery, there was a recognition that when you have that kind of response to a person who's coming forward to say, I made a mistake, and now you are disciplining them for that mistake, which is not intentional in any way, shape, or form. And then the person wasn't being for lack of a better word, reckless, right? Where they're following the process, but something happened and they made this mistake. That was actually going to start inhibiting people from coming forward. That was the fear. Whether it did, we really don't have evidence to say that it did, but even with the airline industry, for example, they wanted everyone to feel comfortable in speaking up to say that there was a problem before that problem got any worse, and whether an error was made or was about to be made. So then we ushered in this whole idea of just culture, right? Where the person would come forward, they would say, hey, I made the mistake. The patient would be taken care of, again, as the priority. And then typically the first response is to console, because that nurse or that healthcare professional who made that mistake feels terrible. I can't even describe what that sort of feeling is. And it's sort of like your world bottoms out. And even
my client almost committed suicide after the incident that she had. She said she got in the car and she really was going to drive off the rode into a pole. Like, it was that devastating to her.
Yeah.
And she voluntarily turned in her license of 35 years immediately after the incident. It was just so traumatic for her too. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah. And unfortunately, there are many documented cases of nurses who committed suicide after making a medication error. And so the guilt is overwhelming when this happens. And it may not even be something that serious where it winds up, causing the death of a patient. It could simply be that I made a mistake this time. What is it going to be next time? And there's a lot of self-doubt that goes around. So beyond that, then the approach is to look at what are those system factors that may have contributed to this? And can we go in as a system and actually correct any of these? So the idea was to be very constructive, very supportive, get the information. And in that fact finding in the hospital, if there's a determination that indeed there was something the nurse could have done differently, I mean, it's not held back. That nurse may have to go through some additional training or, in certain cases, especially if this is something that happened, more than once, and with some frequency, then that is a different issue. Okay. Then you're starting to look at competencies and, can we correct this with the individual? If we can't correct this with the individual, should the individual be working in this particular setting? Is there a better setting? Or perhaps now we need to let the licensing board know, right? Mm-hmm. But the system issues may be that, okay, the nurse had way too many patients assigned because they had people call out sick or they didn't have sufficient staffing for whatever reason. They had many, many interruptions. So another example would be the nurses preparing medications, and they're working within their small area on the nursing unit where that dispensing cabinet is located. And while they're trying to calculate a medication, everybody's walking through, they're cutting through the area, they're saying hello to the nurse. Maybe they're asking about another patient. Physicians might say, hey, how about, Mrs. Jones in room 222? Every time that happens, it breaks concentration and you're much more likely to make an error. So then some health centers have said, okay, we're going to put red tape on the floor. And when a nurse is in this red tape, that's a no pass zone, right? So you can't say anything to that person. That person's got to be fully committed to focus, right, on what they're doing. That's met with some success, but it just depends on whether people follow it. Maybe they need to institute a different type of process with barcode scanning, or there's about a million different things where you could find an opportunity to correct the issue. Okay, so that's where we were. And then we continue on now into 2017 with Redonda. And now you have criminalization of a medical error. And prior to that, unless somebody was running around, this is rare, obviously, thank God, the angel of death, purposely doing something to hurt somebody, where criminal charges are appropriate, right?
Right. But when it's purposeful, right, we can all agree, any person, criminal defense attorneys alike, if somebody is intentionally or purposely, that idea, the idea that movies would be made of, right?
Yes. And there are books written about these things.
Yes. That everyone agrees those individuals should be criminally charged. Because they're not, besides the fact that they're probably psychopaths or sociopaths or whatever the diagnosis is, that's not what their job was,
Right.
We're talking about the extreme opposite end of the scale, right?
Sure, exactly. But the normal way that nursing policed itself and how licensed professionals from other disciplines police themselves is, if this is an individual who really needs some either major remediation or perhaps should be practicing only with restrictions, or maybe shouldn't be practicing at all, right? For, again, a myriad of reasons. The first report is to that licensing body, right? So for the for the board of nursing and for the board of nursing for nurses. Then, and I used to be for a couple of years a president of the board of nursing in Delaware, so I can speak to this process. A report would come in and it would be investigated by a divisional investigator who usually had a background in law enforcement. And there would be a determination made by an attorney general of whether or not there was potential violation of the Nurse Practice Act or the rules and regulations. And then it would come to the board, and then we would have a hearing. And so that individual could have, legal counsel in a professional regulatory hearing, and then the board would typically act as judge and jury. There are some variations from state to state in that process, but in general, then the board has the right to either say, no, we don't find that there's been a violation, or there has been, and these are the types of sanctions that we can offer.
Right, but the sanctions, which could include losing your nursing license,
right,
don't include, it's not criminal. And I would say it's the same idea as lawyers. Lawyers, lack of a better way of saying it, we police ourselves. We have district ethics committees for each area of New Jersey. I was a former chair of District 1 Ethics Committee. If there was an ethics violation, you would read the report, somebody would investigate it. If it was founded, then there was a more thorough trial, and they could be sanctioned, could be, put on a probationary, might have to take classes, ethics classes and things like that. Mm-hmm. They might also suspended for a few months, or they could be disbarred. But we are self-regulate.
Exactly. And you are the ones who know your profession the best, right? So you can make judgments that others who do not have your background can make. And in the same way with nursing. And the typical kinds of things that a board can do could be to levy a fine, put a nurse on probation, and there's terms and conditions attached to that, depending on what the nature of the issue is. A license can be suspended for some period of time. Oftentimes that happens in substance abuse cases where there needs to be, a period where the nurse can show that is no longer an active issue, and there's monitoring that is done, thereafter. Less commonly, a nurse's license can be revoked. So I think more nurses think that their license can be revoked than actually happens when you look at the number of hearings that boards of nursing, handle. So, but they do happen. And I certainly recall revoking a few during my time. And then, of course, there can be a civil lawsuit, right? So civil suit.
Which in the extreme cases, there usually is, right. So it's fair to say that anyone involved in the nursing board has the background that you have, I'm going to say. Mm-hmm. I would assume that those in the medical field are not proponents of prosecuting these type of errors.
No. And there's another component to this. So,
okay.
That other component is, people choose to go into healthcare. But what I worry about is that healthcare is so tough and so demanding, and the amount you have to know is incredible to practice today, that if there is a risk that people are going to go to jail if they're making an error, then they may choose not to go into healthcare. And, we need people in healthcare. And, there's a nursing shortage. There are shortages of physicians. Multiple groups of healthcare professionals really need to beef up their ranks. And we don't want to push people away either, right? So we want people to be safe, though.
So why do you think there is this movement to criminalize mistakes? Where do you think it's coming from? And then, I don't know, I thought maybe we could talk a little bit more detail of maybe the case that we reviewed and all the mistakes, because that case never made sense to me why why the charges were even brought against my client for the manslaughter. So who's pushing it? Is it individual people? And I don't know in my case, if that was the case, or is it a political issue that I'm kind of missing? Is it like, if the medical field is not pushing it, the nurses, the doctors, the individuals that are in the field,
Right. No. And the only time we ever thought of criminalization of healthcare errors would be when they're not really an error, right? There's a purposeful act. And that will even include product tampering, which I unfortunately heard a few cases of that during my time on the board. And they automatically, of course, become criminal because now you've got a whole host of other problems, right, with patient harm. And again, it's an intentional act. As far as where this came from, I think it's that blame game where, okay, the person no longer has a nursing license, or maybe it's been heavily sanctioned. Maybe they're already facing a civil suit. And now let's just put the icing on the cake and charge them with a crime. And maybe there are people that just feel that message is going to somehow positively impact safe practice in some way, that people are going to be scared now. And that's the only thing I can come up with, is that it is some incorrect mental model of what this could potentially do to improve patient safety, when it will do exactly the opposite.
Right.
So people may not come forward. People may not go into healthcare.
Yeah, no,
right?
I agree with you. And I find it interesting from the idea of anyone attempting to argue deterrence, that, this strict penalties or punishment, would deter someone. You can't deter an accident or a mistake, and New Jersey is different than Tennessee. Tennessee, Redonda Vaught was prosecuted under both reckless homicide and negligent homicide. And she was found guilty of only the negligent homicide, which is it's a lower standard. I would still argue, I'm not sure how that was possible, but reckless homicide, is meaning that reckless disregard of a substantial risk. And I don't know how in New Jersey we don't have negligent homicide. It has to be a minimum of recklessness. And so I don't even know how you could ever get to that for a medicine mistake. So, and then I always tell people when they ask me an example of a reckless homicide, I always give them the example of a vehicular homicide, a drinking and driving accident where somebody is killed, because the individual is aware of a substantial risk that you're putting yourself and other people into, right?
Right.
And so that is why we prosecute when people get behind the wheel of the car after drinking and cause an accident, because it's not just a mistaken accident. They didn't plan on doing it, but they were very well aware of the potential risks that they took. But in a hospital setting, if you're a nurse and you're put in a situation where the day that you're working, you have 25 to 30 patients, that's not your doing.
No, that's your assignment. And if you leave, oh, by the way, then you're abandoning your patients, right? So you still may have to do the best that you can with what you're given, and you can't walk away from it.
Right. And so the idea of trying to, again, and I'm just going to keep reiterating that we are talking about errors.
Right. We are talking about errors. We're not talking about intentional acts.
Right. So in the case that you worked on with me, I had a nurse who, as I said, was supposed to hang an IV bag and unfortunately hung a narcotic bag. The IV bag was supposed to run, the antibiotic bag was supposed to run for, I think, an hour, maybe 2, and hanging the narcotic bag over that same period of time caused the death of the patient.
Yes.
And do you recall this case, Linda?
Oh yeah, I do.
Okay. So this case, as I said, it was clearly a mistake. Nobody was disputing that. But there were so many other errors. I don't know if you want to discuss examples of like all the things that went wrong that caused the final issue, which is the hanging of the wrong medicine.
Sure. So the nurse was assigned 25 to 27 patients. That was the typical assignment. There was a patient who was admitted to that facility. There was a hospice patient, and there was a hospice nurse who was not from that facility who was managing an infusion of Dilaudid, which is a narcotic. It's an opioid, very potent, and it is appropriate for a lot of different severe pain conditions, but particularly in a hospice case, to keep the patient comfortable, right, during their hospice journey. So the medication was from a pharmacy that was not a pharmacy used by this long-term care facility. And the device used to infuse that was also not something that was familiar. Mm-hmm. And there was a second bag that was brought in. So the hospice nurse took care of hanging the first bag that would run for a period of time. And they wanted a second bag to be available. So if that first bag, when it ran out, there would be another one. Well, the problem was that they just put that back in a medication refrigerator in an unsecured location. The normal process, as I recall, was that there was a secured area in a box in the medication refrigerator, and they had no more room in that box. And so this nurse who brought this medication over to the refrigerator was just told, just put it in there. And so it is put in now among other medications that are certainly not these opioid dangerous type drugs, right?
They did lock up the narcotics normally in that facility. They were not put in the regular or the refrigerator where the antibiotics were.
Correct. They were just, it sounded like they were just sort of laid in there in an available space on a shelf. Mm-hmm. But no one really was expecting that. And apparently it wasn't revealed to the rest of the nursing staff that this unsecured bag of Dilaudid was just now in their regular medication refrigerator. The hospice patient was in a hallway that was different from the hallway. The nurse had the assignment that ultimately had the patient get this Dilaudid who shouldn't have, right? So one medication refrigerator for two full hallways of patients rather than a separate
and again, one. 25 to 27 patients. So long hallways.
Right. So I can only imagine that it's kind of packed, right? Because you can imagine that patients in long-term care would receive a lot of medications, and many of those are refrigerated. So then they did have a barcode scanning system. However, it wasn't functional at the time of this medication error. And in addition, it hadn't even been set up to scan IV bags. So even if it had been functional, it wouldn't have worked on an IV medication. The area was very busy, and the nurse is trying to manage all of this. She goes in to administer the antibiotic, and it turns out there is a missing cap that she needs to administer the antibiotic, and she can't find that. And she's trying to get a supervisor ultimately to find the cap. And so now the medication is getting delayed, and it's getting
She was already, I think, a little late on the initial of hanging the IV bag.
Yes, because she couldn't get the cap. Like, it wasn't in the box where it was supposed to be, and she's going through like 2 and 3 different people to ultimately the supervisor to try to find it. And she had identified her antibiotic, but when she went back into the refrigerator, I guess there must have been 2 bags there. The antibiotic, it was like 1,250 milligrams and then the Dilaudid was like 1.25 grams. That's actually the same dose. 1,250 milligrams is 1.25 grams, right?
I just smile at this as you're saying it, because I remember the first time that we were talking, and, my disclaimer is I'm a lawyer because I can't do science and I'm not very good at math. I am very good at what I do. And you were like, it's the same. And you had to like explain it to me like a few times that the 1,250 and the 1.25, I guess it's just the way they're writing it on the bags.
Yeah. It's all about how pharmacy prepared the label, right? And so nurses are going to look at that and see that as an equivalent. And so I think she didn't expect a bag of Dilaudid in an unsecured part of the refrigerator. And actually, at the time that this was going on, her patient was the only one in her unit that was getting an antibiotic. So she only expected there to be an antibiotic bag for her patient. And so she grabbed what she thought was the correct bag. As I recall, it was close to 11 o'clock at night. She's going off duty at 11. She still has to finish her charting. She still has to give her sign out or nurse's report to the incoming shift. And she hangs it. And then the whole question became, did she actually push the start button? Because the next shift came on and they said they saw the patient at 1 o'clock in the morning for their routine check and the patient was fine. And they noticed, I guess they may have restarted the IV at that point, or there's beeping or something. And that's probably when the infusion actually started. So it's hard, but all of these things led to, this horrible situation. And she never was aware of it.
Correct. She came in the next morning and she was told.
Yeah.
And as I said, this was 2017. She voluntarily gave up her nursing license. The nursing board did reach out to her and kind of explain to her the process of, what would occur in determining what happened and sort of what would happen from there. And she just said, I'm never going to work as a nurse again. Told me she didn't get out of bed for about a month, and then in 2022, she found out she was charged with manslaughter, which again, she had no idea. And part of the reason why there was another nurse who they charged with like altering the charts or the medicine, the medicine, or when they went to check on her. Right. And so when the 5-year statute was running for that individual. And when they indicted that individual, they also indicted my client for the manslaughter charge. So when we talk about all the systems errors and all the problems, I mean, clearly having 25 to 27 patients is too many patients. Not having, narcotics in a locked, refrigerator, not having the cap to be able to give the medicine. They also, their supervisor, there was a supervisor there, but not on the same floor as them, on a different floor in that facility that night. Keep reading, and I read it in your report about the Swiss cheese approach.
Yeah.
So is this a term used in the medical field? Because I never heard of it, but until we talked, my mouth was not working there until we discussed it. And then I was reading a lot of other articles and they kept raising this Swiss cheese phenomenon. So could you explain that to me, or explain it so that, everyone can understand what is meant when someone says the Swiss cheese effect?
Sure. And a really great resource to look up more about the Swiss cheese effect is the Institute for Safe Medication Practices, ISMP. And they have some excellent resources on medication errors. But essentially, what it is that when you think about Swiss cheese, right, there's holes in it. And when you sort of lay that Swiss cheese, if you have it sliced all together, like each slice is kind of a barrier, if you will, to medication error or any type of medical error, right? But when all of those holes happen to align So now you're talking about issues that are system related, issues that are human factors, which could be everything from, again, being overloaded, fatigue, something that is brand new and the person is unfamiliar, right? So you think about those human factors.
Just the error of a nurse not telling anyone else that they put medication in a place they shouldn't have put medication.
Yeah,
right?
a communication breakdown. Exactly. Even like an unclear medication order that, you're trying to get clarity and maybe the
messy handwriting.
It could be messy. Well, yeah. Now that we have electronic medical records, most of those are gone in history. That the doctors have to put these in, or the providers, advanced practice providers, have to put these in to an electronic system, which at least makes it easier. Thank God. That was one of the most, I think, valuable aspects of those electronic health records. But anyway, there are still times that orders are written and you're reading them as a nurse. And, the idea is you still have to use independent judgment, right? So, you have a person who has a medical degree or is an advanced practice clinician, and they're writing that order, and that person has technically a higher degree of education, but it still comes down to the nurse. Like, okay, well, then if you had a question, why did you administer it, right? So maybe it shouldn't have been administered. And believe me, over the years, I had a lot of questions of people who wrote orders to say, given this particular situation, I don't think I should give it. The bottom line is, when all of those barriers to the error, unfortunately, lining up as a whole, that's when the error actually makes it to the patient. So for the most part, healthcare has tried very hard to add a lot of safety checks along the way. But then again, things can break down. And coming from an ER environment, right? So in an emergency department, you have, at any given time, a bus pulling up literally with lots of injured people or ill people and crowding and high acuity, and you can still have staffing shortages. So all the same things that can happen to inpatient units, but in an ED, there is no control because you can't say to somebody, we're busy, you can't come in the door, right? Everybody has to be able to come in. And so, we tried very hard to be as safe as humanly possible, but those are the times that I always worried about, that, you can take a machine and push a machine, and ultimately the machine is going to break. And so will people under the conditions that just cause them to fail.
Well, what I thought was interesting in both my case as well as the Vought case in Tennessee is that the only two people that were held potentially liable criminally was that nurse. And there were so many other people. I mean, if you look at the Vought case, there were so many other issues. And same with my client's case. And that, I thought, well, I didn't think my client should have been charged. But I also was thinking, well, if she's charged, then why isn't this individual charged, or this individual, whose hands were on the antibiotic, or the nurse who said, no, she was still alive at 1:00 and I redid the IV to, restart it. There were just so many different people that were involved, and to put the full responsibility of error on that one individual, it really is. I always think of it as like hot potato at that point. If you ever played that game, and like you're just the last person with the hot potato in your hand. So you're, for lack of a better word, even though a lot of other people touched it.
Yeah, that nurse becomes the fall guy, right?
Yeah.
So, and that's the sad part in all of this, is that the system sort of led you to, well, the factors all came together to create that moment where that error actually was able to happen. And it's very easy to look and say, oh, that nurse didn't follow the 5 rights of medication administration.
Mm-hmm.
And And just for this, because I know I'm talking to a group of lawyers. If you've never heard of the 5 rights, these are the rights that all nurses are taught the very first time they go in to do any type of medication administration, right? Even in laboratory, clinic type situations where you're learning and you're not even with real patients yet, but you learn, okay, is it the right patient? Is it the right drug? Is it the right dose? Is it the right route? So, you can give a medication orally, or you can give it intramuscularly or subcutaneously or intravenously. And there's rectally, there's many different routes for a medication. Right. Is it the right time to give that medication? And then over the years, as people realized that the 5 rights were really not protecting patients because of all these other factors that can come to bear, right? That the medication errors were still happening, that they added things like, is it the right documentation after you gave the med? Which, of course, is important, because if the nurse gave the med and didn't document it, the next nurse comes along and says, oh, Mrs. Jones didn't get her whatever, need to give it again. Now you can get a double dose. So the documentation is important. But, is it, some people have added, is it the right indication? Because sometimes medications are given for several different kinds of conditions, and they may be given in different ways depending on the condition, or in different doses. So, and then is it the right type of formulation? So is it formulated to be an intramuscular injection, or is it formulated to be an intravenous injection, or for a tube feeding, a gastric tube? So all of these things. So nurses learn that. But even as they've made these more complicated, the 5 rights became the 6, then the 7, 8, and there's up to 9 rights, I think, now, somewhere floating along the internet. The medication errors have not improved. Okay?
They haven't improved. I was going to ask, because the state in my case had an expert that really focused on these 6. They didn't do 7, 8, 9, or 5. The 6 protocol of administering the medicine, and that was their argument, that it was reckless, and it was really focusing on those. Like, if she had she did one of the 6, and if she had done more, which I think there was an argument that she did do at the beginning, she did look and make sure it was the right medicine and the right patient. She just had an interruption in between finding the cat. Is this also what you mean by nurses fatigue on a shift as well?
Well, fatigue can come from a whole lot of factors. So there's fatigue from working multiple shifts. It may just be the way the nurse is scheduled. Very often nurses work 12-hour shifts. So you can imagine you're coming in back to back. Some hospitals have policies on how much overtime someone can work. But I can tell you, when I was a brand new nurse, you sort of get out of school and you have student loan debt and you want to pay it back, and they're offering maybe, overtime, time and a half, and you're just picking up everything. And I don't think you realize how tired you actually are. And there's research that shows that people will start to decline in their performance. You don't have the mental sharpness if you're well rested, right? So you don't have, excuse me, let me say that again.
No, I understood it, but I'm going to let you say it again more clearly.
Yes. If you don't have the rest, then you don't have the mental sharpness or clarity. Rest brings that back, right? And it also can be from just a really hectic pace on a unit where you're working 12 hours, you come in and you are running from the moment that you came in. Maybe there were some, I call them call outs, or people who are not able to be on the shift because of illness or whatever reason, low staffing, or maybe it is just a heavy assignment where the patients are complex. And then by the end of that 12 hours, like you feel like your brain is fried. And that type of fatigue can happen as well. And then if they have to, come back the very next day, start all over again, you can imagine.
Right. Well, my client, I find it interesting because it did happen at the end of her shift.
Mhm.
And then she came back, first thing in the morning the next day for another shift. So, right. And so since we keep talking and I keep bringing up this case with my client who was charged with manslaughter, I should say thank you because we did get a very good resolution for the case. This is a client that when she retained me the first day, I think she was 62 at the time she retained me. It happened when she was 57. And she was at the table crying. She was there with her daughter, who I would say her daughter was a little younger than me, but we were, contemporaries. And she literally just said, I don't have the energy or the health to fight this. I need you. She said, I will plead to anything as long as you can keep me out of prison and jail. I want to see my grandchildren. I want to be able to be there for them. She said, my record doesn't matter. I gave my license in. And we talked about it because I really did think she had a really good triable case. But if she lost at trial, she would be going to prison. And that's always the hardest thing about my job when I have really good cases. And I have a case like this that could potentially set precedent, either bad for the medical field or really good for the medical field, right? But I had a client who was very clear with what she wanted from day one, and based on issues of the case, definitely thanks to your expert report as well, the state came back with a downgraded third-degree offense for probation. And she, again, without hesitation, took which I understand. I think it's things that a lot of people don't get if they're not in that situation, about one's freedom. Because as much as we're talking about mistakes, and I agree, it shouldn't have been criminalized. The behavior, I think that the idea that your profession can self-regulate is the same idea that we can self-regulate.
Mm-hmm.
But, she did not have the strength, let alone to fight it, so.
Yeah.
I know that there were people in the medical field that were following the case. I think that people that aren't in this situation might not understand why somebody would take a plea, even though it was a mistake. But I think for her, she said, I already gave up my nursing license.
Yeah. Yeah. It was very, very unfortunate that, this happened to begin with, right? So just,
yes,
it shouldn't have. I mean, this is a woman who, as I recall, worked for 35 years in the nursing profession. And I can tell you, when I was reading the plaintiff's expert's opinion, I was really pretty miffed. I'm reading this and I'm thinking, no, you're back in the dark ages here. This is not how we handle error. And what you're pointing out, there was just a lot of opinion. Well, I guess that's what the expert testimony is all about anyway. But
it was judgmental opinion.
Yes.
It was judged.
Yes. To completely agree. So, kept coming back to those 5 rights. And yes, the 5 rights are important, and I'm not minimizing that. However, the modern way that we look at healthcare error is not all about the 5 rights. And there was no recognition of these other factors that came to play. And that was an issue for me. So yeah, it was tough. And it's something that I feel like she gave so much for those 35 years to people. And to have it end that way was really tragic. Because you don't go into nursing and deal with what you deal with as a nurse if you're not trying to do the right thing for people. It just doesn't happen.
I know. I mean, my client's daughter was like, Melissa, because it was a long-term facility as well as a rehab. She's like, my mom would have people over to the house for Thanksgiving that didn't have any family left. She was like, always the one bringing in. And yeah, they're really hard cases. And unfortunately, when you're dealing with someone's freedoms, there's this reality of what they can mentally handle, and what they can kind of put up with in the end. So I did do some research. I'm not sure if you could answer this. I haven't really seen any other cases coming out like this at this time. Do you know of any cases that are open right now or pending that are prosecuting someone in the medical field for a mistake?
No, I don't actually. I recently heard or actually watched a presentation by RaDonda Vaught for an organization called Nursing Service Organization, which is a liability insurance company for nurses. And they had her as the guest just to talk about what it's like to be, where she is, because she doesn't have a nursing license any longer. And
no, but they didn't send her to prison. That's the thing. She got probation, which when I was doing my research was like holding my breath that whole time. And because they had negligent homicide, we don't have that. If you're found guilty of manslaughter, it's a mandatory minimum 5 years, and you have to serve 85% of that.
Yeah, I can't even get my head around that. She spoke eloquently. She really did. And she talked about the fact that she is now a member of the public. And I think she's putting her efforts into the whole idea of safety, right? And what healthcare institutions need to also be held accountable for trying to create optimal work environments so that people can be safe. You're enabling them to the best degree possible. And even with that, I'm sure that, things can still happen. I mean, in the best of circumstances, but they are far less likely. Because it's just too devastating on so many levels when these things do happen.
Right. But I think it's removing all error is almost impossible.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the reality, no matter what. I mean, the idea of trying to move forward to make it as safe as possible. I mean, I would say to you, I think 12-hour shifts are ridiculous. I don't think anyone should be working a 12-hour shift.
It's interesting. So, there's a group of nurses.
I know why you would want to work a 12-hour shift if you could work 3 days and have it full time and all of that. I get that.
Yep. A lot of hospitals will do a 72-hour, full-time model, and you don't have to come back and work that 8-hour shift. It's just 3 12s and another 3 12s, but it's all in how those 12s are scheduled in many cases, and it's also, something you've got to think about when you're in that situation of, do I have what it takes to do this at this point in my life? Or, maybe the individual's going to go home and they have young children and they're not going to get the sleep that they need. And it's just killing them, right, to work these shifts. Or are they 25 something and have all the energy in the world and somehow they can, at least they believe they can manage it, right?
And listen, there might be people that can. I mean, I always jokingly say that all my doctor friends are all people that can live on 5 hours of sleep,
Yeah.
And I am not that person. I am in bed by 8:30 to wake up at 5:30 in the morning person. So.
Yeah, I am as well. I've always needed my sleep. I've not been good without it.
Yeah. But it's just it's very interesting. I'm glad that I have not seen any new cases. I kind of ruffles my feathers when I think cases are being brought forward for the sort of headlines of it, or because it's titillating or possibly newsworthy at the time. But I'm glad to see that there really hasn't been an influx of attempts to prosecute, individuals in the medical field.
I know that the American Nurses Association really came out strong with RaDonda Vaught, and that was a very public case, clearly. So they made a lot of kind of news types of posts and blog posts, and they were very active to say this is dangerous, and here's why this is dangerous. And so there was a public outcry, There really was. And I don't know whether that has made people think differently about criminalizing healthcare error. I don't know. I don't think it's going to prevent them from necessarily happening.
Right. I always say when I have those type of cases, it's always for me a balance or not of how much I want it in the media. And I usually don't want it in the media at all. I prefer to try the case in trial and to argue the case in court. But it was a recurring question and theme. Do we get the national nursing organizations involved?
Yeah.
And how much? And do we want this to be bigger news than because the case kind of flew under the radar a lot. I know people in the medical field were watching it from all different states because people had reached out to me, but it wasn't hitting the news in New Jersey. It wasn't at the forefront of anything. And and I have to take my clients' wishes, her mental health, since I knew what the end goal was, it was sort of let's just get to the finish line of where we're going, which I, was confident or cautiously optimistic that we could do, which was the probationary sentence.
When they're willing and able, the nurses who are going through something like this, clearly do need the counseling support as well. And a lot of hospitals that are more progressive, they do have people on site who can actually come and pull that person, aside and have them go to a quiet place and debrief. It's kind of psychologically debrief, because consolation is what that nurse needs in order to be able to re-engage. Obviously not, thank God, every error isn't of the nature and magnitude that these were, but still, as I had said earlier, the healthcare errors deeply impact nurses, and it haunts them. It's just, imagine your world is coming to an end. I remember, this goes back more than, my God, well, way more than 30 years. I'll just say that. My medication error that I still remember, I pulled a bag of dextrose 5% in water out of the bin that was marked dextrose 5% point normal saline, and I needed the D5.9, and someone had thrown a D5 in the bin. Mm-hmm. And my patient, I was in an ICU. I was an ICU nurse. It was in the process of coding, like they were cardiac arresting, right? We were resuscitating. I remember hanging that bag, and in the grand scheme of things, that did absolutely nothing to that patient, honestly, in that moment. And I recognized it, not long after I hung it. It's like, oh, this is D5, not D5, 0.9, and quickly changed it over, and probably 25 cc's went in. And even if the whole bag went in, it still would not have been a big deal in this particular case. Anyway, but still, it bothered me. So now I became, completely paranoid. And I worried about every single bag I hung. I had to triple check everything. But it really does do something to your psyche. And in some ways, you can almost make other errors because your head is too focused on one thing. You may be missing something else as well. Right.
Well, what was interesting of everything I've read and listened to regarding the medicine, and even when there's barcodes or you're putting it in the computer to dispense it, that with the overrides, or because you have to do so many steps sometimes, that you're doing them so quickly now just to finish the job, like to get what you need to administer the medicine. And
yes.
And I think a lot of people that are nurses have said, oh my God, this could have been me, or, oh my goodness, I've, had a similar situation. I caught it before, or just moments before, and things like that. But yeah, so scary though, in a field that everyone knows that, people become nurses or doctors or EMTs because they want to help people. Like there's a genuine want to make people better and be caregivers, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So,
yeah, it's it's a decision, and it's your career, it's your livelihood, it's all of that, but it's also your passion, and so it hurts when something like this happens. It's much more than maybe, okay, I've got to move from one type of job, into another. Like, yeah, it's
a
your
little bit of
vocation.
your identity. I think I think my client who lost her, who gave up her nursing license, like it was an identity for her for 35 years. And it was devastating when it happened, the incident itself, and then the losing of the license. Definitely. Yeah. So anything else you'd share on this topic of errors and criminalization or non-criminalization of these type of cases?
Well, I guess just a message to everybody out there, as we all are patients in one way or another will be, right, in the future. I really do think it's important to, connect with whoever is providing your care and ask questions about, what medications are being given. And, it's not offensive to do that. So partner with your healthcare professional. I always think that's good practice. So I'll give you just a quick example. I just recently got the Shingrix vaccine, and the pharmacist who gave it to me said, "Do you want to see the vial?" And I said, "Yes, I do." And actually I looked and gave it back to him, and he said, "No one ever asked to see the vial." I said, "Really?" And so I had to just put that out there, to the group, because it is, the patient needs to be part of that patient safety process whenever possible, right? Otherwise, I think healthcare employers really have to look at their own processes and keep their patients and their staff as safe as possible. This is a time when healthcare expenses are high and everybody's looking at ways to reduce healthcare expenses. I worry when staffing positions are cut, particularly licensed positions, right? Registered nurses, advanced practice nurses, licensed practical nurses. When those positions are cut, your professional eyes, decrease. And responsibility on any one person, they've got to kind of pick up for it, the people that aren't there. And even when they start to cut unlicensed personnel or assistive personnel, it could even be the person who does the transport back and forth from the X-ray unit to the inpatient unit. When those people get cut, suddenly the nurse finds himself or herself doing those transports. It's a time off the unit, it's a distraction, and it's more time pressure to get that job done. So we just ask that as attorneys, as you're looking at these cases, look at the situation the person was in a broader context of not just, okay, you gave this wrong med. It's like, well, what was happening at the time that you gave that med? And you really want to know about sort of those factors that led to that Swiss cheese effect of all of those safety features suddenly now they're gone, right? And now that error was allowed to happen. So I don't think errors happen in a vacuum.
Right.
And I don't think that errors should be criminalized, again, unless they are intentional.
Right. And again, that's what was interesting about my case, is that they really did try to put it in the vacuum, right? They really tried to narrow it down to like a 3-minute period.
Yeah. And that's just not how you can look at it.
No. Thank you so much for talking to me. I appreciate being able to have this great conversation on Mighty MERP, and hope all is well with you.
Well, thank you very much. And I apologize if you heard any banging at my door. It was my cat trying to get in the room where I'm talking. So he wanted to join, but he would have been a distraction.
I did not hear the banging. So that's okay. But I have literally been recording and have had dogs barking in the background. And I think we kept it in, but I had to stop a podcast in the middle of it before we went to video, because my daughter, even though I had said I'm recording a podcast, and I shut my bedroom door, and then I went into the closet to record, came in, and then lost the rest of the interview because I forgot to turn the recording device back on. I'm going to attest to that, my producer. I really thought I was going to have one less child at that moment.
I understand.
There you go. So the cat was not an interference at all.
Good, good. I texted my husband at one point and said, "Get the cat."
There
So
you go.
anyway,
You're good. You're good. Well, thank you again. And hopefully we'll talk to you soon, not have the long gap that we did.
no worries, no worries. It was awesome.
We hope you enjoyed this episode of the Mighty MERP Podcast. This podcast is not a source of legal advice. No two legal cases are the same. Contact an attorney if you require legal assistance. This podcast is not a source of legal advice. No two legal cases are the same. Contact an attorney if you require legal assistance.
Welcome back to Mighty MERP, Rich.
Great to be back. About exactly a year.
It's a year later, and a lot happens in 12 months. So I'm excited to chat with you again.
Well, what's most exciting is that I'm taking your show over, and this is going to be called the MERP Takeover, hosted by Rich Lemuro, and in the hot seat is going to be you. How does that sound?
I think I'm prepared for it. I'm a little concerned. Can I take the fifth every so often if I feel I need to?
You can, but I'm not going to stop there.
We'll see how it goes.
I would love for you to take us through your journey the way I explained my journey into practicing law, because I am myself am curious about you.
Oh, that's a good question. I don't think I've shared my origin story on the Mighty MERP podcast.
That's why we're doing this.
So I am from New Jersey, but I'm from North Jersey. I grew up in Wayne, New Jersey, and went to Wayne Valley. There's a hills and a valley. It's always which side did you live on and what's high school. So I went to Wayne Valley. I sort of had an interesting sort of childhood in the sense that when I was younger, I didn't talk until I was about 5 years old, which is pretty interesting since that's what I do for a living. And at the time, they didn't really have a diagnosis. I just couldn't talk. I went to a speech therapist. I learned every single letter individually. And still, sometimes there's words that I've never heard before, and my brain will not process it. I literally have to practice the words out loud. But
I've never known you to be someone for a loss for words, so I'm shocked.
I'm shocked. Well, the joke in my family is that I didn't talk till I was 5, but I've been making up for it since then.
Truth.
And was a speech therapist's greatest accomplishment, was told. So academically, I was not a great student when I was younger because of the delay. I loved to play sports. But as I got older, I sort of knew I wanted to go to law school. It was always in my mind. I have a cousin aunt, she's my cousin, but more like an aunt, who was a criminal defense attorney in Texas. She did federal criminal defense, a lot of white collar crimes. And she just was amazing and wanted to grow up and be her. So I'm going to give a shout out to Shirley Bacchus Lobel, who we still talk, and definitely was inspirational and one of the reasons why I went to law school. Went to Ithaca College undergrad, was a political science major, and then I got married right after college. I literally graduated in May of 93 and I got married in June of 93. I took a year off, studied for the LSATs, and just applied to all the local schools in the area. Seton Hall, Delaware Law School, Temple, Rutgers. I think that was really it. And Seton Hall and was accepted into Seton Hall in Delaware, waitlisted at Rutgers and Temple. I went to Delaware Law School. I loved it. And I just declined, sent letters to Rutgers and Temple and said, take me off your wait list.
Sure.
Knew I wanted criminal law. Absolutely.
That was my next question. That never changed. That was always the gig for you.
Yeah. But here's the thing. This is what did change. I went to law school thinking that I was going to prosecute
That's
violent crimes against women and children. And that's really was my focus
yeah.
when I went to law school.
Why?
I just did a lot of work with violence against women in undergrad, a lot of studies, a lot of courses on that issue. And then I did work at a women's center in between college, not a domestic violence women's center, but a women's center that provided healthcare services to women, and usually underprivileged women were the majority of our clients, our patients. And so that was really what my goal was. And then pretty quickly in law school, it was clear that I would say my sense of justice and fairness and values really more aligned to be on the defense side and be a public defender. And I think that was clear within like the first semester. I think everyone said like, you will be a public defender. I don't know if it was Doc Martens that I was wearing at the time or
Something spoke public defender. That may have been
I
your
don't
shoot.
know. I remember interviewing with the district attorney's office of Philly for an internship, and like I knew I was not answering the questions correctly, which
Yeah.
included, well, what happens if a victim didn't want to prosecute? Would you would you subpoena them? Would you, mandate them to testify? And I said no, I wouldn't make a woman do that, which is not how cases are prosecuted, So, and then I went to the public defender's office after that in Philadelphia, which is one of the best offices in the country, the Philadelphia Public Defender's Office.
Sure.
They have an intensive training program when you're there. It's not like you just go and you're in a courtroom. The first 3 weeks or so, you're literally in a classroom and you're training. And you start off in very basic probable cause hearings, and you're doing that for 3 to 6 months until they feel that you have the skills to go to the next division, which is the municipal court, which are bench trials.
Oh,
You're
wow.
there for 3 to 6 months until they feel that you're ready to move to the next unit, which could be either the juvenile unit or felony trials that are waiving the juries. And so it takes you about 2 years at the fastest. About 2 years to get a jury trial. And during that whole time, they are training you.
Yeah.
So, and then you're with, 100 other attorneys that you can ask, every question of how to handle cases. So it really was an amazing learning experience. And I was there for about 6 years. And
Did you feel like you were, in fact, doing the thing that you wanted and believed you were meant to do?
Oh my goodness, yes. I loved it.
It clicked.
I loved it. And I graduated in 97. And right when I graduated, I had a professor's husband who was starting a business, which is ironic because it's a very outdated concept now, but it was a digital business to deliver up-to-date case law to different big law firms. And I was working with them to start the business initially, and I didn't start at the public defender's office till the spring of 98. And so it was about 6 months or so of not working as a lawyer after I graduated. And so it definitely was the perfect fit. And I loved it. And I was there for about 6 years. I specialized my last 3 years in juvenile. I was a supervisor in the juvenile unit, which I also loved to have that specialty. And then I think you know this, but I had 4 kids in 4 years.
It's hard for me to fathom that. Yes, I do know it. Understanding it is a different thing. Wow.
Yeah. So
at what point is this after the 6-year stretch, or is it during?
Was during. So I was pregnant with my first one when I was in the major trial unit, which is the jury trial unit, and then came back after her full time, and then had the twins 2 years later. Came back part time. And when I had Max, who's my youngest, which he knows this, so there's nothing new, was a little bit of a, oh my goodness, how did that happen situation. It just didn't make sense anymore to go back to work after Max to have 4 kids. And
Sure.
I started teaching at Rowan in their law and justice department. I taught criminal law, criminal sentencing. I like to call that the time where I was like putting a little bit of brakes on my legal career. And then I went back full time a few years later, teaching and full time in South Jersey area, and working in Atlantic City. And my former partner also was a Philadelphia public defender as well, which is how so I worked with Joe Levin. The law firm was Levin, Pizetzner, Levin at the end. The last 5 years we were together. And it just worked because we both had that same training of being Philadelphia public defenders. We would talk to the clients the exact same way. And sometimes it would be funny. They would call him and he would give them the answer. They'd call me. I'd give them the same answer. We would never talk about it,
Yeah. So we talked about this when I was your guest, which was that's probably the best training you can have is in the public defender sector, because you're dealing with the most challenging cases and you're being confronted with some of really challenging clients with challenging cases. And I want to segue that into a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
You have these heavy cases and you have clients looking at 20, 30 years. How do you navigate that issue with them when a plea has been presented to them where they can serve a fraction of that time, and then the consequences if they turn that down and go to trial? How did you navigate those waters?
Yeah, I mean, I think that with every case, there is an evaluation of the strengths and weaknesses of the case and what the state can prove and what the state can't prove when somebody's charged with offenses. And this comes with years of experience of figuring out what the value of the case is. And it's really hard to use that terminology because when I say value, I mean the value of the appropriate, fair, and just sentence. And
I love that. I actually love that concept. We don't think of value, but that's exactly what it is. That's really
right.
Very interesting. In civil, all we do is think about value. That's all we do is say dollars and cents. But really, what you're saying is completely logical for criminal as well.
Right. And every case, is different and it develops differently. So, I'm going to go with like a really serious case and example. Okay. And I'm going to bring up cases that people don't like. Okay. So, the cases that people don't like, and when I say people, I mean like anyone in the world does not like these cases. And they're hard cases to try are the sexual assault charges that involve a minor.
Sure.
And they're really hard cases. And, the hardest part is managing expectations with clients on all cases. But I find that these cases are hard because so many of my clients, are vehemently deny any wrongdoing, or they believe that the conduct might have been wrong, but not criminal, which is like a very weird line. But, I will give you an example of maybe there was inappropriate conversations that should not have had with the child, but is that an endangering the welfare of a child type offense? And then the ramifications, it's not just prison on these cases. There's Megan's Law, there's parole supervision for life, there's like all these additional penalties. And so I always say to my clients, my first goal is to keep you out of prison and jail, so you can maintain your freedom. And then, I have to go through cases. It's really about weighing the strengths and weaknesses of the case. There are some cases where there's no evidence other than the individual's word. It's their word against my client's word, right?
Right. Right.
There's no DNA. There's no what we call fresh complaint, like early reporting. There's no injuries. There's no medicals. There's no support. There's no one else who can corroborate that, this may have occurred, or they witnessed, the defendant coming out of the room, or the defendant, like sometimes it's just one person's word against another.
He said, she said. No question. Those are
Yeah.
tough. They're very hard cases.
Right. And sometimes not even their sexual assaults, but this occurs on college campuses a lot. This occurs with individuals where one person says it's consensual, the other person says it's not.
Yeah.
And then, the real issue that I try to convey to my clients is that, trial is not a guarantee. That's the hardest thing when it's about someone's freedom and about their guilt or not guilt, right? Is whether the state can prove the person guilty or not guilty. And unfortunately, in that equation, because I think of it somewhat as an equation, is will the jury believe the complaining witness? And I use the term complaining witness because I'm a defense attorney, but I know people listening are going to say victim. And some of them are victims and some of them aren't. And that's really the truth of the matter. But it really, in these cases, come down to that individual. And I said it to Tom when we were previewing the whole kind of season, is that everyone wants the truth to come out in trial. I don't know how you would feel about my comments in a civil trial, but when I say to my clients is the truth does not come out at trial.
That doesn't.
There is a version of the truth. There is the state's version of the truth, and there is a defense version of the truth if defense is able to present it, because we can't always present it. Our clients can't always take the witness stand. There's sometimes no other evidence other than, the defendant making a denial on the witness stand. And it's not like there's a movie camera that comes back of like what occurred and then we know. So I always say to my clients, what version of the truth is going to be believed by the jury? And unfortunately, in those cases, if the victim, complaining witness, is believed and is determined to be credible, they're hard cases to win because jurors do not like them,
You
so it's a long...
you couldn't be more correct about the truth not coming out at trial. It's a misconception of our society that all of a sudden, the drape's pulled back and there's the truth. In civil cases, you have one doctor that says there's a herniated disc. You have one doctor that says there isn't a herniated disc, and there's no great explanation at trial. It is a credibility call. And for the sexual assault case, by the way, I have to ask you this. I'm going to pivot for a second because I can't get past the thought that you were brought to the practice of law advocating for women and children on the other end of the criminal justice system, and then representing the same people who may have been accused of those types of crimes. You got to take me through that process for you, because that's you hear very often the prosecutors could never flip it over, be on the other side, or victims advocates. I need to understand Melissa Rosenblum's story on it.
I think after working at the public defender's office for a really long time, that and I'm not going to say I'm jaded, because I think I'm actually pretty still shocked by some cases and shocked by, I think there's still a naivety to me after 27 years, which I think is surprising.
It's good, though.
Oh, yeah. I think it's necessary. I think when you no longer have it, when I no longer care, that's when you're done. You can't do it anymore. But what I learned, and what people don't really like to hear, is that there's just a huge injustice in the system. And people use the criminal justice system sometimes as a sword and not as a shield. And when you see cases after cases of people trying to gain an upper hand by filing criminal charges You realize that it's not always, and it's really never what it seems. And what I would say is, as corny as it sounds, is I really believe in our constitutional rights. I really believe that if someone is accused, they have this presumption of innocence and they have the true right to and a zealous advocate for them. And I say to my clients, it doesn't matter if I believe you or not. It doesn't matter if I think, it doesn't matter the strengths or weaknesses of the case. I'm always going to go in and argue for you as zealously as I can. So I think what I learned in working in Philadelphia is that the police investigation on cases were so minimal. Literally, it felt like I could go to the police department in Philly and say, this guy that I used to know, Rich Lamora, pushed me down and grabbed my purse and I have injuries. And you would be charged with a robbery based on that level of information without a lot of investigation. I've also seen, when I was in Philadelphia, there was a domestic violence court. And we called it Love Court because I guess we have like a very warped sense of humor. And I was in that courtroom a lot. And I would say that more often than not, and this is a sad statistic, more often than not, the cases were not real cases. They were people utilizing the criminal justice system to get their partners out of the house, to try to gain a benefit in a custody issue. And, you know, I'd have cases like 40 to 50 cases on a list in a day, and maybe see a handful of real cases of real victims that needed those protections. And I know this is not what people want to hear, but it is unfortunately part of the system as well. So I think realizing that and then believing, having that true belief in your constitutional rights, that you have a right to a zealous advocate and attorney, kind of combined to realize that in order for the system to be fair and just for everyone, they need a strong attorney.
Let me ask you this.
Does that answer it?
That's 100% right. And I subscribe to the same thought process. The issue is that a lot of people they just cannot accept that, which is hard. Because you say, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, but here's the thing, is that my clients that I represent that have done bad things, that's the figuring out the value of the case.
Yeah, it's very good.
Sometimes people call me and I look at the facts of the case, and there are cases that they're going to have to spend time in prison for.
Right.
Like, the facts are, the allegations are provable. And then the question is, what's the right number? What's the right number to deter them, to punish them, and to protect? And that's what's figuring out the value of the case. We don't live, and we shouldn't live in a society where we are judged by the worst conduct and it is never redeemable. I don't believe in that fact that people aren't redeemable and that people can't change and that people can't evolve, you know?
Yeah, I found from discussing with criminal defense lawyers that most of them don't believe in a good person or an evil person, that there's just decisions that are made.
I say that I would never want to be judged by the worst decision I've made in my life.
Yeah, well, I'm very thankful there were no cameras in college, right? The worst. Well, yeah, we've got, you know, and you think about, you know, one scenario always troubles me, in that maybe somebody gets into a fight because their girlfriend got hit on at the bar. They throw one punch, and that one punch may kill somebody. Yeah. And if it kills them, they're in this completely different world versus the punch that does nothing to the guy and they get in the car and everybody drives away. It's just a matter of inches. And
also whether they're charged or not. I recently had a client, 24-year-old in a bar, someone's trash talking to him, getting in his face. My client throws a punch, one punch. I want to confirm this. Maybe more. I think one punch, maybe more. But I think it was one punch and the guy went down, hit his head. My client's now charged with a 3rd-degree felony.
Yeah.
Right. And we thankfully had it resolved in a very favorable way. But it's a bar fight. And it's the same idea of, was it stupid? I mean, I said to my client, he was doing it purposely, and you totally walked into it. But you're right. My client is lucky that it wasn't worse, that it was, a serious bodily injury or that it caused a death, but he's also unlucky that he was charged, because there's lots of bar fights where nobody's charged.
Well, you've also, that value of the case example comes into play there, right? Because you have some things that go in your favor. Bar fight might have been getting harassed by that guy. You have the value on the other end, which is that he did some significant damage. What's the value you kind of meet in the middle? That's a really good point. Yeah.
Right.
And the last one, none.
And it's different for everyone. That's the other thing, which is what people don't understand. So this client that I'm talking about had no prior record. He was eligible for a diversionary program.
Oh, yeah.
And he chose not to do that. He chose to plead to a simple assault mutual fight, which is a petty disorderly persons offense, for no further penalty. So it was, in the end, a good result.
To me, it's logical. In that scenario, I say you want that diversionary program in your pocket. God forbid something happens in the future. Another value analysis. You may also say, I'm the type of guy that's never going to be near a bar again. I'll take the diversionary program. A value analysis. I really love the way you put that.
Yeah. So, every client that comes in is in a different situation. And so my hardest issue with clients and client control sometimes is when they're seeing what's in the paper, or they're in jail being detained, and they're like, this person just got this sentence. Why can't you do that? Or, and I try to explain the nuances of each case. It depends on what you're charged with, how serious the offense is, what the proofs are, what your prior record is, any mitigation, so it's very hard to compare cases based on just what somebody's charged with.
I couldn't agree with you more. And people walk into the office and say, well, that person got $5 million. I read it in the paper. I want $5 million. That's not, you have to look at all the other circumstances. And then when you go to trial, you have in the criminal realm mandatory minimum sentences, and that plays in. For civil, it's just the jury picking out a number out of the air and awarding it to my client. But in criminal, you have these things just haunting you, where if you lose, you can't ask for probation. You're going away, and you're going away for a very long time. How does that play?
Yeah. I mean, I will tell you that I have heavy heart, and it's hard. When my clients, for whatever reason, they have, I understand clients that are like, I'm not guilty. I'm not admitting I did anything. And I respect that. But I am not a gambler. I like the guarantees.
Despite being in Atlantic City, you're not a gambler. I love it.
I'm not a gambler. I mean, everyone can come and gamble, and I'm happy to see you in Atlantic City or represent you in Atlantic City. But no, I like the sure thing. And I'm going to give you 2 examples of the reality of going to trial or not. I had a client charged with 2 pretty serious offenses, 2 alleged victims, and offered 7 years. He had 3 years in, and it was, he would have had to serve 85% of it. So he was going to serve around 6+ years.
3 to go.
And he rejected the offer. He was around 57, 58 at the time. He said, I'm not guilty. The truth will come out. And, and I said, It's not really how the case works. I've explained to him the same thing I've said multiple times. And he was found guilty after trial. He hasn't been sentenced yet, but he's gonna spend the rest of his life in jail, in prison.
He has to.
What?
He has to. He's got mandatory sentence.
And I do feel terrible, and I will, because I don't think life sentences are what is needed or just, I will tell him to appeal, and I will give him the 2 to 3 issues that he may have, but I don't think he has appeal issues. I won almost all my pretrial motions, which is, which is probably why the charge was that charge. Now, I had another case, which was a huge case, a domestic violence case, where my client shot her husband on Christmas Day, and it made very big news. And there was no doubt that she was a victim of domestic violence. And when she resolved with a plea in the end. All right.
She did.
She did.
Okay.
So it's resolved. She's been sentenced. And I will say I've spoken to her, and she has given me permission to talk about her case. So, so we had an expert report which said that she was a victim of domestic violence. He physically beat her for their whole marriage of 30 years. We know that prior to the shooting, he put a gun to her face and threatened her. The problem is that he put the gun down, he got into bed, and he was lying in bed. He was naked. And we don't know how much time passed. We know that it could have been as much as 5 minutes. It could have been 3 minutes. It was like a very short amount of time. But the door was away from him, so she could have possibly walked out the door. And instead, she picked up the gun and shot him. And she pled guilty to a manslaughter. She was initially charged with the murder. So for people that don't know, murder is the most serious offense. It's 30 years to life if you're found guilty of that. Never thought she was going to be found guilty of that, to be honest with you. Then there's ag manslaughter, and then there's manslaughter. And the maximum penalty on manslaughter was 10 years. And we talked about everything. And what's interesting about the case, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to really have this conversation with you, is that when the plea went through and she was sentenced, the reactions to this case were visceral and very extreme on both sides of the spectrum.
Sure.
People thinking that she didn't get enough sentence, and people thinking that she shouldn't have spent any time in prison. Problem is that self-defense in New Jersey is very specifically defined. And although we know about intimate partner violence and battered women syndrome, they're imperfect self-defense. They're just imperfect self-defense. And so the family came to me.
You're good.
It's okay. I'm like, I do that too with my staff. I don't know if it was your staff, where I'm like, I can code them while they're at the door. But the family said to me, "What do you think?" And I said, it's a good offer of 6 years. She already had almost 2 years in. I said, I would love to try this case. If you're asking me from a criminal trial perspective, I would love to try this case. This is a great case for a criminal defense attorney. It's rare that our facts line up, But I can't tell you what to do. It's not my mom. Because I was talking to the son, and he said, if it was your mom, what would you do? And not a lot of people, he's smart. He's a smart young man to ask me that. And I said, if it was my mom, I would tell her to take the deal, because she'd be out by the time she was 57 years old.
Yeah, we've been in that situation many times. I also say, if you went to trial, speaking of moms again, if my mom's on your jury, you're guilty. If my dad's on your jury, you're not guilty. And that's the type of risk you're taking. Right.
And so listen, there were a lot of people that, and I had so many people reach out to me and comment, but the truth is that there were people who responded with, she could have left, right?
Right.
She could have left.
One person's on your jury.
Right. And then there were people that were like, I mean, there's no dispute that she was assaulted that night, but and there were people that didn't think she should have been charged at all. And unfortunately, the way the system is that going to trial is a risk.
Right.
And unfortunately, my client really couldn't remember the time period between the gun being in her face and then her firing the weapon. And
Which is that's the whole case.
And that's the case. And listen, that's the result of trauma, and that's the result of, it's not unusual. The reason why I know she's believable, besides the fact that they do like psychological testing that can show that she's not being deceptive to some extent, right, is that she could have put it together and said, this is what happened and this is why, but she never did, because she really couldn't remember. She remembered the gun in her face, and then she remembered him bleeding, and she called 911. She tried to get him help. And I think it's a really good example that for those of us practicing, we all thought it was a pretty fair and just result. I got a number of calls from people saying, retired judges, for example, who said, you did a really good job because it was the right result. And people just don't understand that, that trials are not certain. And, if she was found guilty of an ag man or the manslaughter, she would have gotten more than the 6 years.
No question. No question. Yeah. Heavy consequences. And I think unless you've been in the arena and you've played in this specific set of boundaries for a long time, it's hard to just pick the paper up and say that was fair, but that was fair.
Yeah. That's sometimes the hardest thing about working with young prosecutors.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And listen, I believe in the teaching. I have interns every semester from Stockton. I have law students that I teach that come and work, follow me around. I believe that working in the prosecutor's office or a public defender's office is the best way to learn.
Right.
But as a practitioner, sometimes I'm like, I know where this is ending, and I would like to end it 6 months sooner.
We don't have to do all these things, I promise you. But I was there on the other side, fighting tooth and nail on a 10-day driver's license suspension, where at the end of the day, that's where it was going to go anyway. And I probably nowadays, I'd say, let's just get to where we need to be. But yeah, it's not so easy. I get it. But an interesting question on that. For your client who you've read the Riot Act to, given them fair warning that there's a good chance this is not going to go their way, the judge has brought them in the courtroom and given them a plea cutoff, and they say, I still want to go to trial. There's something known as a trial tax. Do you think it's a real thing? And what is your experience with that playing in that type of scenario where you have a client who's just being unreasonable?
I think there's a trial tax if you take it to verdict. And I think the state, and I think most people in the judiciary, which again, I'm guessing on this, but I think they would say, no, the plea is called a plea bargain. It's not that you're getting taxed for taking it to trial.
You didn't get your bargain. Now you're getting the fair deal.
I think that's what people would say, but I think it's I think it's a tax. I think it's a trial penalty. I think clients are defendants who take cases to trial are punished. And I would give more of an example. There's certain New Jersey laws are really rigid in the sentencing.
They are
to an extent.
Yeah,
the judge doesn't have a lot of authority to sentence out of the sentencing range.
The range is the range, but you can get to that end. You can get to that high end.
Yes, yes. And so I would say the best example of a trial tax that I've seen is I had clients charged with second-degree robbery, and they were working girls.
Understood.
And I like to call it as a business transaction that went bad, that they could not agree to the terms of that transaction. And they were offered like a suspended sentence or a probationary sentence. They didn't take it. I went to trial. This is, years ago, like over 10 years ago. We went to trial and they were found not guilty of the robbery. They were found not guilty.
Across the board.
But they were found guilty, there were two girls, of a theft, a simple assault, which is a robbery, but that's a whole nother story.
That's a hell of a circle.
Yeah. But, a theft is a third-degree offense. There's no mandatory prison time there.
Non-presumption, too. They shouldn't go to jail.
And there was a presumption of non-incarceration, and the judge sent them to jail for 5 years with a one-third step. Yeah. That's a tax. That is a huge
that's
punishment
a really
tax.
good tax example. I think of the tax more in municipal court where the consequences are not as grand, and they had an opportunity to plead to a 0-point ticket, but instead they said, I wasn't careless, and then they get the max fine and the max points. You see that?
Yes, and I've had that in municipal court, and sometimes in municipal court it sort of upsets me a little bit more. You're going to like this rationale. I'll tell you why. Because sometimes the people in municipal court, they just want the court to hear their side of the story.
Yeah, that's true. And, it's their only experience in the justice system. They want to be heard.
They're law-abiding people. They're there for a traffic ticket, and they want justice, and their justice is just to be heard. And so a traffic ticket could take 10 minutes, that trial. 10 minutes. So I had a 91-year-old woman who was charged with a careless driving, and she said she had never had a ticket in her life. Never. So we did the trial, and she said, I looked left, I looked right, I looked left, and then and it was a 2-lane road, and she's like, I merged onto the road, and this long truck, was barreling down and cut into me. So it looked like she hit the car, and she said, I did not, and the car was speeding. And it's a fender bender,
Yeah.
So we listed it for trial, 10-minute trial, 30-minute trial. The judge suspended her license until she retook the test. Yes!
Oh, that's brutal.
Brutal. I mean, that's just mean. It's just mean. She just wanted her version of the story to be told.
And what they don't understand, the 91-year-old, is that judge is there for 52 weeks, hearing 200 people in court every week, whine, and it's hard to come into that traffic ticket with an open mind and to preserve that moment that she's supposed to have more. And they're more like, nah, wasting my time. Not an easy. It's not an easy.
Right. I agree, but municipal court is the courtroom that most people in New Jersey experience.
Right. No question.
So,
if we're to have one thing represent our justice system, more people are going through that courtroom than any other court.
Correct. And you know what? To slow up and just offer a little kindness.
Some judges are great at that, though. Some judges and some prosecutors are truly gifted at that. What you find is the towns that have 300 cases on the docket every day, it's harder in there.
Right. But that's the trial tax. I mean, and I'm going to tell you, with municipal court cases, I don't know how much I know you did do defense work for municipal court.
Not as much anymore, yeah.
But my private clients that want to fight cases, I literally say to them, I am happy to fight the case, but you have to be willing to take the 2 steps, which means you have to be willing to try it in municipal court and lose and appeal it.
Take it up.
Because
that's going to be that's going to be the only fair shake you get.
Correct. And people don't like that either. People don't like my analysis of municipal court. But I just think when everyone's hired by the same people, everyone's getting the check from the same organization, same town, the organization's the town, police, prosecutors, even public defenders and judges.
Yeah. It's an inherent conflict. I recognize it's probably the only way it works, but it's an inherent conflict.
It is. And that's why the individual needs to be willing to take it to the 2 steps, because if it's a case that's officer involved, I believe the officers are always going to be deemed credible, and they have to be willing to realize that they have to appeal it, which is sort of crazy as well. So
What about, I have a question for you that I think is so important and maybe not analyzed enough from the lawyer's perspective, and that is where you are going to court. So, for example, a case may get no billed and not even charged in one county, and in another county, they're going to come at you with the hardest charge possible, and you're going all the way on it. It is incredible the diversity that you have in that type of decision-making process.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's a dangerous thing.
I think it's very dangerous, and I think the power that the prosecutor's office has is a little dangerous as well with the charges. So it's twofold. So with regards to a practicing attorney, I am going to say you need to know the county that you're in, and you need to know the prosecutor's office.
Yeah.
And if you don't know that, it's okay if you don't know it, but you need to call someone who practices there more often to get the lay of the land.
Yeah.
There are counties in South Jersey. I'm not going to name them, but people will know what I'm talking about. There's a particular county that I say prosecutes like they're on steroids. Okay. And sometimes, so I'm going to give you this example, and I think you'll know what I'm talking about. If you were in a car in, I'm going to give Camden County, for example, and they found 3 Valiums under your seat.
What's going to
Camden County is just so everyone knows, that's a 3rd-degree felony charge in New Jersey to have, I'm assuming that you don't have a prescription for it, you don't have a valid or legitimate reason to have Xanax or Valium, and that is a 3rd-degree charge, which carries a maximum 5 years in New Jersey State Prison with a presumption of non-incarceration. So meaning that you most likely get probation or diversionary. In Camden, for that case, that is being downgraded, if not dismissed.
Outright. Yeah.
Downgraded.
Worst case scenario, you're a municipal or you're a DP. Worst case scenario.
It's going to be disorderly persons, failure to turn over, or wandering, or something like that. It is going to be downgraded faster than you can say supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I mean,
I 100% agree with you. 100%.
So, but in other counties, that same case will not be downgraded. It will stay in Superior Court as a felony. And if you have prior records, have prior charges, they might offer you a prison sentence on that case. And I have literally called like prosecutors in that I'm going to use that county as an example without naming it, and to say like, what are you doing? Why? And they have said, well, that's who we are, like almost very proud of it, which seems wrong that in one county, which is, less than an hour away from another county, we're supposed to be prosecuting uniformly in New Jersey, right? It shouldn't.
That's the whole reason for mandatory minimum sentences, is to be consistent in Camden as you are in Morris, as you are in Burlington. But what you just said is the prime example why it's not uniform.
It's not. Well, and also because the prosecutors decide the charge, the prosecutor decides whether to downgrade it, or which we call remand back to municipal court or not. So, I mean, that's why when you asked me the question, I kind of put it both in at the same time, the power of the prosecutor's office and also the inconsistencies throughout New Jersey, of resolutions of cases, and that's the reality. But a good criminal defense attorney would make sure that they know what the policies are. And I do all of South Jersey. I handle, my home base is Atlantic County and Cape May County. I have a satellite office in Cumberland County. I do handle cases in Salem and Camden and Ocean, Burlington sometimes, and Gloucester. And that's it. I won't go any further north than that. And ocean is more because ocean borders Atlantic. So
Sure. It's a wide reach in county. Sure.
right. So like if the courthouse was further north, I probably would be like, no, I'm not going because it's too far. But because I do have clients in Atlantic and Ocean, but I won't go to North Jersey. And I feel like I could try a case anywhere, but I don't have the relationships. I don't know the courthouses. And I think it really is a disservice to a client going in without at least knowing what judges will do in this case, or how they handle things. I mean, I don't know how else to say, there are cases where you have violations of probation, and knowing what a judge is going to do on the violation. I mean,
critical.
How do you advise a client? Why would a client hire you if you're like, I don't know what this judge does?
That goes back to your value analysis. What's the value? And if you don't understand the value, how are you going to advise on it?
Correct. I mean, I think for any attorney, whether it's civil or criminal, the best thing you can do for your client is be honest and direct with them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're not doing anybody a favor by pumping them up one way or the other.
I mean, I don't know how many times, and then also not to make promises. Do not make promises to your client. I do not know how many times I say, I cannot guarantee. I cannot guarantee the result. I can't guarantee the release. I can't guarantee, and when my clients say, you said, I'm like, and then I said, I cannot guarantee, because that's really where the relationships, that. If you had a client come in and you were like, oh my goodness, this is $5 million worth of a case.
And the next line would be, but I can't guarantee which way it's going to go. It is impossible. I don't have a crystal ball, and I've seen both ways. You cannot guarantee it.
Right. And that's what is the hardest thing, because there's not certainty,
Yeah.
which is why figuring out the best resolution for the case, is the guarantee. And that's really the truth of handling cases. I'm going to jump back to something you said earlier, though, when we were talking about, and I think I raised it about trying to compare cases, like the value of cases, and everyone is different. I had someone, I think in Ocean County, maybe Monmouth, call me on a domestic violence case. And they said, my client saw your resolution and wanted to know how you got to it, because I have a case that's a similar fact pattern. Okay. And I said, okay, tell me your facts. And other than that, the two individuals had no prior record, and they were both victims of domestic violence. The fact patterns were not the same at all. And when I say that, the person who killed their paramour, their boyfriend at the time, hid the body, didn't call police, and so when we ended up talking about the case, I was like, no, these are not the same cases at all.
Nothing about this.
Other than they were both charged with murder, they were both victims of domestic violence, and what was the third? They're both victims of and no prior record.
Those are three pieces in an enormous puzzle.
It is an enormous puzzle, and that's what I try. Do you understand this too? As trial attorneys, it's putting the puzzle pieces together. And when we're in front of a jury, we're putting the puzzle pieces together so that in the end, our defense or theory of the case is there in a beautiful picture.
Then you've done your job. And that's about as good as you can do, because either they're going to get your puzzle or they're going to get the other puzzle.
Right. But the worst part about a jury trial, what do you think the worst part about the jury trial is?
That is an incredible question. The worst part about a jury trial for me is not being able to question the jurors as to why they came to the conclusion they came to. And we can't do that in New Jersey. You can do it in other states. Right. But you're talking about that opting into the decision to have a jury trial?
I mean, like in the jury trial, there comes a point for me, like in the middle of, there's a point in the jury trial where I'm like, This is the worst part.
Well, it's got to be when they're presenting their side.
No.
What is it for you?
When it goes to the jury.
Oh, the moment.
Not when they give us a verdict. I mean, when I rest
When
and
it's
the
done.
state rests.
And everything's going back.
And everything goes back into a jury room.
Well, that's the most nerve-wracking moment because you get no more shots. That's it.
Right. And you can't control anything anymore. And I'm not saying you can control everything in a jury trial, but you at least believe that you can control a lot of things in the jury trial. You can control your objections and what might come in or what might come out.
You're 100% right. The way the way I feel, the only other way I can explain this that makes sense to me is when you have, and you're not a gambler, but when you have a blackjack hand with an amount of money on the table that you're not comfortable with, more than you're comfortable with, on the table, you have what you believe is a strong hand, a very, very strong hand, and the dealer is showing a good hand too. That moment before they flip your cards over is when you're waiting for a juror. And it's such that's the most uncomfortable thing.
Right, because you don't have control and you could do everything. I mean, the case that I gave the example of my client who, hasn't been sentenced yet, was offered a 7. He was thrilled with my representation.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
He was,
you killed it.
He couldn't believe that the jury came back with guilty verdicts, and
so and you'll never know. You don't know.
Yeah. So, I mean, the truth is, though, it goes back to the jury and then what their conversations are.
It's terrifying.
The case that I told you about where my working girl client was found guilty of the theft and a simple assault, which is the definition of a robbery, like first year law school definition. Years and years later, it is funny. Years and years later, I was at an event and I was talking to someone and I said, "How do I know you? Are you, do you live in Linwood? Are you a parent? Blah, blah, blah. Are our kids the same age?" And he said, "Yes, I do live in the same town as you, but that's not how you know me." And I was like, "Oh, how do I know you?" And he said, "I was the foreperson on the jury."
Oh my goodness.
And I said, because you can't ask, I said, "What happened?"
That's it.
And
just tee it up.
I was like, and he looked, he's like, "Can I talk about?" I said, everything's done. Like, it's never like.
They can tell you. You just can't ask them specific.
And I said, "I'm just curious because, theft and a simple assault is actually a robbery. So I'm confused." And he said, "We could not come to an unanimous verdict. We couldn't get past that first question, which was the robbery charge. And it was contentious and fighting." And he said, they were out for a long time. It was more than a day, if not 2. He said, "We decided to go from the lowest charge up."
Then they could do it that way.
And I said, "You were instructed not to do it that way."
Oh yeah, they violated the rule, but that's how they needed to do that to get it done. They split the baby.
Yeah, and they split the baby. And that's probably a fair and just result in the end.
Wow, what a full circle. On that note, I have to wrap us up. We have so much more to talk about, and we're going to do this again. But where I'm going and the reason I have to stop is important because Monmouth County's public defender Van Lane passed away a few weeks ago, and I'm going to his memorial service. And knowing public defenders, he was such an honorable and stoic and patient man.
Yep.
And that's where I'm headed. So I know you'll appreciate that. So I wanted to say that.
No, well, thank you, and we will pick this up again. And you need to ask why I don't gamble anymore.
Well, that'll be my next question.
We hope you enjoyed this episode of the Mighty MERP Podcast. This podcast is not a source of legal advice. No 2 legal cases are the same. Contact an attorney if you require legal assistance.
I'm excited today to welcome Dr. Dawn Hughes to the Mighty MERP Podcast. Dr. Hughes is a clinical and forensic psychologist who specializes in the assessment and treatment of interpersonal violence and traumatic stress. She maintains an independent practice in clinical and forensic psychology and is a clinical assistant professor of psychology, serving on the voluntary faculty. Ooh, that was hard. I'm messing up. Serving on the voluntary faculty in the Department of Psychiatry at Weill Cornell Medical College, New York Presbyterian Hospital. Dr. Hughes is board certified in forensic psychology from the American Board of Professional Psychology, and it is immediate past president of the Trauma Psychology Division of APA.
This podcast is not a source of legal advice. No two legal cases are the same. Contact an attorney if you require legal assistance.
We are here with Dr. Dawn Hughes today, and we are going to talk to Dr. Hughes about her specialty, her career, and also truly focus on intimate partner violence, which I think most people just think of as domestic violence. But we're going to also talk about the nuances of that. So welcome, Dr. Hughes.
Thank you. I'm so happy to be here.
Great. So before we start talking about your specialty, I always like to start when I have guests on to say, what's your origin story? Sort of where did you grow up? And how did you get from there to here?
In 5 seconds or less?
And no, you can talk as long as you want. I always find it really interesting to find out where people started and sort of how they got to where they are in their either careers or lives. It's always interesting.
Yeah, so I am a native New Yorker. Grew up in New York City, so I'm a little rough around the edges and growing up in the big city. I did do my undergraduate in psychology. I always wanted to know why people do the things they do since a very early age. I think my mom told me I asked why all the time, and it was very annoying. So after getting my psychology degree, I was also very interested in the law. So I worked for 2 years outside of, after getting my undergraduate degree. I first started working in the South Bronx in methadone maintenance treatment, and clearly there saw a whole lot of chronic trauma and, social issues and poverty and marginalization and how that impacted individuals that led them to substance abuse. And then I said, well, maybe I want to be a lawyer. So I went to work for the federal defenders for the Southern District of New York as a legal services assistant, where I also had to understand why people committed the crimes they did to try to figure out mitigation. And it was really at that point that, since I realized that wasn't so simple, that I wanted to do advanced study in clinical psychology and applied to doctoral programs. So I always kind of knew or maybe trusted the trajectory that those paths would cross, and I'd be able to find a way to weave in sort of the law, the legal aspects with the psychological aspects.
Well, you definitely, at least with my experience of working with you as a criminal defense attorney, have blended it very nicely.
And that's what a forensic psychologist does, right? So forensic psychology in general is just the application of the science and principles of clinical psychology to a particular legal issue at hand, right? And that's what I do, but using the trauma background, right? So I'm a trauma forensic psychologist. So using the science and the empirical data and what we know about traumatic events, specifically interpersonal violence, which can be rape, sexual assault, domestic violence, intimate partner violence, sexual harassment, cult abuse, all things of that. And how do they then intersect in a criminal or a civil matter?
Right. Because it always comes down to people want to know why someone did or acted the way they did. Right? I mean,
especially in criminal matters, right? That becomes, certainly juries want to know that. It doesn't always blend so nicely what the legal definition of certain things are. But, I started working in a case like that you and I worked on, back in, the late 90s on, battered women who were in violent relationships who then acted out against their partner. And most of the time, clearly not all the time, but most of the time in self-defense, that, they felt, absolutely threatened, and their life was threatened, and they had no other recourse but to either grab whatever was available to them to ward off that threat. So that's what, a psychologist, certainly a forensic psychologist can do, is we evaluate individuals' state of mind. Like, how we know about fear, we know how it impacts people. So then you use the data on intimate partner violence, and what do we know about what intimate partner violence looks like and how people are afraid and how they can fear for their lives. That makes sense to us because we study it, we know it.
Right. So I'm gonna jump into our case, and then I think we can break it down into steps of sort of what you do and how you work with a lawyer. And actually, before we jump into the case, you've worked on cases where you've represented and assisted defense.
So I don't represent, right? I'm called by attorneys, right, to render a professional expert opinion. And that could be by criminal defense attorneys. I've been called by prosecutors' offices.
That's what I was getting.
Yeah, often to when they are in the prosecution of someone who has committed a rape, a sexual assault, an intimate partner violent act, to explain the sort of paradoxical things that happen in these relationships that may not be what an average person thinks about, right? We all sort of have this invulnerability belief about ourselves. Well, I would never be in that situation. Or if he hit me, I would leave right away. Or if he cheated on me, I would leave right away.
Right.
And we know from the data that doesn't happen in the overwhelming majority of time. So they use a prosecutor, right, in their prosecution of a defendant, criminal defendant, will utilize an expert like myself to explain those myths and misconceptions, so the jury is not making decisions based on knowledge that is actually not correct.
Right. And my point really is that you've been hired as an expert, as both for the prosecutor as well as for criminal defense side, as an expert, and you've also been hired in civil cases as well.
That's correct, for both sides as well. Correct.
Right. And it's fair to say when you're hired, you don't have an agenda. You have to come to each case open-minded and do the evaluations and the investigations through some objective testing. I'm going to ask you about exactly what type of testing or analysis you do, because I think that people don't really understand how an expert can come to their conclusions and how thorough that your work has to be in order to support the conclusions that you come to. Is that fair?
That's absolutely fair. We do come into this realm with an objective standard, right? That is part of our ethical demand, right? Part of our professional kind of guiding light, that, our job is to look at all the data and come up with an opinion. And to do that, we utilize a variety of different methods. But, expert witnesses do get that sort of that, maybe that lay or that sort of media hype about being a hired gun, and that you're just going to get hired and you're going to say what anybody wants you to say. And as with anything, are there some people who do that? Probably. I'm certainly not one of those. And certainly I would say the professional board of forensic psychology are people like myself who had amassed a certain amount of experience, who adhere to the ethics in the profession, standards of how we want to practice. So, what I always say is, by the time I get to either write a report or testify, I've already got to the point where I can testify to my opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty. If I can't, then you're not going to see me on the witness stand. You're not going to see me write a report, because I have not been able, based on the data that I need to use in my field, give that opinion. So it's what we say is in psychology, a skewed sampleization, right? You're only seeing the tail end of those cases that get to that point where, of course, I've come to an opinion, with a high degree of confidence in my opinions.
Right. So I met you. I reached out to you for a case that I was handling where my client and I always like to say this when I'm talking about cases, is that I have permission from my client to talk about this case. The case has been resolved already, but I think it's important to note that I wouldn't be talking about the specific facts of the case unless I had the permission. But I had a case where I have a client who, when I was first retained, which was right after the incident, which is she shot her husband on Christmas Day. And there is no dispute about those two facts. It was Christmas Day and she shot him.
Yes.
And she was charged with murder. And from the beginning of the case, I thought that she was overcharged and that it was not really accurate of what occurred. And when I went to see her, I think Christmas was on a Saturday, and I went to see her on Monday or Tuesday.
Which is unique, that we can get a criminal defense attorney like yourself with your requisite experience to be in so early, which I think was a crucial sort of factor in the positive resolution of this case as well.
Right. I agree with you. And it just happened to be that she was friends with another attorney, and that attorney called me right away and had me meet with the family, and I had I was prepared with an investigator right away. And I went to the jail to talk to her. And what was not in any of the reports that I had at the time is I could see in talking to her that she had bruising all up and down her arms. And nobody took pictures of it at the time. And
also very critical in this case.
Yeah, it was very critical. And thank goodness the family hired an attorney right away. We got out there right away. And then my investigator, and I'm going to shout out to Bill Skoll, because he did an amazing job and was able to get to the jail pretty immediately and was able to document the pictures and the bruising. Which again, aside from the bruising on her arms, she did have bruising on her back and on her torso, and
her chest,
and her chest. And so, this was an individual who was around 52 at the time of the incident, maybe 51. No prior record, lived a law-abiding life. Was married almost 30 years to her husband and had one child. And right off the bat, the what I knew to be true is that she experienced trauma and violence that night. She unfortunately couldn't remember a lot of the details. And I thought the murder charge was an overcharge. And really trying to figure out the best way to be an advocate for this woman. So the bad facts that I did not share, which I will share, is that when her husband was shot, we knew, and the state said this from the beginning, and they were right, he was in bed, he was undressed, and he did not have a weapon in his hand at the time that he was shot. And so that's why they charged him. So based on that and those facts, I knew that we needed an expert. And it took me some time to actually find the right expert. And I'm just going to do the shout out to Dr. Dawn Hughes, because Dr. Dawn Hughes was the expert. And in talking to Dr. Hughes about the case, I knew that as much as I knew about domestic violence, there was so much I still needed to know and learn and understand to be the advocate for this client. So I don't know, do you remember our first phone call, or when we talked about the case, what your first impression was? Or I know you said you thought you could help or you could be an expert. You didn't know what the conclusions were going to be, but you definitely knew that.
Right. I mean, certainly I, probably more than most, I would say, at this point have evaluated more than most homicides, domestic homicides, intimate partner homicides. So I know I can evaluate that. whether that, what I remember saying to you, because it's sort of part of my spiel, is that I don't know if what I'm going to find is going to be helpful to your case, right? And that's the risk that a criminal defense attorney takes, that you're going to send in someone like me to evaluate everything. And, we know, I mean, people can shoot people out of anger, right? They can shoot people out of greed. They can shoot people, out of other reasons. But they can also shoot people if they feel that their life was, in danger and threatened, right? We know that too. So I know that I could assess for that and come up hopefully with a conclusion I could rest my hat on, and then you could decide if that fits with the legal charge and the legal theories that you needed to put forth.
Right. And so it's sort of, from the legal perspective, the definition of self-defense, in these type of cases is complicated, because the legal definition of self-defense is imminent harm of serious bodily injury or death. And so in a case like this, where the individual at the time the gun was fired did not have a weapon and was unclothed, naked in bed, it's hard to establish a full self-defense.
Well, you have to assess that, right? So that's where I always say the law and psychology don't really mix, because when there is a threatening incident, right, which we're saying happened immediately prior to her discharging the weapon, right? One's threat does not dissipate, right? So I always say you can press the alarm, and if anybody's been in a school or a building where an fire alarm has been pressed, it goes on for a long time until the threat is clear and it's shut off. That's what happens to us physiologically. So that's number one. And number two, what else was he doing and saying that continued to elevate her threat, right? So someone who has experienced, 30 years of intimate partner violence knows very well what their partner is capable of. Like we know, even in situations that are not violent, what our partners are capable of, right? Are they going to, put the milk container in the recycling or just leave it on the counter? Like those stupid things. We know that, right? Because that's how we understand human behavior. We track this. So we don't know because of, in this situation, this case, because her memory was impaired, which we know happens in trauma, and also Christmas Eve, there was alcohol involved. So that was a very difficult factor because there were pieces that we didn't know. So we had to rely on sort of what we do know, right? And one of the things that you mentioned, and this is why a really important, thorough evaluation is really, really important. He was unclothed. He was always unclothed. Now, a regular person might not know that, right? The prosecutor, the police, which makes sense. But when you talk to not only, the people who live in the home, Mary Lou Wigglesworth and her son, he did that all the time. He'd come in and take off his clothes. Now, that might not be normative in your house, but that's what was normative in their house. So you really have to step into what happens in that house. What are the unique factors in that house? So him being unclothed didn't make him sleeping or not a threat. So we had to really look at those factors and evaluate them as well.
Correct. And before I'm going to talk about the type of evaluations you did with Mary Lou, I do want to go back to what you said, which was your first point, because I believe that this is outdated law, and it doesn't coincide with the reality of trauma or fight and flight, our understanding of fight and flight, which is that your body will regulate so quickly after a traumatic event, because that's the way the law's written, is that,
the law is written as your body will regulate, but we know it will not.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. That you still will be functioning. So in this case, what we later learned was that the decedent, her husband, put a gun to her face prior to the shooting.
Yes.
And so then the question is,
and how much I'm going to effing kill you, right? So you pair a verbal threat with an actual objective means of following through that threat That's a very powerful fear.
But we didn't know if it was 2 minutes or 5 minutes. We know that it's close in time. We know because the incident was short.
And we know that, right, back to investigation, which we do use as our anchors. We know that because we have the video of them going in their house. And we have the time by which the 911 was called. What was that?
Which was within a 20-minute period.
Right. So we know that this was quick. So even in 20 minutes, is somebody's fear, if they were threatened with a weapon in their face, straddled on top of them, and they're on the floor and with a threat to kill, right? Something happened where that stopped and he didn't do it, but we don't know what else was going on. With multiple weapons in the house, with access to multiple weapons,
loaded.
Correct.
Yeah, we're both saying the same thing. Loaded weapons. But here, this is what is not caught up with the law, is that, and this is my layperson lawyer research, mental health psychology sort of research. So it's very general is what I'm saying. Is my understanding is when there's a traumatic event like that, your body cannot regulate within 2 minutes or even 5 minutes, that your body still remains in a fight or flight potential mode. And so the law is pretty much saying if you have any time to cool off, then it is not self-defense. But psychologically, cooling off could take a significant longer time than just a few moments. Is my layperson understanding correct, or am I off?
No, you're off. And I think the other really relevant factor is we also know that the individuals who are perpetrating the violence, they don't just stop either. So we know that they could keep going. So even if there are verbal threats in that time where someone has not cooled off, that's going to keep them in that heightened state even more so, right? And it could be more threats that are coming through. We don't know in this case, but certainly in many other cases, I've had that happen. So not only are you dysregulated and still in fear, the person is still saying, I'm going to effing kill you. Right. Why do you think that's not true when you've just had a gun in your face, right? So how the mind has to figure out, right? Fight or flight, threat. Is this real? What's going to happen in split seconds? That really sort of jumps past, and sometimes volitional control, right? It's happening so fast, we just act.
So what about the argument that even if the person was saying, this case that we're talking about, she did experience domestic violence for her whole marriage.
Yes, correct.
And there was objective evidence of that from, even in the 90s. I think she had pictures of abuse that the family was able to provide to us. But in the context of that, what about the argument of, well, even though he pointed a gun at her, he never, he never acted on it. He didn't kill her previously, so why would she think she was going to be killed this time? I mean, I know I'm asking crazy questions, but this case and domestic violence cases in general is that, I think people have what you started with is, why didn't she just leave?
Right.
And I don't know, after the case was resolved, and I don't normally read like comments, but I did read just a few comments on this case because it was just a case that was getting such big headlines. And it was really interesting. There were people that had such a visceral, she shouldn't spend a day in jail or prison, to she should spend the rest of her life. There was like no middle ground on this.
And it's hard. And I do understand and appreciate the difficulty that, a prosecutor's office might have, right? In understanding that, so what you're really talking about in the law is this idea of imminent threat, right? And what does imminence mean, right? In the law, it means, right, in the moment, say he was pointing a gun at her, and then she grabbed another gun and shot him, right?
Right. It's an immediacy to it.
There's an immediacy, correct. And the majority of cases are not like the old 90s, film, The Burning Bed, and where somebody, does this in this whole premeditated way because she can't get away, which may be true, right? In some of these really pathological batterers. But the majority of the cases are when there has been an assaultive episode, right? And there was clear evidence based on the bruising, the fresh bruising on her body, that happened, right? So we were able to establish that. We also know we go back to guns. Like, what do we know about guns and domestic violence? It's a significant risk factor for lethality. So women who were threatened with a gun before are 20 times more likely to be killed. Still, Mary Lou Wigglesworth was still statistically much more likely to be dead than her husband. As tragic as this is, and it is tragic, but that
it is just the whole family. For the whole family, it was a tragic.
And these threats with a weapon that not only happened that night, but also happened at other times, right? They reinforce this dynamic of abuse and this dynamic of coercive control. So the other thing that we had to figure out in this case was, why was, he didn't kill her before, right? So why was this time different, right? What made this time different, right? And there were a number of factors. Really, her husband's deterioration, right? And he was deteriorating, using more drugs, using more alcohol, becoming more erratic, becoming more violent, right? So she knows he's spiraling out of control. I don't trust that he's not going to do this now because of what I've been going through in this last year leading up to Christmas. So there's all those factors that, for me, I understand go into somebody's psychological assessment of threat. And that's what we sort of culled and were able to explain in this case.
How do you know if somebody you're evaluating is being honest or truthful to you? And how do you factor that into your evaluations? I mean, you've heard people say, oh, well, that person's a really good liar. Or so how, obviously, when you're doing an evaluation, that has to be a factor in how do you know?
Yeah,
I mean, you're not.
Yeah, we have, again, in order to render an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty, I have to have confidence in the reliability of the data I'm getting, right? From the individual litigant as well as other sources of information. So what I say is, and just to sort of be technical, what the methodology is, it's a multi-method, multi-hypothesis driven hypothesis. That means we use a lot of methods, have a lot of hypotheses, anger, greed, whatever it may be. I just want to get out of here. Who knows? We have to entertain a lot of hypotheses and then see where the data comes together, right? So one of the ways in doing that is through the use of psychological testing, psychological assessments, which do have sort of built in what we say validity scales, measures that allow us to see, is this person exaggerating the way we know how people report trauma, right? We have normative data, the way people report trauma. Is this person minimizing? Are they not reporting, data the way we want to? Are they flatly telling us things that we just know are not true, right? Schizophrenia is not about I see little green men, right? You check that scale, we're like, I don't know, is this person really giving me valid data, right? So if they're not giving you valid data, it doesn't mean everything else that they're saying is wrong, but it causes us to pause. It causes us to suspect, right? So if we go through the psychological testing and that holds together, no evidence of malingering, which is the false production of psychological symptoms. And that's what's, some people clearly in criminal cases want to make themselves seem crazy because they think they're going to get off, right? Or make themselves seem more impaired than they actually are, right? That was not the case here, right? So we look at that, no evidence of malingering or exaggerating. And then we look at the external data, right? So you mentioned a picture. She took a picture of herself early on in this marriage when she was beat pretty badly that showed bruising. Okay, we have that. We have the evidence at the moment. She's in jail of all those bruises. And we also have a picture earlier Christmas Eve because she's wearing an open chest sweater that her sister took and there's no bruising. And now The next day there's bruising. And actually it's a little lower. We know bruising takes a while to come out, which is why getting the pictures, they'll say during that interrogation, which we had the video of, you couldn't see bruising, right? Because bruising takes time to come out, right? The fact that you went back in and took those pictures, and then of course the jail took the pictures, and the jail usually likes to take the pictures not to help the defense, but to protect themselves. A detainee can't say that I was beat up by the correctional, so they really do it for self-preservation, but it can help us understand how the person is. And then you talk to people. So, I would say this case was a little difficult because we didn't have medical records. Not uncommon, right? A lot of times women, and certainly men as well, will not go to the doctor, tell them about what's happening. They'll say, I fell, or I hit this, or I walked into the vacuum. And she had a lot of, a plethora of excuses that she used because a lot of people saw bruises. A lot of people saw this on her over the years.
And not only that, they saw what was interesting, and you can probably expand on it, is that they saw it, and then when asked initially about it, they said we didn't see abuse. But then they don't. Right. So that's why we don't ask, are you a victim of abuse? Are you a victim of domestic violence? Because people are going to use their own definition of that. And I can't tell you how many times, well, he didn't punch me or he didn't do this, so I'm not, right? But when I, talk to the family, and I talk to many of them, they would say still, well, I didn't see him hit her, but he did grab her arm. He did pinch her. He did hit her. So wait, he did hit her? I didn't know that was abuse, right? So once they're sort of saying what those behavioral specific things that happened, they also saw, which is really relevant because intimate partner violence is not just about hitting, right? It's a pattern of manipulation, of fear, of coercive control that has many different types of abuse. Like physical violence is one, but there's psychological abuse and emotional abuse, financial abuse, sexual abuse, coercive control, all different types that really encompass what we know about intimate partner violence. So they all saw this really erratic, controlling, man who really demeaned his wife and really belittled her and really controlled her. They saw that. That was front and center. And that bled into other areas of the family's life where they wouldn't invite them over. They didn't want them at certain events because of the fear that he was going to be erratic, mainly toward his wife, but also to other people as well. So that was back to kind of how do you know somebody is not telling you the truth? Like all those data points come together. They're all consistent. They all track, right, to what she's saying and what they're saying. And that kind of allows us to say, okay, this is really holding together. Right. And that was the case with, in Mary Lou's case, that it did all track together.
Yes. And she also had told her, she also ran away once in that last year and told her sister, she didn't know what to do. And they were trying to get her out, right? And this is what is so sad and tragic and frustrating in these cases that, Mary Lou was more like, I have to go back. He's going to kill me. Right. And we don't understand that when someone says that, that's not hyperbole. Right. And it's really hard for a layperson to think, well, he's not going to really kill you, but they don't know.
I think I think that's what people think when they hear that. Although I'm not sure if if some of the family, the family seemed to want her to leave and were trying to assist in a way,
and she was petrified of leaving, and she was really beaten down after 30 years of being told how worthless she was. And he would call her all the horrible names in the book, and that's just really, really damaging to one's psychological well-being, and then their ability to have sort of the wherewithal, the skills, the power, the belief that you can leave.
Right. And in her situation, I always say to people, like, domestic violence in whatever form, whether it's physical violence, coercive, financial, it doesn't start on your first date. No. It doesn't start, if you went out with someone and on the first date and they were, physically aggressive or, violent or, manipulative in a way, most people would say, oh my goodness, never seeing this person again, right?
Or alternatively, you chalk it up to something else. Oh, he was drinking, or he was smoking weed, or he just got in a fight with his brother, and he'd had a bad day at work, right? Depending on the circumstances that we find ourselves in on that first date, we almost all of us give second chances, right? Especially if we're looking for love and there's all those other factors that lured us in for that first date. So it depends on, those circumstances of what we rationalize, what we overlook, and why.
Right. She was very financially dependent on him.
Yes.
And she also, I will say, I think she was very intelligent in the sense of street smart, really empathetic, good with people. But she, and I think herself had self-doubt about her intelligence because she struggled through school, probably had an undiagnosed learning disability, didn't graduate high school, couldn't get her GED. So she was very dependent on her husband for financial support and, also I will say status in the community, and they'd been together a very long time. So I think all of that played a factor in her staying. People really, that was always the question. Why do people stay? And
there's multiple reasons, right? That's one thing we know. We are complicated human beings. Very rarely is there one reason for something, right? So, certainly though for her and for many women, financial reasons is a reason, right? That they stay. They can't understand how they would be able to provide for themselves, right? They also have fear of retaliation. We know very clearly through the data that the violence doesn't always end when the relationship ends, right? So there's no guarantee that that's going to happen. There could be threats. If you leave, I'm going to X, Y, and Z, right? Those threats can continue. There's also still love, right? Just like Mary Lou and like all of us, we get into relationships and marriages and partnerships for love, companionship, friendship, all of these wonderful things. We don't get into it with, okay, I'm going to be an abuse victim. So it's really hard to get rid of and abandon the earlier positivity love that we may have had with our partner. So we rely on those, what we say, those moments of, lack of violence or neutral moments that maybe the hope, maybe he's going to go back to that guy that I know is in there. And it, very rarely does that override all of the violence and the abuse, and that's the problem.
Right. So this is a case that I thought was very interesting, the way we handled it. And I think that the state was very open to the way we handled it, because after you wrote the report, which the report definitely had significant evidence that Mary Lou was a victim of domestic violence. As you said, there was the pictures, there was the prior pictures, there was statements by family members and witnesses who saw prior acts of domestic violence.
And statistical risk factors, right, that were in this case. Right? We do have data on what happens in women who are in violent relationships and women who end up dead by their partner. And the more, when you look at the difference between those two groups of people, there are these really significant risk factors that are there and, in the empirical literature. And there were very significant risk factors in this case. So that gave us some sort of external validity for us to understand her fear, right? If the majority of women who end up dead by their partners have all these variables that happen, like threats with a weapon, like coercive control, all of those things, the emotional, the drug use, all of the, and the substance abuse by the partner, if all of those are there, that sort of kind of collides together for us to understand that this was a very serious case.
Right. And the state, we met with the prosecutor who was handling the case, you and I together, and we were an open book, or I should say you were an open book, because rarely ever would I say, here is my expert. You can ask any question that you want, which is what I did. And I thought that we did a really good job as well as educating the state on the reality of this case, to get what I would say a very good resolution for my client.
And an expert should be an open book, right? I mean, my job is to be able to support my opinions based on the data that I have. And nothing is 100%, right? In anything we do, not every single piece is going to fit in this beautiful puzzle, right? But do we have a substantial majority of the pieces? Right. And does that come together for us to really have a pretty good hypothesis and opinion about this individual, right? So
right.
I should be able to support that. So it doesn't feel, odd or threatening to be able to do that in a collegial way where someone can ask those questions that they need resolved. I'm happy to answer them.
Right. Right. And you did. And we spent a lot of time just having the conversation and letting the state really ask any question that they wanted to, and you were candid and about the fact that there is a few minutes that we don't know what happened. Mary Lou couldn't remember,
right.
And I think it goes to the fact that she was being truthful of what she did and didn't remember, because,
right.
she could have made it into a neat bow for herself, right?
Yep. Yeah, and I think didn't. Also that point of, that the points at where she could remember it and what the questions that the prosecutor wanted to know. And I do, one of them I remember she asked is like, when she was taken in, right? Why didn't she tell us about all the domestic violence, right? She wanted to know, why didn't she just tell us, right? And you spent 30 years hiding it, avoiding it, suppressing it, putting on a different forward-facing front, right? That doesn't come naturally. Even if you just had your life threatened and you had to act in self-defense, that doesn't automatically shut off.
It wasn't her first time that she had to act like that. She was protecting herself and him. And I will say, I mean, I would say that she still loved her husband.
Yes.
And has tremendous remorse for that day of events.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, I think she was still protecting him even after the case, after she was charged,
And she never wanted to disparage his memory. She wanted, even when he was alive, she didn't want to disparage him, right? She deferred to him at the expense of herself, right? So that was so clear that when they were out, I want them to know Fun Dave. And he did. He had the Fun Dave part, and he was, just really nice to be around, and the party animal and the jokester. But there was this other side of him that a lot of people saw too. I mean, that's what really was helpful data for us. A lot of people saw that other side. It wasn't just the Jekyll and Hyde where he only showed up in the house, right? But people can't imagine what it's like once you close that door, right? They know he's abrasive, erratic, can throw things, can get aggressive, right? They knew that, but they didn't know that he could do that to her, right? Our minds don't go to those ugly places unless you know. If you know, right? So that's part of it. So that's what's, trying to, in many ways, educate the public about what that is and how that looks. And, clearly if he can be that unhinged in public, my guess is, we can, put that tendency.
See, that's what I think. And I don't know if it's because I've worked in this area, like type of law that I work in, handling criminal defense cases. I have a lot of clients or a lot of situations where there is trauma or mental health issues and so I think in my head, as you're saying, what everyone saw, if he could behave like that in public, with the pinching and the twisting the arm or smacking her in the head,
ordering her around, calling her names, cursing her out, all of that.
Yeah, I can only imagine what's going on in closed doors, because people are usually behaving the best they can in public. So why I think this case is so important is, one, and I have said it repeatedly, there were no winners in this case. Mm-hmm. This is, a son lost his father. And
his mother is for many years.
And his mother in the same.
Yeah.
Yeah. And But I did think that we got to a fair and just result. And I thought the plea to the manslaughter charge really, and I thought that was the right resolution.
Right.
But again, people's opinions of the case were so dramatic. And so for somebody, I represent victims in restraining orders for domestic violence. I also represent defendants. But I think there are so many myths and misunderstandings about intimate partner violence. And so I'm going to ask you if you could, I mean, I know you could probably check off a number of them.
Right.
Maybe 3 biggest myths about intimate partner violence. And then I'm also going to say, I always use the term prior to handling this case, either domestic violence or battered woman syndrome or something to that effect. And you were very great and kind of educating me about intimate partner violence and really the new understanding about intimate partner violence. And so I'm going to ask you, sort of explain that evolution, but also what do you think is what people need to understand and be educated about with regards to this issue?
Yeah, I think certainly, we have amassed significant data since really Lenore Walker, who did coin the phrase battered women syndrome in the late 70s and wrote the hallmark book, The Battered Women. And, we've done, many studies, either clinically based studies, ER studies, large scale epidemiological studies. And we know, the Centers for Disease Control still says that intimate partner violence is a serious public health problem, right? And even if women are not talking about it, they're showing up in ERs, they're losing time for work, they're not, maximizing their mental health. They're running around with anxiety and PTSD and depression. So it has a very wide impact, right? So I think one of the main myths I would say is it's not just about hitting. And of course, the physical violence is a part, but it's this constellation of behaviors that serve to first gain and then maintain power and control over your intimate partner, right? And that's really what underlies this. This isn't about somebody who had a stressful day at work and, threw the dinner plate. That can happen. Then that might not be intimate partner violence as we know it, right? That can be someone with an anger management problem. But when somebody is trying to sort of micromanage your life, right, and tell you, don't talk to your sister. She doesn't understand us. You can't go see your mother. I don't like when you wear those skirts. I don't want you to make that. Don't go out. You have to call me. Where are you? And this was something in the case we just talked about, right? All of these sort of coercive control dynamics that really restrict a person's freedom of thought, freedom of movement, freedom of access to money, all of those things, right? And the physical violence punctuates that, right? It reinforces that time and time again, that I am the one in control and I get to say what I do, right? So the classic, let me just finish, the classic example in this case, right, is that, when Dave would call, she had to answer. If she didn't pick up in a certain number of rings, or she was doing something and had to call him back, it was mayhem, World War III, right? So she, started wearing the Apple Watch so she wouldn't miss a call, right? That's not normal. But if he goes to the pub after work and disappears for 4 hours, she can't call him, right? Is that equal? Is that equitable? No, right? So you look at who holds the power in the relationship. And when all those dynamics are together, we're really seeing that's what intimate partner violence is, right? This real sort of circular cycling through all of these different behaviors. So I think that's the probably number one myth. It's not just about hitting. And that's why it's so hard to leave. If somebody's controlling all these different aspects of your life, you can't even think straight because all you're trying to do is answer the phone. I had another case where the woman, we got testimony from the people in the hospital where the batterer would call the nurse's station and she would come running down the hall in the hospital to pick up the call, sweating and in panic because if she didn't get there in a certain amount of time, she's going to get beat later, right? So it's not just Mary Lou's story. Like this is an account that we have studied and we have seen this dynamic. And that's, really a problem of what this, abuse of power and control looks like.
Right, but the language that you're using, coercive control, okay? So I'm not sure how long that language is language that you've been using in your expertise. But coercive control was just for the first time put into the language of the law in January of 2024. So less than a year ago.
Right,
In the
because
New
it's
Jersey
not a
statute,
violent
in our
act. So it doesn't
what?
look like it's an assault. We know what that is, right? We know what that looks like. We've known about coercive control since the 70s, right? We use different terms. We use psychological aggression, right? The use of tactics to get control, subjugation, threats, intimidation, humiliation, right? These are all tactics of control. I mean, it was really Dr. Evan Stark who kind of, wrote the book and really framed it in this coercive control, because we did see cases that didn't have physical violence. And yet that kind of coercive control can really restrict a person's life and have them feel as if they have no alternative in these situations. And it actually got passed in the legislature in the UK before it starts making its way here in the United States. So they were able to put that as a crime in the United Kingdom. That's been on the books for a while, and now it's just sort of coming full cycle, which is good because we're really understanding, even though me and our field have been knowing this and talking about this, now the law is again recognizing it, which can help us in cases like this, right? In cases of what does, threat look like? What does imminence look like? What does it feel like if you can't leave a situation? This is why.
Right. Right. So myth number one is it's not all about violence. It's not all about the hitting.
So myth number two, right, I would say probably is, if she didn't leave, it wasn't that bad. Right. And that's not
sorry.
True, right.
It hurts my heart when you say it. It's true. People say it. I hear things like that.
Right. It wasn't that bad. So certainly there has been research and been done. One of the, earlier studies was by Dr. Marian Dutton, who was my mentor, who trained me, and looked at, the more the violence goes up, the more the strategy she uses. So it's not that she's not doing anything, right? But he's going to keep using the violence, and I'm using he and she, and we know that can obviously, we can have, another dynamic, although it is disproportionately still in this kind of fear-based power and control, a male-female dynamic as well. But so I'm using she. But, the more violence he uses, the more things she tries to do to try to protect herself, to avoid it, to prevent it, to acquiesce and comply, and all these strategies to have it not happen. So leaving is one strategy. It's not the only one, right? And leaving, as I said, doesn't stop the violence. So we know also from the risk, when a woman leaves, her risk of being killed increases, not decreases. So her staying in some ways is survival, is preservation, because she knows what he's capable of. We like to fall back on, he would never do that, but that's not true. We just had a case here where a New York's retired NYPD detective shot himself and shot his wife and then shot himself, leaving 3 kids behind, right? Like, if this sort of control, if I can't have you, no one can, right? So it's just not true that it wasn't as bad because she couldn't leave. So we need to look at the factors. Why couldn't she leave, right? And then I always flip it on its head. Why does he continue to abuse her? Why don't we ask that question? Why is that not a question that we allow ourselves to continue to ask, right? And I think we are so victim blaming still in this society, and so female leaning blaming, right? Like women get a lot of blame for a lot of things, and mothers get the blame, and the partners get the blame for not doing certain things, as opposed to
if she just did, or if so yeah.
So, that's a very big piece about, how leaving is one strategy, but it's not the only one. And that when we don't only look at the strategy, we look at what's the effectiveness of the strategy. So, maybe, myth 2A would be, if it was that bad, why didn't she call the cops, right? So some women do call the cops, right? And the majority, don't want to involve law enforcement, especially in certain communities. We're not bringing law enforcement into this. That's not going to solve my problem. Right? That's just
not going to solve the problem.
It's going to give me a bigger problem. right?
Correct.
And what happens, again, I can't tell you, if I had a nickel, so many times that, in a current case that I'm working on where she did call the cops, but she called the cops because they were trying to take the kid, right? So she calls because of the kid, but then they ask her, well, was he violent? Has he ever choked you? Does he have a gun? She's like, well, no, 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 no. So now they're all upset because she didn't tell them. But where is he when she's talking to the cops? He's right over there.
Right there.
And then what happened after? Even though she said nothing, she got that shit beat out of her, right? There's consequences for calling the cops. So we as human beings, and certainly people in violent relationships, they weigh that cost benefit analysis. Like, is that really going to help me? Right? We would love to say that. And I'm all for law enforcement coming in and helping. Like, I don't want to get rid of that. And we've trained our law enforcement about these dynamics. I'm glad that NYPD asked her those questions, but I also understand why she couldn't answer. Right?
Right. But then there's also the situation later that they say she was asked and she said no to any of that.
Now. But we know.
Right. So,
and I said to I testified, I have to go back, this is sentencing, but I said that. I said, your office calls me to testify why they don't answer these questions now, because she's the one being prosecuted for acting in self-defense. All of a sudden it's like, oh, we don't understand why she wouldn't say that. You do know why. So they do know why.
Right. Right. But they're still prosecuting her.
They're still prosecuting her. Correct.
Yeah. So we got to 2. Do you think there's a third one? I am one. I'm going to let you think about that. But let's talk about the kid factor and how that plays into the staying versus leaving.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this is a myth or not. I've heard it. So women will stay until they can't protect their kids anymore. Or sometimes when the violence starts going to the kids, that might be the catalyst for them to leave. And yes, I'm using he and she as well for the same reasons. Yes. And I, again, know that that's not always the case, but.
Yeah, it's very unique. I don't think we have really good, clear data on that because sometimes the violence is so bad that they can't protect the kids, right? And that's a very, upsetting situation for all of us, especially people in our field, and especially as a mother wanting to do whatever I can to be, the mama bear and lay down, in front of anything coming towards my kids. But also we understand that, if somebody is so sort of beaten down and controlled and manipulated and fear-based about their decisions, sometimes they can't protect their kids. So what we do know is that when kids are involved, when there's a family, it does make it really, really harder, not easier for her to leave, right? Because now she's usually threatened with legal consequences, right? Now we have the abuse through the legal system. You're never going to get those kids. I'm going to tell them you're crazy, right? And chances, maybe she went to therapy because she was so anxious and depressed and having trauma-based symptoms because of living in this violence. And now that's going to be weaponized against her time and time again in family court, right? So then there become real reasons for her to stay. Right. We also know that there is a high degree of correlation between men who abuse their partners and then they abuse their kids. Like, it's not 100%, but it's high, right? So we have concern if they are abusing their partner that they can be also abusing their kids. And then we also know that kids witnessing intimate partner violence is damaging. It's damaging for their development. It's damaging for their psychology. It's damaging for how they, perceive, role models in society. And, they end up having usually a lot of anxiety and fear. And so many, parents will say, well, they didn't see it because, and then you talk to the kids and they see way more than They hear it, they see it, they feel it, they see the consequences, they feel the tension. And that's really not good for their mental health.
No. Kids know. Kids know everything.
They do. Yep, they know.
And I'm gonna. It's not the same correlation, but just and I jokingly say I had the best marriage that ended in divorce, and I still get along with my ex-husband. We do all the holidays together, and he's a very kind and sweet man. But my kids knew that we were getting divorced before we got divorced.
Right.
They felt it. They knew it. it was palpable to them that there was a change. So I can only imagine in a chaos and family, a chaos situation, because I don't know how else to explain.
Kids. Right. But so kids, because they're dependent on us as adults, right, they biologically, survival wise, have to be perceptive because we are their survival, right? They have to have that dependency. Right. So they are watching, they are monitoring, they are
watching everything. Yes. I'm sure that a child in a household of domestic violence who sees violence probably can predict it's occurring, or see the rise and level of the, I would say, like the bursting that is about to occur.
Building, right? So everybody's sitting at that dining room table feeling it, right? The kids feel it, and that level, that now they're sitting in that level of fear because they can't protect their mom. They don't have any power. They don't want to get hit themselves. They're afraid to excuse themselves and go to their room. They're afraid to stay. I mean, now they're living in this constant state of hyperarousal and fear. And that is not good for a developing brain, as that is not good for any person.
No. And people that I know who have experienced, whether it's verbal abuse or witnessed violence in their home, they still talk about things that trigger them. As adults, I
even think like just a much more sort of, I guess, basic example. If you're in a store and someone's yelling at a clerk, like you could feel your tension going up. Like you can feel like that's so uncomfortable, even though it's not being directed at you.
Or that's how I am if someone yells at a waitress or a waiter. I am like,
it's very, and that's, again, we have survival kind of mechanisms in our body that are physiologically hardwired because we have to respond to this threat, right? That's how we're created. So, to be living it in the home where it's supposed to be your safe space. Home is not safe for a lot of people.
Yeah. So, wow, we went in a lot of directions. So I'm gonna ask you if there was anything that you would want to say or share about this issue that I think we've hit almost every topic. I am going to say from the legal side of it is that what we know from the psychological side of it and what occurs in a court are not the same, and that's always hard to figure out how to have the best results. And I'm going to say in my case with Mary Lou, there were a lot of people who didn't think that she should spend any time in prison. And I understood their position. And what I would say is that my client and her family were given all the options that they, had legally, and that she chose to accept the plea resolution because she thought it was fair and just. And, but, I do think that what she suffered for most of her adult life is tragic. And and she can't get that back either. So I don't think the law and I don't know how they coalesce really. I mean, I can say for what would have happened at trial, her resolution was better than if she lost at trial. And there's always a risk of taking a case to trial. But I do understand people's position that she, should have potentially fought the case, but the state wasn't dismissing it. So she had to weigh all those options.
And many of us are never in that position. So do I fight it, or do I spend, risk 25 to life in jail, right? Those are really, really, really hard choices to make, And I would say that people who say, well, you can't take law into your own hands, that's not what this is, right? This is not a retribution type of matter. And I think that's very oversimplistic and just a misguided view of many of these cases. I mean, sometimes maybe, but not in certainly this case and the majority of cases that I've worked, And I think just the other thing that I would say is that, I think it's important important, obviously, as a trauma psychologist, a trauma forensic psychologist, that we do educate the courts, that we educate prosecutors, that we do give them this information so that whoever the trier of fact is, whether it's the prosecutor choosing to charge it, the judge or the jury, that they can at least use this information, use this knowledge, right, to decide, right? And that's why we have, this kind of adversarial system. Like, let's give them all the data. Let's let them understand what we know about intimate partner violence. Let's let them know about the risk in this case, the specific facts in this case, as they make a decision to weigh their verdict. I think that is just a very important piece, and kind of grateful we were able to do that in this case.
No, me too. And I think that, as I said, I will keep coming back to, I think the resolution was a fair and just resolution. It was something that my client wanted in the end. There's something about the certainty of it. She had already spent a significant time in custody. She'll be out, by 57, 56 years, probably 56, close, she has a full life ahead of her. I would say she has a full third act ahead of her. So
and again, hopefully she can avail herself of treatment and ways to heal from what she went through and heal from, the actual incident. It's traumatic to take someone's life, even in self-defense. That's traumatic. And that whole, changing the course of her life and her son's life is tragic. And I think that there is healing that can happen for people after these situations. And that would certainly be my wish for her and her son and her family, that they could, find that healing.
Yes, I agree with you. Well, thank you so much for giving me a lot of your afternoon on a Friday. And it was great seeing you again and catching up. And I look forward to talking to you again. Thank you for joining Mighty MERP.
Thanks for having me. It was really a pleasure working with you on this case and developing this collegial friendship and relationship. So that's nice too.
I appreciated it all. I really enjoyed, loved learning from you, and loved our conversation throughout the process, and even now.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you.
We hope you enjoyed this episode of the Mighty MERP Podcast. This podcast is not a source of legal advice. No two legal cases are the same. Contact an attorney if you require legal assistance. This podcast is not a source of legal advice. No two legal cases are the same. Contact an attorney if you require legal assistance.
Welcome to the Mighty MERP Podcast. I'm here with Kristen Liss, who is a family law attorney, has been practicing about 15 years. And we're going to talk about her journey through the legal practice from when she was a young attorney to how she has shifted and adjusted her career to make sure that she has a successful career and a successful, happy life outside lawyering. Welcome, Kristen.
Thank you so much, Melissa. I'm really excited to be here.
I'm excited to talk to you. I know we texted and talked a little bit about having a conversation, and I appreciate you taking the time today to join me on the Mighty MERP Podcast. I do not know if you've listened to the Mighty MERP Podcast, but I always like to start the first question with my guest. Say, tell me your origin story. Where did you grow up? Tell me a little bit about your family. And also, did you always know you wanted to be a lawyer?
That's great. So I grew up in Philadelphia. I am the oldest of 3 daughters to my parents. My parents are still together. They've been married for 48 years now, which is, kind of ironic that I'm a divorce lawyer. And my 2 sisters, they both live different state than me. I reside in Florida now, though I am solely a New Jersey divorce attorney. My one sister lives in Connecticut. The other one lives in Jersey. I have 2 nieces. And I grew up in a Catholic family, went to Catholic school K through 12, then went to a Christian university. Just wanted to be a teacher. was really passionate about teaching, got my degree in elementary and special education, and taught for 7 years. And I just reached this point where I was like, I can't do this anymore. This is really difficult. Not that I'm like afraid of a challenge. Clearly, I went into law, which is very challenging. I just didn't feel like I was satisfied with the direction my life was taking. I was working really, really hard to be really, really poor. And I wanted to kind of get out of that cycle. I wanted to get out of the city. And I decided to go to law school and do an entire shift. Initially, I thought I would get into education law because of that overlap there. And as luck would have it, we had an amazing economic downturn in 2008-ish, 2009. So I graduated in the worst economy ever. So rather than, people just throwing offers at new graduates from law school with their whole future in their hands, law firms and even prosecutors and public defenders' offices were laying people off, which was absolutely terrifying when you graduate with 6 figures of student loan debt and still have your undergrad. So
I'm going to interrupt you. I'm going to interrupt you just so I backtrack a little. I have about 3 questions for you. What did you teach when you were teaching?
So I taught special ed. I first taught with 3rd and 4th graders, and I was like, this is cute, but a couple of my kids were eating glue. So I was like, let me do something a little different. So I tried middle school, and that was good. But the middle school is they're very cranky. Any parent that's listening right now will say, I will easily trade the diapers for the cranky tweens. And then I ended up in teaching high school in South Jersey. And I did run into some of my students from there before when I was at the Camden County Prosecutor's Office, and they would wave to me for their handcuffs. So that was a sad story. I just didn't really feel like we were doing our students a great justice. We're missing a lot of the mark in our educational system. And by insisting that every student is destined for community college or college, we're losing that opportunity to teach young students how to support themselves, get them involved in a trade, teach them some marketable skill, something that they can do other than go out and sell drugs, which is, really prevalent in South Jersey.
Yes, that is all true. So you went from teaching, did someone inspire you to go to law school, or did you just decide that was the route? Where'd you go to undergrad? Where'd you go to law school? Because the graduating with a significant loan debt or loan issue is possibly dependent as well on the law school that you chose at the time.
Right.
Probably believing you were going to make more money as a lawyer than as a teacher.
Exactly. We were told, you go to law school, you're going to graduate, you're going to start making $100,000 a year. False. So I went to undergrad at LaSalle University in Philly, and I did get some academic scholarships there, but chose to live on campus, despite the fact it was about 15 minutes away from my home growing up, because I wanted that college experience. And LaSalle was one of the best schools, and I believe is still a very good school for education. So I was happy I went there. And then when I was teaching, we had friends of the family who were a lawyer, and they kept on saying things like, you should just go to law school. You should go to this. Well, during the course of my teaching, there were some legal issues that came up with some of my students. And through the course of my teaching career and prior to becoming a teacher, had some legal circumstances arise. As teachers were mandatory reporters of child abuse, things like that. And I saw that there was a lot of injustice, and I thought, I think I'd like to go be a special education lawyer. So that kind of prompted me to get there. But then once I had that degree in hand, things changed a lot. And so I'm not appearing today as a Kristen List special education lawyer. I'm appearing Kristen List divorce lawyer. So there's quite a leap there.
I'm sorry, did I miss it? Where did you go to law school?
I went to law school at Rutgers University in Camden.
Great.
And I commuted, I lived with my parents and tried to, cut costs as best as I could. But, it's a big investment into your education, and then, interest happens. So
I see that you clerked for Judge Baker, who
did.
I'm sure that you learned a lot and had a lot of fun at the same time with Judge Baker. Was he in family division when you clerked for him?
Yes. So in 2008, I interviewed with probably 9 or 10 judges. And one of those judges was Judge Baker. I drove to Atlantic City from Camden and had a great conversation with him in his chambers on Bacharach Boulevard in Atlantic City. And the next day I got a call and he offered me the position. At that point, I kind of had my heart set on being a prosecutor at the Camden County Prosecutor's Office, where I had interned and had some great experiences on my feet there. And I gave them a call, and they told me that they were not planning on bringing in a new class of prosecutors that year, 2009. They, in fact, were faced with the decision to begin laying people off. Again, going back to the pretty awful economy in 2008, 2009, the housing market crisis. That was devastating to me. And I said, well, thankfully, I have this opportunity for a clerkship. I'll do that. And even during my clerkship, I applied with prosecutor's office. I kept on running into the same thing. Like, those doors were not open to me. And now I look back and I'm glad they weren't, because this route was really, I think, destined for me. Sitting in the courtroom, I looked around and I said, Judge, where are all the young attorneys at? Where are they? And he's like, well, we've got these ones who are going to be retiring a couple years, and we do have these like 3 young attorneys, but there just really wasn't interest in family law, and it's a huge need. So as those people have retired or as those people have become judges, there haven't been a great number of family law attorneys stepping into those open spots. So we have a very close community of family law attorneys in South Jersey.
Right. Well, we're small to begin with. As somebody, I grew up in North Jersey, so just moving to this area, just knowing everyone so easily because we're so small, was a surprise initially. I'm going to go back to what you said, is you thought criminal law, prosecuting, those doors weren't opening. I am sure at the time there was frustration, or what am I doing wrong, and questioning. And then now there's this reality of it was meant to be. You're in the right place. You just didn't know it at the time that you were knocking on the wrong doors, correct?
As my clerkship ended, I thought to myself, what are my marketable skills? And I thought, I know how to run child support guidelines. I know how to, draft orders for family law. I know how to create parenting plans. And so I took the skills that I learned in my clerkship and decided to put my foot into the realm of family law. And 15 years later, it's working out pretty good.
So did you like family law once you started doing it? Or when you finished your clerkship, were you still trying to make the applications to the prosecutor's office?
By the time the clerkship was over, I knew that no prosecutor's offices were hiring whatsoever. I needed to leave that dead in the water and start fresh. And those student loans were coming out of forbearance. So it wasn't this like, oh, I'm meant to be in family law. It was like, oh, crap, my bills are due. Let me go make some money because I don't want to be in default on my student loans. So
I understand. Yes. So, but I was going to.
It wasn't a very romantic, picture at the time. But I do think that looking back, there was this need that needed to be filled. I was there and ready, willing, and able to fill it. And years later, it just, that clerkship pretty much like changed the trajectory of my whole life, if I'm going to say it.
Right.
I would not have met my husband. I would have not been married. I would not have a stepson. Like, my entire life changes honestly go back to accepting that clerkship.
So Max Baker, there you go.
Picked a girl out of Philly who had no real law background other than what I picked up at Rutgers and my clerkships and my internships, and took a little chance on the Eagles fan that showed up in his office that day.
Did you go to a large law firm? What law firm did you go to? And again, what were what was your hours of working? What was your expectation when you started working? I know you said it was about the money initially. I could do this. I could make money.
Mm-hmm. And then I didn't. So I went to a small law firm, and it was really just a husband and wife setup. And unfortunately, during my early months there, the husband fell ill with cancer, and that really shook up the whole family law firm. And not long after, I decided to go out on my own as a solo, as a ripe law school graduate. And I took what I had learned from that very short amount of time there and decided I wanted to do things a little bit differently. Like, I didn't want to rely on the brick and mortar building. I had identified very early on in my law practice that technology was where it was at. And if I was able to meet with clients virtually, and back in 2010, that would have been, what was that? Skype. I was offering
about to
Skype.
ask, what platform did you use in 2010?
I was using Skype to conduct virtual consultations and meetings with clients. And at that time, rolled out a Skype law clinic with Volunteer Lawyers for Justice up in North Jersey. I helped them get their Skype clinic up and running.
What's amazing is I don't think people understand how hard and how, whether it's confidence or belief in oneself, to literally hang up a shingle 1 year out of law school or shortly after a clerkship. Do you think that you had the confidence to do that because you were a little seasoned, meaning you didn't go from college to law school, you had a few years of work experience, or do you think that was innate in you? And I say this as someone who opened up my own law practice after practicing 22 years or so. I was a public defender. I worked with another attorney. I was a partner with another attorney. And even when I opened up my own law firm, I did it begrudgingly. I'm thrilled I did it. I love that I have my own law firm, but I was so married to that paycheck and not creating my own firm, but also own brand, own way of doing business. And I'm so impressed that you're saying in 2010, with 2 years of experience at most, 1 year clerkship, you not only hung your own shingle, as we say, you said, I'm going to do it in a way that really hasn't been done. So my question really is, well, one is kudos to you. And two, what gave you the confidence or that thought, I can definitely do this?
When you talk about having kind of this like blueprint lined up where, you knew what that would look like, I had already identified what I wanted to do out of law school, and it wasn't happening. So I wasn't just sitting back and waiting for, a prosecutor's office or a law firm to like give me the opportunity. Because when you are getting told we're riffing people, or we are not hiring people right now, or we'll hold on to your resume when you know it's going right in the trash can anyway. When so many people were being laid off, I mean, how do you even, in every ad and art in the newspaper or the law journal or online would say, oh, I want somebody with 3 to 5 years experience. I had 3 to 5 months of experience. Nobody was going to hire me. I mean, this was really kind of a matter of, I've got to make the best with what I have. Mm-hmm. And I can't sit back and wait for somebody to give me a job and give me money for showing up. I'm just going to have to go do it myself. To the point where I was like, well, if this doesn't work out for me, I can go back to teaching. I still have that degree. I have a double degree there. I can always go do this. I could go be a paralegal. I could do all of these things. I can take that background. I can use it. And I decided to put my effort into, let me find one client. Let me work on one case. So it wasn't like, oh, let me go find a space or put a letterhead. Let me find one client that I can help. And then from that one client, he was happy. So he told his friends. And then his friends called me. And then his friends told their friends. And then they called me. And so it went from 1 to 2, from 2 to 4, and exponentially grew so much that I can actually look back and think of my career almost like a family tree. Like there are these 3 branches from which all
I
of
do that
these
too.
other clients spring. So I can say, but for those like little seeds that were planted in the beginning, those people who knew I had like 1 year of experience as a clerkship, 3 months of experience as an attorney, and gave me that opportunity, and I made them happy. I got them a successful result. They felt heard. They felt understood. They felt like they had someone standing with them, fighting for them when they didn't think that that was something that they would be able to do on their own. And I really
great.
do have a great plan. Like you're giving me so much credit, but like a lot of it is born out of necessity because I like to have a car and I like to drive and I need to pay that car payment and I like to eat.
So you didn't have a brick and mortar building at all from the beginning. You were working out of wherever I assume your home. You were working out of where?
I was the original work from home employee. I was the original work remote first. That was me. I had 1 laptop. I had 1 inkjet printer. I had the New Jersey Rules of Court book. I had my cell phone. That was it.
So what's interesting about your analogy of a tree and branches is I also think of my clients and the referrals as branches of a tree. I would turn my computer around so you could see it, but I think it'll like mess up the whole podcast. But to my right is literally a painting of a huge tree with leaves that are pink and black. And because I describe when people make referrals, that's that branch of the tree. I had a former colleague who became an administrative law judge and referred me all his cases. And I say that's that judge's branch when people call me. That's that branch of the tree. So I love the analogy. I relate to it completely. So my question to you is, you built it pretty much 1 client at a time as the branches began to bloom. I do know the answer, but it also became bigger or more than you expected it to be, or working. How much were you working? Being the attorney, the secretary, the paralegal, the receptionist, the marketer of your own firm.
Constantly, like just because anytime the phone rang, like that was business. I needed to pick it up. So if it was like Sunday night at 5, or if it was Monday morning at 6:30 a.m., those calls were being taken. And sometimes I would even be like, "Hi, this is Kristen's secretary calling to confirm your appointment." Like I would just be extra people. Every single call that needed to be made was mine. And fortunately, and for anybody who's listening to this who is a lawyer, you already know this. For people who are not, they don't teach us how to run a business in law school. Not a single.
Not only do we not know how to run a business, they don't teach us marketing. They don't teach us anything regarding the tech. I literally say to my staff, when the printer stops working, I jokingly say, "Tag, you're it." They didn't teach me this in law school.
And that's fortunately something I picked up as a teacher. I was very good at that. And that's why I say that past experience as a teacher has served me very, very well. I can unjam any printer.
Well, as a public defender, we did argue and fight and have to learn how to do it. But I just, at times now think I did not learn this in law school. So much that we didn't learn. We learned how to read rules and apply the law and make arguments regarding our cases are analogous or distinguishable from cases in front. But that's about it.
We understood where like underlining stops on before the punctuation or after the punctuation in a case site, and about cases where there's trains and explosives, And none of that applies to family law, and none of that applies to, trust accounting. None of that applies to running invoices, what's billable, what's not billable. And I look back and I made a lot of mistakes, not in the trust accounting part, definitely not that part, but in the what's billable, what's not billable. No one told me, like, if I'm calling the court and I'm talking to someone, that's a bill, that's something I bill for. But I had to learn it the hard way. I had to learn it the wrong way. And eventually, found a couple attorneys I could talk to and ask some questions to without judgment and without any shame. And I now try to do that for other people. Eventually, I did end up getting a part-time paralegal, then brought her in full-time, then had some interns. Those were pretty cool. And then merged my little teeny tiny office with another firm. We had 2 locations. I unfortunately closed those doors in 2019. Unfortunately, right before the world changed again. And then went to work for a larger firm out of Philly, brought my book of business there. And then as my work history would have it, I burned out horribly in 2023, like hit the wall hard, and stopped the big firm 50, 60 hour a week work, stopped working nights, stopped working weekends, started sleeping and eating again and having a life again. And now my life looks way different than being a robotic attorney who lives only to, draft pleadings and get people divorced.
So you say 50 to 60 hours a week.
Yes.
I think you're low on that.
I probably am.
I think running your own business and having clients, the similarity between criminal defense and family law is we are seeing clients that are in desperate need of guidance, legal representation, and we also end up being an emotional support system for them, whether we want to or not. There's a lot of hand-holding.
Absolutely.
So I have finally put a lot of hard boundaries on clients calling the office and not my cell phone in the last 2 years of my 6-year privately owned business of just law offices of Melissa Rosenblum. But I think when you say 50 to 60, I say, oh, my clients had my cell phone. They called and texted. I always picked up as well. I think it was more than 50 to 60 hours. So when you say you burnt out and you burnt out, how did you know? Were you in denial about it initially? What was occurring beforehand? In some ways in my mind, I'm thinking, you were one of the few people really able to shift, probably not difficult, to the pandemic. You were digital. Maybe you had moved to Zoom from Skype to Zoom already. So it wasn't a huge change. And then you're saying in 2023 is when you hit the wall. Mm-hmm. And I have so many questions for you. When did you know? Did you see the wall coming? Were you trying to make the changes beforehand? Or did you hit the wall and say, oh my goodness, I can't continue? And what does it mean when you say hit the wall? Because I don't think that's a true mental health phrase. I think
not in the DSM-5. No,
no, not in DSM. But I always say that, you can shift gears. You use so many analogies that I use. You can shift gears in your career. There were times when I was young, 26, 27, I was going full throttle. Then I had kids. I kind of tapped on the brakes, taught at Rowan. Then I came back and I was kind of shifting back into work mode. Then there came a point where I went full throttle again. Mm-hmm. And I couldn't do it either, but I don't think I ever hit a wall. I think that there was a realization of my kids who had a lot of crisis over the years of their teenage years, knowing that I had to put them first and kind of hit the brakes again. So tell me the timeline leading up and sort of what you did and I know I'm asking a lot of questions, but did you have the support of the legal community, the courts, to do it in a way that you didn't have any backlash of your career, any violations or ethics issues or anything? There's so many things when people are struggling as an attorney that stop them from seeking help. So
absolutely. Okay. So I think the best way to explain this is that, when I started from like the very humble beginnings of like one client at a time and building it from a dining room table and a laptop, there was just this like hunger and this desire to build and grow. And that, being the eldest child, being an overachiever, being a type A perfectionist personality, that runs deep.
Like many lawyers.
So many. And there's a sense that like, if we're not busy, then like we don't have value. And that so much so that like when we are not busy, we feel guilty. If we rest, we feel guilty. We feel like we have to deserve rest. And through this journey that I've been on to become a better version of me and to become a healthier person and lawyer, I understand now, wish I would have known then, and that's why I'll say it for all to hear. Rest is not a reward. Brilliant coach that I hired to help me with my burnout, Kate Donovan, taught me rest is not a reward. Rest is what we need in order to do our most meaningful work. I thought I was doing somebody a favor by working on weekends and working nights and waking up early. But what I was doing was actually depriving myself of what I needed to be the very best, healthiest version of me, running on fumes essentially, while telling all of my clients, make sure you take care of yourself during the divorce. Your children need you. They are looking, you make sure you sleep, make sure you eat, go do your meditation, go do your yoga, while I was running on fumes and a can of Coke and a sleeve of Oreos. Like, no. So resting, I didn't feel like I was entitled to rest. Like, I had people who were calling me and texting me, and if they couldn't get through to me on call or text, then they would start Facebook messaging me. This happened on my wedding day.
So no boundaries.
My boundaries were horrible. And then people just felt like, well, if I can't get her the 3 prior ways I tried to get her, let me try to get her through Instagram or Pinterest, because I still need to talk to my lawyer, regardless of the fact that she's getting married today. But then also to have kind of like this diluted sense of like pride, like I'm so important that people need to reach me at all times. No, there are things that can't happen after, 4:30 in the afternoon. The courthouse is closed, people.
Right. So that's a hard realization for lawyers, I think, is our clients need us and there's an urgency for them, which creates an urgency for us. But the truth is, not everything is a fire that needs to be put out. And it took me, I am very clear with my clients that you can call the law firm after hours. There's an answering service. You can text the law firm after hours. I have a digital texting number for their file now, not my personal cell phone.
Right.
And if it's an emergency, I will call back. And then I clarify. An emergency is the police are at my door serving a warrant and I don't know what to do.
Right.
That's an emergency. You know what's not an emergency? I'm not sure what my court date and time is. I had clients call at 10 o'clock at night, 4 o'clock in the morning. When's my next court date? Or I want to talk about my case. Okay.
Right.
Call the office, leave a message, and we'll get back to you. Setting those boundaries of what emergencies are and what emergencies aren't. But the rest thing also is hitting the nail on the head, because you can't be effective if you're exhausted. And why do we think that we need to deserve that rest or earn it?
And I know I'm not the only one. Because I picked this up Again, I wasn't working at a law firm where I was seeing other people pull all-nighters. I was on my own. But we see, like, even on Facebook, like colleagues being like, pulled another all-nighter. And when I see like my old Facebook memories pop up, I say, oh, there were the little breadcrumbs of burnout back then. Look at 2015 that I posted this. Look at 2019 when I said, oh, just another 18-hour day at the office. Like, those are the little breadcrumbs that get us there. Right.
Another Sunday or Saturday, worked all weekend.
Yeah. Or, had 3 court hearings Christmas Eve. And I'm so thankful for the pandemic, because all the things that I like to do virtual now became like everybody doing it virtual. But the driving 2 hours round trip to have a 15-minute uncontested divorce hearing, that ended. And for that, I am so grateful. It helped my clients out. It helped me out. I was running myself into the ground, but I was running my cars into the ground. Like, I would never be able to lease. I was driving thousands of miles a month, like over 10,000 miles a month. I mean, it was just crazy. I was driving all over the state. I was eating the majority of my meals in the car, which is horrible. Since the pandemic, I've lost 50 pounds because I am not eating McDonald's between 2 courthouses to get there for a 1:30 hearing. I am not stopping at Wawa to get a breakfast burrito on my way to court in the morning. It's not happening. It's a healthier lifestyle. And so when people are eager to go back, I'm like, but please, I like being able to have my healthy smoothie every morning. I like being able to stop and get a glass of water and have access to a bathroom when that's not always the case if you're in a physical courthouse.
Correct. And what we learned is not everything needs to be in person. I'm going to say there's some value of it sometimes for what I do to be able to talk to a prosecutor face to face about the case.
Absolutely.
But municipal court, I would say, for the same reasons that you're saying, municipal court is mostly virtual. And thank goodness, because I represent people in all of South Jersey. I do not need to be driving to 3 to 4 courthouses in one day for traffic tickets that are, I'm not saying they're not good money coming in, but it's really not worth driving an hour for a traffic ticket. Okay. Handling it virtually, though, is. So I totally agree with you that doing an uncontested divorce, 15 minutes on the record, makes so much more sense. And then, going into court when it's necessary, and there are necessary times.
Absolutely. And I think I mentioned earlier, like, I now reside out of state. I fly out for hearings. If I have a hearing or I've had in-person mediation, I fly out. That's fine. I get to see my family. I get to, wear fancy shoes again. I get to wear a whole suit. But I get the best of both worlds. And not a single person has ever cried because they find out I live in a different state where, my husband lives. So that's great. But
how did you address? So I don't know. I know you said you hit the wall. You realized how much you were working. And what did that mean, hitting the wall? Did you?
I guess what I'll go back to is, where I said there's those little breadcrumbs that were showing up, right? Around 2019, I was feeling signs of burnout then. So I was feeling very lethargic. I really started to feel fatigued. I started to recognize, like, I didn't have as much compassion as I was having earlier. They call that compassion fatigue. I started to feel like maybe what the work I was doing was not as relevant. And I started to identify that the job was overtaking my life, where I was waking up earlier, I was going to bed later. And by the time I got to a weekend, all I was doing was recovering from the work week. There was no value to me or to my family on the weekend. I was exhausted. I was sleeping. And I was, really just kind of going through those motions. And it was at that point where I said, I'm not happy running a law firm anymore. I'm not happy being the boss anymore. I want to just be a lawyer. I want to do the things that spark joy in me, Marie Kondo my life, so to speak, and just get back to being lawyers. That's why I thought going to a firm where somebody else is doing the hiring and firing, someone else is doing the performance plans and making sure 401k gets taken care of. Someone else is, sending out the, insurance renewal premiums. That initially worked wonders to bring me out of that funk and to get me back to feeling happy and fulfilled with what I was doing. But it also was a change from being the boss to being an employee.
Yeah.
And there is a sense of freedom that comes with being your own boss. But it also, you have those kind of handcuffs attached to you. Like the whole office is relying on you.
Right. But nobody's also telling you have to be at a certain location or in a certain room or FaceTime when you're the boss. And, I have a lot of friends. My former partner is a judge. A lot of friends are judges now. And they were in private practice and they say, I can't go get the manicure at 9:00 and stroll into my office at 10:30 and things like that when you're working for somebody else.
Yeah. And I can tell you that I didn't feel like I was really reaping a lot of the benefits of like owning my own business where I was going for manicures. I probably was out of those times in life, I was probably taking care of myself less than I am now. Because again, I guess was in this mindset that I needed to deserve to go do those things. There was this like whole mindset, like I needed to earn those things, but really taking care of yourself is not something that you need to earn. You really just need to do it to be the best version of yourself and to be mentally and emotionally available and refilled and replenished for the emotional, toll that this type of job can take. So looking back, I feel like I owe myself an apology for how poorly I treated myself as myself as boss to employee me boss. So, but I just didn't feel happy. And I was kind of like, I'm just going to try things differently and see if that works. And if I didn't like working at a firm, I'd go work for myself again. I did it once out of a dining room table and a laptop. By gosh, I'll do it again. And then the pandemic hit and things got really crazy. We know attorneys who slowed down and they got to Netflix and chill. I didn't get to Netflix and chill. There was no chilling. It was busier than ever. And all that time that I loathed that I spent in the car and it was, driving this, that was quiet downtime where my brain could, recharge itself. All of that time became back in front of the laptop time. I was doing so many Zoom consults and meetings and hearings that I ended up with like laryngitis and couldn't talk within the first 2 months.
Yeah, and you probably did not set up buffer times between appointments.
No.
Because I'm assuming that's the case. I have said to my staff, I understand that we do 30-minute appointments, but I mentally need to breathe between them before and so I understand what you're saying. I will say that the only, and I hate to use the word benefit of the pandemic because there's so much negative around it, but because the courts were closed for the initial month, I was able to catch up on work. I didn't stop working. I had so many briefs, a little different area of law, so many briefs and so many things that I needed to file that was the only benefit. I still went into the office. I was still working as much as I was prior. But the emotional toll of back to back. Oh, I'm sorry.
One of the first things I did was set up a home office that was practically identical to what I had because everybody's talking about, oh, well, I was setting up at the kitchen table or I was doing this. And it's, well, of course you're not going to be able to get things done. You've got, your dishwasher running over here and you got the dog barking over here and your Amazon packages being delivered. Right now, the setup that I have in my home office is as fantastic as anyone else's. And I've got multiple screens, printers, And if you set it up and this is your space and you close that door, I might as well be at my old office in Linwood, because it's my mentality goes right there. This is my workplace. I'm now in my work gear. And when I go out that door, then I'm at home. But right now I'm in the office.
Right. So with the back-to-back meetings, and I don't know if this is true, was the divorce rate higher during the pandemic or right after?
I believe that, I don't know if we statistically have stuff on that, but I know for myself that was the most new cases for divorce I had ever had in a 365-day span. And what I was seeing also were people who are not married for a very long time at all, who them being under the same roof with that person that you married not all that long ago, but you had never spent that many consecutive hours with them in your entire dating, engaged, married life. Those ones were self-combusting fast.
Mm-hmm.
That, with the crazy housing market that was going on, it was just absolute utter chaos.
Mm-hmm.
So we had a lot going on there. We had a lot of parents who were withholding children because they were getting advice, either from the government or direction from an attorney, or their other co-parent was sick with COVID. We had so many things going on. And that, again, this led me down that burnout path because I was constantly working. I was constantly accessible. I was, being asked to appear on podcasts to talk about, like, how do we get through the holidays with kids in the pandemic and things like that. And I kept on saying yes to everything because it was all very, exciting and felt important. And moving down the line, I started to realize I need help. I need support. I need a really positive paralegal. I could use maybe like a baby associate to help out because the volume was so high. I think in the year prior to my burnout, I think I originated something like $700,000 in like divorces. That's an obscene amount of time.
For another law firm, right?
Yeah.
Working for another law firm.
Mm-hmm.
A lot.
And then I billed like $600K on top of it. It was just, and that's not what I earned. That's what I made them. But the amount of time I was spending on these, I really needed help. I finally reached that point where I was like, I need to delegate. Like, I'm tired of, I'm a type A. I want to do everything myself, but I can't physically and mentally do everything myself. I need to delegate out, but there was no one to delegate to. And so hours of my day, I would put on my paralegal hat and do paralegal stuff, or my secretarial hat and do secretarial stuff. And then sometimes after 5, when I was getting to do the lawyer stuff. And it was just, I wasn't able to keep up. I was spinning my wheels every weekend. I was working just so that I could potentially not have 12-hour days the next week. And by the end of that year, it was like something like almost 1,900 billed hours. Plus, I am a matrimonial settlement panelist in 5 different counties. I do pro bono work through South Jersey Legal Services. When I counted up the hours, you're right. It probably was like something like 5,000 hours or something. It was intense. And I thought, what have I done this year other than work? I would sit down at dinner and I would only have cases going through my head. And then after dinner, I wouldn't remember what I even ate because I was like shoving it in my mouth so I could get back to my office. It just started to take over every aspect of my life. And, the theory that was being kind of pushed out on us as attorneys was we need to be available to our clients at all times. This is a stressful time for them. I never really got to process what was even going on in our society at that time. Like, we had a global pandemic and it barely made like a blip.
Right. It didn't change your life in the sense of giving you more perspective on yourself at the time. You were just working. So, 365 days of this crazy work running on a work wheel.
Hamster wheel for sure. Yeah.
Then what happened and how did you make the shift?
So I want to say mid 2022, the words burnout came out of my mouth, and I was like, I'm burning out. I need help. I need support. Get me the support, or there's not going to be anything left to give. And sure enough, my words hit the mark. By December of that year, I started to feel very weird symptoms. Like I stopped sleeping through the night. I became like a toddler. Like I would wake up at like every 2-hour increments. And then the mind would start going about, these equitable distribution factors and what this opposing counsel said in their nasty, snarky letter to me. And it would just, so, then all of a sudden I would forget to eat meals. Like, who forgets to eat? I mean, that's just crazy. I always used to hear about people who forgot to eat, and I thought those people are dumb. But I was so
Or they're lying. How do you forget to eat?
They're lying, right? They're just scarfing down food. I would get to about 4:00 and be like, oh, I have such a headache. And I'd be like, what did I have for breakfast? Oh, shit. I had coffee. What did I have for lunch? Oh, wait, I had a conference call and a hearing at lunch. I had nothing. I was like, this is super not healthy. So I started meeting with a therapist, started calendaring lunch and breakfast. Fast forward to December, I just like randomly started bursting out into tears when I was in my physical office in New Jersey and couldn't stop crying. And I wasn't sleeping, I wasn't eating. I started working with a therapist. They were like, you are under intense stress. You can only operate at that fight or flight type of mentality for so long before you will crash and burn. And so they were like, we recommend you not work on weekends. That didn't really work great because then you end up with a trial or something. But ultimately, I was like, 2023 is my year. I'm going to make those changes. And it got worse and worse. And then I started having memory lapse. And I started recording all of my meetings and taking detailed notes for every single meeting, because about 2 days later, I would forget exactly what had happened. It was terrifying. Like my entire career is built on remembering case law, and remembering statutes, and remembering facts, and applying those facts to the law. And I thought something is really, really wrong. So again, meeting with the doctors, they decided they wanted to put me out on medical leave. They wanted me to take a mental health break. I argued with them and told them I had a trial and I couldn't do it. And I negotiated my leave with my doctors. This is crazy. This is crazy.
It's a lawyer thing to do. You just said, I negotiated my leave.
Because that person and their trial was more important than despite the fact that I was dropping pounds, like I looked emaciated. I looked like a skeleton. I had the darkest circles under my eyes. I had no concealer was working whatsoever. I was unhealthy. I look back at those pictures and I think not a single person stopped and said, are you okay? You don't look okay. And then after the fact, if I show them, I go, oh my God, you look gray. You look sick. But I also was looking at myself every morning, and it happened so slowly, I hadn't noticed it. So when I did take that break, I created those first boundaries there. No, if something happens at work, you can't call me. I am on a medical leave. You can figure it out. You all are lawyers too.
When you were on a medical leave, aside from having a doctor's note, did you talk to assignment judges or presiding judges? Did you provide them the information, or did you, how formal or informal? Because I ask you this, I sit on the Wellness Committee, the Supreme Court Wellness Committee, and there is a back and forth on the committee regarding whether there should be what we call a pause program. How do we address individuals that truly need the medical leave, or I like to call it the pause. Something is going on personally that you need to deal with.
The answer is yes, we absolutely should have one. And here's the thing. If we don't hit pause, our body will hit pause for us. And that's what happened with me in February. My body hit pause. I wanted to push it back longer and longer, but my body was like, you need to take a break now. You can't go anymore. And we unfortunately are in a career where there's a temporary pause, which is me going on a medical leave, and there are people who are hitting permanent pause. And those are the circumstances that are most scary, because we've honestly, we've let our colleagues down. The same way that I say, if somebody doesn't look right or somebody doesn't sound right, I pick up the phone and I talk to them and I ask, are you okay? Is there anything I can do to support you? Can I help you find your services? But I was very nervous about initially disclosing how much was I going to disclose? How much was I going to say? Because my doctors wouldn't even give me a definite amount of time I'd be out for. So I couldn't definitively say I'm going to be out for 90 days. I was only granted 30 on the first, and they said, we'll reevaluate after 30 and see where you are. So when I initially talked to my bosses or my leadership at where the firm I was at, it was like, well, when will you be back? I was like, I don't know. I don't get to make that call. Doctors, I'm going to work with my doctors to make sure I'm healthy. Like, the way I feel right now is not good. I want to feel better. I want to feel healthier. I want to be in a good condition to be meeting with judges and clients. And fortunately, I didn't do anything that would have been a violation of any of our ethical rules. I did not let any cases fall to the wayside. That's because I was working constantly, but I didn't go on leave because I had messed up something. I went on leave because I was afraid to mess up something.
So let me ask you this. Do you think the fact that you were with a law firm at the time it was occurring allowed you to go on medical leave because there were people to step in? Because that's the second issue, that the majority of attorneys in New Jersey are solo practitioners or small law firms, and that seems to be the greatest concern.
Yes.
So you worked at a law firm.
Like, if you're on your own, you don't get the luxury or liberty to say, it's not okay for me to go into court today. And maybe if we did have like a pause program, there could be attorneys who say, you can put me on this list. I will be a step in or a support to swoop in if somebody's in there. Like, I'm not going to take their case to completion, but I'll be there to make sure it doesn't sink during that time.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be there to make sure that case information statement is getting done. I'm not bringing their case to trial for them, but there's no way you're prepping for a trial and you're also actively, deeply committed to working on your mental health at the same time. Like, those are two completely opposite goals.
Mm-hmm.
And the reaction I got when I did disclose to one judge, because he was like, I'll bring you back next week for another hearing. Great judge. Can we talk? Yeah, I'm not going to be here next week or the week after. I'm going to go out on leave. He was so kind about it. And I was taken aback because I was really nervous to say it. But at that point, another judge reached out and said that they were glad to hear that I was taking care of myself. And I thought, this is the reaction we need. This is the reaction that we all deserve.
And the reality is, I find that when you're truthful with judges, whether it's your own personal mental health, or for me, I had a child in crisis for a little bit of time. And I always like to say, when I say that, it's about 7 years later, my child is thriving in college and doing really well, but had some severe mental health issues as the teen years approached. And I was literally running out of court to go to hospitals. Mm-hmm. And either I ran out of court and never confided and shared what was going on and looked possibly irresponsible or lazy or unprepared, or I went up to the bar of the court, and I did that with the judges in criminal court that I appeared in front of most, and said, I am so sorry, but this child, this is what's going on. And all of them said, you need to do what's best for you and your child right now.
Amazing.
With the mental health. And so I think people are so scared of the ethics that they're scared to be truthful, especially when it's their own. And I'm so happy. I'm assuming that it is in one of the counties I practice in. We practice in the same counties. To hear that you were truthful and open with the judge and that they supported that. Instead, I think that if you were vague and just saying, I'm not available, that they would have pushed back more than being honest with them.
And I have a friend who recently, when told that they were picking dates like a month out, said that they were going to be out of the office during that time, and they were pushed for more details. And I think that we have to assess what we can do to support attorneys in letting judges that there's a break or a pause that is needed. And maybe I don't need to give you every intricate detail about what that is, but just trust that as a professional that's been in this career, that has taken, like an oath and has to abide by certain ethical and moral guidelines, that I'm not going to Vegas for a month. I'm going to take a little pause, and maybe it's therapy, or maybe it's meditation, or maybe it's a combination of yoga and sleep or something. But if you need a 30-day pause to get your head together, then there shouldn't be an inquisition about it, so long as you're not harming someone. And I also think that there's very few circumstances I can think of off the top of my head where a family law case is going to be so demolished by a postponement of 30 days. We have postponements all the time.
Right.
All the time.
And so sometimes
to get my head on straight is not going to mess up the judge's calendar all that much.
So I think saying it's, Your Honor, it's personal, or I will not be available for 30 days. And if they push to say sidebar approach and say it's personal, and I'm not comfortable putting it on the record and not comfortable in front of my clients, I think that the problem is that the attorneys that the judges perceive are hardworking attorneys will get that extension without any pushback. But unfortunately, the attorneys where the judges, whether it's a true perception or a personality perception or that don't feel that those lawyers are hardworking, or they're going to be denied, and the judges will push back. That's why it's almost better to have a policy to be able to protect everyone, especially not everyone has the connections or the relationships to make those calls. Mm-hmm. So it can't be just because you have a good relationship with these judges in this county, or I was a former bar president of Atlantic County, so I'm getting a beneficial courtesy that not every attorney in the county should get. And then in the state, that's really the issue,
Think about this too. When you talk about, like who we are and whether these judges recognize us, family law is a revolving door in most counties in this state of New Jersey. We have been very fortunate. We have had several of the family law judges in Atlantic County have been on the bench for years now, and that is such a benefit because we've been able to develop that rapport with them. But historically, I can say off the top of my head, Camden County, they rotate their judges like every 2 years, just as a matter of their own process and procedure. So despite the fact that I've been in Camden County for 14 years now, I may not know these judges, but I've been in that building longer than they have. The other thing to keep in mind too is that even on things as simple as, my stepson's graduation or your children's, you have to go pick them up and move them in and out of college. Like those are things that are on our calendars well ahead of time. And we'll have a judge pick a date. And you say, I'm not available, judge. Well, why not? Do you want to move my kid in? You can take the U-Haul. I'll stay here.
I will tell you, it's the one thing Kristen, I do it. When I say I'm not available, and if I get I'll say I'm moving my kids into college. When my kids were younger and I was given trial dates or court dates the day after Labor Day or the 2 days after, even if I didn't have their calendar, I would say I'm not available. And they would say, you're not available? Do you have a planned vacation? And I would say, no, but that is either the first or second day of school for my kids and I will be there for them. Halloween. Nope. Your Honor, I know that the parade for my kids' school is that day. I will be attending it. It is one thing that I was very clear on when my kids were younger to set the boundaries. But I don't know if everyone's as forthright as I am.
Here's the other thing. Other states have figured this out. We haven't yet. And in Georgia, you can file what's called a notice of unavailability. So if you get your kid's calendar and you know when the parent-teacher conference is, you log them into a system, like our court system. We use JEDS or we use eCourt. In that regard, then the judges don't get frustrated and go, well, now I'm trying to work around this person's schedule and that person's schedule. It's like, well, we're allowed to say like when we're not available too. It seems like we're and this is what also feeds into that burnout. Now the judge called me on the carpet. I need to be available on that date, or scrambling to fit multiple things on one day. How many times we've had to be in two places at once.
Right. And I will tell you, I'm so sorry. I have two things and I have to interrupt. One is municipal court's the hardest court to get when you have multiple things. In Superior and municipal court, they push back, which is sort of funny. Kristen, I am apologizing. I am just called in by a judge that I have to appear for a virtual hearing on. So I know we're not finished with this. Okay. So I'm going to send you additional dates so we can do a part 2 and you can sort of, because I think what's best about your story is how you took care of yourself and now you're thriving even more as an attorney. And I think you're happier because I see it.
And you want us to do better for ourselves and our colleagues. I want us to treat each other better. And I want to talk about how we can be better to each other.
That would be great. Thank you so much for your time.
Welcome. Good luck today. Bye.
Thanks.
Bye, Tom.
We hope you enjoyed this episode of the Mighty MERP Podcast. This podcast is not a source of legal advice. No two legal cases are the same. Contact an attorney if you require legal assistance.